Yeah, we done came from the bottom, mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started blogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and I don't back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gonna pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. Number one sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. Best sports talk show, we not like them guys. We playing it safe while they feather the lines. We pushing the narrative all the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. I keep Elijah one is very overrated. Keep it real if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now it's stable, we won't be ignored. We number one, especially when coming to sports. FYF bringing the heat here, of course. Where everything backed up with actual source. Everything backed up with actual source.
Conversation, debate on major levels, this the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. Oh, LeBron better than MJ, cut it out. Half these fans in the stands don't know what they talking about. Half court jumpers, crowd going wild. FYF ranked number one, you better say it loud. Intellectual talk, but fuck your feelings. Elijah one.
FYF Sports Medicine, man, we back, man. We cooking again. Appreciate everybody pulling up, man. Boy, this NBA, man, it's getting real dicey, man. All types of stuff is happening that I didn't foresee, man. We got some good games coming up tonight too. But we got to talk about last night's games, man. I mean, we heard everybody. We heard what everybody had to say. This Minnesota Timberwolves team, y'all. Who are they? What team is going to show up? I mean, the first time we saw Minnesota versus a team with competent perimeter defenders, they fold and choke. They proceed to chuck threes and chuck threes and chuck threes to no avail. And then the funniest part about it is Ant-Man, Julius Randle, laugh about being 12 of 76 from the three-point line in their last two games. Imagine if this was LeBron James. The world would have vilified him. Ant-Man and Julius Randle can laugh it off as if it's not a big deal. This team has some significant flaws, y'all. It's one of the reasons why I just could not pick them over the Golden State Warriors. And I know a lot of you guys fell in love with Minnesota because of how they beat the Lakers. And I just kept telling you guys, I don't really think they beat the Lakers. I think JJ Redick beat the Lakers. I think the Lakers beat themselves. I didn't see Minnesota do anything special that leads me to believe this team can get out of the West. And last night actually proved it. Not only in the first 13 minutes, y'all. In the first 13 minutes, Steph Curry was absolutely dominating them. 13 points in 13 minutes. But then, after struggling while Steph is in, the basketball gods give you the greatest gift. Steph Curry goes down with a grade 1 hamstring strain. After, like I told you guys yesterday, what did I say? I don't know why they can't defend Steph Curry. Steph Curry was getting whatever he wanted, however he wanted it early. He couldn't do nothing with Steph Curry. Basketball guys gift you with an injury. Steph Curry goes down early in the game. As soon as Steph Curry gets out the game, you allow Draymond Green to galvanize this team by bombing you with 3 after 3 after 3. Not only does that happen, You allow guys like Pat Spencer and Brandon Podziemski to completely dictate the pace of this game, control the game, be much better than your stars in the clutch, and ultimately win a game one on the road. Absolutely inexcusable. But again, it's not surprising to me because, again, I just didn't fall in love with how they beat the Lakers. It was not very impressive. And again, this just shows you why this Minnesota team has been an up and down team all year. Make sure if you got a mod, if you see anybody spamming in the chat, man, we please take care of spammers. Salute to everybody in the chat, though. Salute to Wild Wild West. Salute to Foxy Brown. Been supporting for a while now. Salute to Foxy Brown pulling up. Salute to Tiffany Ned, one of the OGs of the channel. Wild Wild West says, I told Lamont Draymond is the best enforcer in the league, not Pat Beverly. Wild Wild West. When the hell did I ever say a Pat Beverly was the best enforcer in the league? What the hell are you talking about? All I have on this channel are videos in support of Draymond Green. And I don't believe in this enforcer role. I believe in Draymond as a great player, not a great enforcer. Draymond Green is a great player. He's a great facilitator. He's a great defender. Who runs around calling Draymond Green an enforcer? Enforcers are bums. Enforcers are guys that are trash and can only hack and foul. Why would I entertain a conversation talking about, you said Pat Beverly was an enforcer, not Draymond. What the hell are you talking about, Wild Wild West? Why do y'all get these conversations with me mixed up with other people? I don't even have Pat Beverly conversations. I can't even remember the last time on this channel where I actually discussed a Pat Beverly. The hell are y'all talking about? I don't even believe in this enforcer concept. Now I'm lying. Now y'all just make stuff up. I don't talk about Pat Beverly. All you got to do is go look at the catalog on this channel. I don't have one Pat Beverly video. I got videos about Draymond Green comparing them to the likes of Magic Johnson. I got videos of me debating Ticket TV on Draymond Green. What the hell are y'all talking about? There ain't no footage. Put the link out there, Wild West. Put the link. Yeah, y'all say this dumb stuff. Salute to Ace 30 in the chat, one of the OGs. I don't know why y'all come to this channel just like Herm with made up takes that you've never told me and then parade it around as if you have some take over me. I don't talk about no Pat Bev over Draymond Green when I'm sitting here debating people about Draymond Green's greatness all the time. What the hell are y'all talking about? Boy, y'all sound up. Enforcer conversation. Oh my God, man. This is how we starting the day off, man. You want me to drop the link, hit the super chat. If you want me to drop the link and entertain this stupidity, hit the super chat. If you really want me to entertain stupidity right now, this early in the stream, hit the super chat. Or have somebody hit the super chat for you. I'm not about to bring you up here right now. We ain't even got to the meat and bones of any of these games. And you sitting here talking to me. I was literally just telling people yesterday about Draymond Green's greatness. And you coming in here talking about I had a debate with you about Pat Bev and Draymond Green. No, I'm not dropping the link. I'm only dropping the link if he's willing to hit the super chat, if he wants me to entertain stupidity. Because this is absolutely a conversation I did not have. Then shut the hell up. If you don't want to come up, then wait for me to drop the link when it's time. Coming up with this Pat Beverly conversation. Hey, can anybody in the chat, T Streets, Tiffany Ned, anybody in the chat, Ace 30, when have I ever entertained a conversation about Pat Bev being better at anything than Draymond Green? Ever. I want all the OGs in the channel. If y'all have heard me, I'm the only one that defends Draymond Green to no end. And you gonna come up here and tell me that I said Pat Beverly was better at something than Draymond Green? What the hell is you talking about? This man said, I said Pat Bev was a better enforcer. Like I'm some type of 90s fan that believes in enforcers. What kind of stupidity is this? Wow, West. Yeah, your name sounds like you sound like that name sounds like a Looney Tunes character. That topic sounds like a Looney Tunes topic. I would not even entertain a conversation to that magnitude, man. I am the only one that defends Draymond Green. Debated it time and time again. Thank you, T Streets. Like I said, man, if you really feel like you got some ether, right? If you really feel like you got some ether, then hit the super chat. I defend Draymond so much that now you got Sturdy saying I'd be capping for Draymond. I ain't never said no Pat Bev was better than any. What? Pat Bev is not better than anything in basketball better than Draymond. Hell. Salute to Amma Jack over on Twitch, man. How you been? I've been solid, man. Salute to Amma Jack, though. Like, we trying to build that Twitch following up, man. We really trying to build this Twitch following up, man. I don't know what's up with this Twitch algorithm. Why is it so hard to crack? Twitch is weird as hell, man. And I be watching these big content creators on Twitch. I'm talking about they breathe wrong, they get banned. I be live on Twitch and I ain't sniffed a ban or nothing. I don't know what's going on, man. I don't know what's going on with Twitch, man. I don't know what words are super sensitive over there, but again, salute to Twitch, man. We growing over there. We are monetized on Twitch, and we just trying to grow that platform. We're gonna get through this because I really want to invite y'all up on the panel to cook on these games. So I just really want to get to, and I'm not, we'll get to some film as we actually talk about the game. So we'll get to the film later once I start bringing people up. I'll get to the box score for this. The first thing I want to talk about is this Pacer game, this Pacer series. Now, there's a couple things going on with this Pacer series. Pacers are finally getting that lucky stretch that we've seen other teams get that kind of paved their way to a deep playoff run. They played the Milwaukee Bucks. Dame is out. Dame is done for. Then Dame goes down with a season-ending injury, possibly career-ending injury. So now that paves your way and go to the second round. So you enter the second round. Soon as you enter the second round, a Cleveland Cavalier team that stomped a mud hole in the Miami Heat. Garland's out. Game 2, not only is Garland's out and Evan Mobley's out. Pave your way and go. Now the Pacers are sitting up 2-0 versus the Cleveland Cavaliers. Cavs are in such a major hole right now. They're going to have to go back to Indiana. All Indiana needs to do is just win one. They just need to win one, and they're good to go. And possibly two. I mean, it's looking like if the Cavs don't get it together, they could potentially get swept. A season that looked like, you got the coach of the year, you got the defensive player of the year. He said bad coaching decisions late cost Cleveland the game. We can say, I would say bad coaching decisions, especially if it was late game mistakes. I mean, you're up 6 points with 35 seconds to go. If you goof that off, you lost. Hold on. This is how I know Wild Wild West. You just making this up. The last time I can even remember Pat Beverly pushing anybody was when he pushed Chris Paul in the back when he was with the Phoenix Suns years ago. What the hell are you talking about? I don't talk enforcer talk. That's not basketball talk. I talk trash about enforcers. Enforcers are bums. Stop it, man. He was with the Lakers. Man, I don't know. Remember no time when what you talking about when he pushed Ayton or somebody? I think you're just making this up. No, it's not memory loss. I think you're just having a stupidity loss moment right now. I'm a Draymond Green advocate. I don't have debates about Pat Beverly. Y'all got to stop with this stupidity. Come on, man. He pushed he pushed DeAndre Ayton. Because DeAndre Ayton stepped over Austin Reeves. And so what? What is that? What does that mean? That all of a sudden means that he's now an enforcer? What the hell? I don't even do enforcer talk. All right. Well, when I drop the link, Wild West, you can have your impassioned moment talking about a conversation that you think you can recall from 2-3 years ago about me saying Pat Bev was an enforcer over Draymond Green that absolutely nobody remembers but you. I don't do enforcer talk, Wild West, but it's fine. I guess I did a video saying Pat Bev is the GOAT enforcer now. Let's add chat GPT or something. I don't know. But when you look at this Pacers series, it's looking like the Pacers, not only are the Pacers getting their way paved in gold to the Eastern Conference Finals, y'all, but they are actually playing legitimate bona fide basketball. They are playing legitimate bona fide basketball, irregardless of the injury. When you look at a team that's able to come back from 6 down, right, to stay that locked in, and obviously there were big goofs on the Cavs' part. Yeah, the Cavs definitely lost this game, but you also got to give credit because it still took a nasty step back 3 in the clutch to give them the lead. So let's not act like the Pacers didn't play a significant role in also snatching this from the mouths of the Cleveland Cavaliers. It took a nasty step back 3. It takes guts to take that shot, right? When you down 2, you could potentially play it safe and go for the tie. You go for the dagger on the road, hostile environment. You go get the offensive rebound from a free throw miss. This is the Pacers taking the game from you. So it's easy to say that the Cavs choked it. No, the Pacers went and got that game. And when you got a player like Tyrese Halliburton, this is a guy who's been heavily criticized. He's been ranked for like 2 years in a row as the most overrated in the NBA. He now has a battery in his back. The NBA just banned his pops from coming to all NBA games. They just put a battery in his back to give him additional motivation. And so when you look at this team right here, and it's not just Halliburton, this is one of the most diverse offenses in the NBA. When you look at this game tonight, Aaron Nesmith, a guy that was discarded by the Boston Celtics, I thought he had a lot of promise, but discarded by the Boston Celtics. 23 points. Pascal Siakam, a quiet now for Pascal Siakam, but his defense was big, 12 points. Miles Turner, this is a guy that's in trade talks to the Lakers every single year, and I'm telling y'all, I keep saying, why the hell would the Pacers trade this man? This man has done nothing but be a positive and a beneficial player on offense and defense. Y'all really think they're going to be in a hurry to trade him for a whole bunch of discarded bums that y'all got at the end of y'all bench? No. Hell of a player right there. He's not going nowhere no time soon. 23 points. Hell of a game for him as well. When you got Andrew Niebuhart, another guy, quiet game sometimes, but super impactful. 13 points, 13 assists. Tyrese Halliburton, 19 points with the huge 3 at the end to seal the deal. And then you got Benedict Mathurin, who came off the bench with another 19 points. When you talk about diversified attack, they diversified that attack. And mind you this, they're doing it on the road. This is a Pacer team that is hard to beat at home as it is. Now Cleveland has to go into Indiana, and they have to try to win both games in Indiana just to tie it up. Do you know how hard it is to win in Indiana in the playoffs? And I don't care how good or bad this Indiana team going into Indiana is. They don't lose a lot of home playoff games. And so Donovan Mitchell, I don't know how much better he can play. This man, Donovan Mitchell, played a hell of a game. He played 48 he played 40. He dropped 48 points, 15 to 30 shooting, shot 50% from the field. He was 1 of 7 from the 3-point line, 17 to 21 from the free throw line. 1 of 7 from the 3-point line, 17 to 21 from the free throw line. So when you look at Donovan Mitchell, how much better can he play? He did get a little bit of help from Jared Allen, who dropped 22 and 12. And then he got a little help from Max Struss, who dropped 23 and 8. You got some help from Sam Merrill, 14 points, but outside of that, you really didn't get much from the others. This team is significantly missing DeAndre Hunter, Evan Mobley, and Darius Garland. They are missing their three. DeAndre Hunter is one of the guys they traded for, who was supposed to be one of those key pieces to help them off the bench in playoff games like this. He's not available. Garland's been the guy that's just helped this team function, right? He makes sure Mobley and Allen and all the other guys gets their touches, all right? He makes sure guys like Ty Jerome can get going. Ty Jerome, who was a negative on the night, only 2 points, did not show up at all. And he's been huge for this team sometimes. And we all know what Evan Mobley brings. Defensive player of the year, right? Can give you 20 and 10. Just absolutely not there. And so injuries, and it says injury and illness. I don't know what type of injury bug that they got going around. I don't know what they got going on. But those guys need to find a way to get healthy. And they got a tall mountain to climb when they go back to Indiana, because this Pacer team is playing with far, far too much confidence. When we go to the Golden State Warrior game, the Golden State Warrior game was just, it was just atrocious for the Minnesota Timberwolves. This is who I thought the Minnesota Timberwolves are. Now, mind you, they could come out in game 2 and play lights out basketball with Steph Curry being out. They can take advantage of that. They can blitz the Golden State Warriors. We know that this Warrior team, sometimes they can get complacent, especially when they get in a comfortable spot, just like we saw them do against the Rockets. If there's any game that I believe that the Warriors will have a letdown game in this series, it would be game 2. They feel like they've went in there. They've done their job. It's going to be tough to win this game without Steph Curry. But you have a lot of guys on this bench that feel like they can make an impact and win this game. But when you look at Minnesota and what was their demise, right? Because there was a lot of people, when we talked to Brandon and a lot of these people, George, everybody who was saying Minnesota would win, everybody was saying, yeah, they're just going to be physical and they're going to bully them and they're just going to bully them into a win. I said, that's not how basketball works. You ain't just going to bully them into no win. You can't just be physical and think that's going to result in wins. This is an experienced, vet-laden team that knows what the hell they doing. When you look at McDaniels, 12 points on the night, 6 of 12 from the field, 0 of 3 from the three-point line. Julius Randle, 18 points, 4 of 11, 0 of 3 from the three-point line, but he was 10 of 10 from the free throw line. Rudy Gobert, 9 points. He came back to earth. He went back down to being Rudy Gobert, the Rudy Gobert that we saw early in the Lakers series. Anthony Edwards struggled early in this game, could not buy a bucket to start. 23 points, 9 of 22 shooting, 1 of 5 from the three-point line, 20% from that three-point line. You got Naz Reid, who was probably their best player with 19 points off the bench, 8 of 14, 3 of 7 from the three-point line. Outside of that, they did not get much productivity from anyone else. And I knew this game was over when I saw them sub Terrence Shannon Jr. in. Once they subbed Terrence Shannon Jr. in, I said, oh, they lost this like a motherfucker. But when you look at this Golden State Warrior team, obviously Steph Curry goes down after 13 minutes of action. He had 13 points in 13 minutes, in literally 12 minutes and 54 seconds. He was on his way to a 40-point game. But he goes down with injury, but the others stepped up. We saw Draymond Green carry this team in scoring in the first half. He had 18, 4 of 10 from the three-point line. Jimmy Butler with a quiet 20 points, but he did have 11 rebounds and 8 assists, close to a triple-double. And then you have Buddy Hield, the savior of Game 7 versus the Houston Rockets, another big game, plus 22 on the night, 24 points, 5 of 8 from the three, 7 of 19 from the field. And again, it's the offense that Minnesota struggles with. Remember what I told y'all. I said Minnesota has, for whatever reason, struggled with Golden State for like the last 10, 15 games. It's not the personnel. It's the offense that they struggle with. And Mahari Nation Sports Podcast, he texted me during the game. He said they can't guard the split actions. They don't know what to do on the split actions. How many times did we see Jimmy Butler on the split actions literally just waltz into the lane for wide open layups? Just wide open layups, just waltzing into the lane. These split actions are confusing these guys, right? A team that was hyper-focused on guarding and pick and roll, now you have to guard split actions, which requires high-level communications and a boatload of help side defense loaded up to bail you out if these guys blow those coverages. And what we saw yesterday was they struggle with that to a significant degree. You also had some guys come off the bench and give some positive minutes for whatever reason. And this is one of the most baffling things that I've seen in basketball for a long time. And it's the usage of Jonathan Kuminga. And this is a Golden State Warrior team. This is a Golden State Warrior team, y'all, that has essentially ruined almost every young player that they've come across over the last 5 years. They ruined James Wiseman. They ruined Jordan Poole. And now they're in the process of ruining Jonathan Kuminga. This is great young talent. Why does a guy in Jonathan Kuminga only play 13 minutes? And I'm just starting to believe that the fix is in. I'm starting to believe that the fix is in for Golden State, because it's just not making any sense that in a game where Steph Curry goes down, you don't play Jonathan Kuminga. And when he gets in the game, he's actually giving you, he's actually giving you positive minutes. Hold on, yeah. Let me pull these stats up real quick. Let me show y'all this. Because I don't understand this with Jonathan Kuminga. I mean, they're playing guys like Pat Spencer heavy minutes. Yeah, he's been getting DNPs all year, but T Streets. I think I know why. And I think this is the shady side of NBA basketball that's starting to kick in. It's the shady side of NBA basketball that's starting to kick in and catch up with him. It's not about Jonathan Kuminga getting free checks, Eminem. I believe that this is an effort by Golden State to intentionally lower the value of Jonathan Kuminga. I believe if you allow Jonathan Kuminga to get on the court, especially in the playoffs, as hungry as he is, all he's going to do is he's going to showcase to teams why he's extremely valuable. And what somebody's going to do is they're going to throw out a restricted free agent offer that the Warriors can't match. All they're doing is trying to devalue the man. Because there's absolutely nothing that I've seen that makes sense why this man is not playing. Nothing else makes sense. Like they're literally, and all we keep hearing is, we've seen Jonathan Kuminga come out and have some monster games. And all we keep hearing is Kerr saying, stay ready, stay ready, stay ready. But all you're doing is you play him, you yank him out, play him, you yank him out, or you don't play him at all. You're trying to devalue this man. You can't trade him, Eminem, because he has no value right now. See, with this new CBA, the teams that are able to retain their young talent are going to be the teams that succeed. If you think about the Warriors and the stretch of success that they had, the stretch of the success that the Warriors had, it actually stemmed from Steph Curry and those ankle injuries. The ankle injuries devalue Steph. They got Steph for the low, which allowed them to get players like Kevin Durant and pay a ton of other vets. But Steph's ankles allowed him to go underpaid for years. They were able to accumulate a ton of talent and actually win. But when you think about what's going on with the Warriors right now, Jonathan Kuminga is healthy. He was injured this year to a certain degree, but now he's back. And then even when he comes back, when there are glaring holes, even with Jimmy Butler get injured, Steph Curry get injured, you still don't play the man? You're playing guys like Pat Spencer over him. Pat Spencer is playing, and let's not even knock Pat Spencer. Pat Spencer had some really valuable minutes yesterday. When you look at this team yesterday, but when you look at this game yesterday, Brandon Podziemski had 3 points, was a -1 on the night, 1 of 7 from the field, 1 of 5 from the three-point line, but he played 30 minutes. Jonathan Kuminga in 13 minutes was 2 of 5 from the field with 7 points. 1 of 1 from the three-point line, 2 of 2 from the free throw line. Much more productive minutes for a guy in Jonathan Kuminga. But you don't play him at all. Instead, they relegate those minutes to a Pat Spencer. They relegated more minutes to Gary Payton II. They relegated minutes to Moses Moody. They even relegated time to Kevon Looney. But when Steph Curry goes down, how do you not find any minutes for Jonathan Kuminga? More than 13 minutes. And it's just starting to look like this is an intentional effort to just devalue this man. Lamont, he says, Mahari, keep blocking. Mahari, please, no blocking nobody, y'all. We're not blocking people, y'all. We're not blocking people. We're not timing nobody out. That's not what the mod wrenches are for, y'all. I really don't care what Wild Wild West says. All right, y'all. All right, it don't really bother me too much. He ain't saying nothing that means anything. I don't entertain Pat Bev conversations. And to me, it's just surprising that somebody would even like, who remembers conversations we had 2-3 years ago? Well, West, I don't know you. How do I know you? There's like 7 people that come in here with the name Wild Wild West. There's a Wild Wild West with an orange emoji. There's a Wild Wild West with a LeBron James emoji. There's like 7. Like, so you need to change your channel name because it's not unique. I think we might have had I think we had a Wild Wild West in the chat last week who kept spamming that I had to block. We got Al Tariq. He says, yeah, Giannis is out. He wants to play with Jimmy and Dame. Giannis don't want to play with no Jimmy, and he wants to play. Giannis is out. He wants to play with Jimmy and Dame. Jimmy and Dame not. He wants to play with Jimmy and Dame not going to Miami. He's going to Orlando. Dame can't go anywhere right now. Dame can't go nowhere right now. Dame is likely out for the entire season next year. He tore his Achilles. Dame is not going anywhere. Everybody says Giannis is out, and then as soon as the season ends, Giannis always rees up with the Bucks. Why don't we just do this? Why don't we just stop pretending that we know where these players are going to move? Because Bleacher Report and Clutch Points is typically wrong 99% of the time. Just let these guys sign where they want to sign, and then we'll address it, and we'll address what those roster looks like after those moves happen. Let's look at the Moose Talks Hoop, man. Pulling up one of the OGs of the channel. We got to make sure Moose gets a wrench. He's leaving FYF. I don't know if he's leaving. In an era where so many people say that guys need to be loyal to their teams, why would you want them to leave? I haven't seen any indicators that he wants to leave. Are you saying he wants to leave because he's mad that they lost? They've lost a whole bunch of times and he hasn't left. They lost a whole bunch of times and he hasn't asked for a trade. Nobody's happy about losing. It seems to me that people like Giannis are just ready to get back in the lab and start getting ready for next year. You said play the Peter Bagju song. I mean, unfortunately, man, if you want the song played at random, man, if you want the song played at random, I mean, you got to hit the super chat or you got to hit the cash app, man. We got Emma Jack on Twitch says you got a nice shoe collection. Yeah, these shoes I really don't even wear these shoes very much. You know, really don't wear them too much, man. Especially the Jordans, man. You know, I'm just trying to hold on to the Jordans, man. And I'm probably going to restart reselling them, getting them up out of here, man. We got Young Africa in the building. I can't wait to drop the link. Hopefully we can get Young Africa up here. He says, yo, FIF. If you was a coach, would your defense prioritize protecting? Hold on, my bad. protecting the paint or the three-point line. My defense will prioritize protecting the three-point line for sure. My defense would. Teams can't. The game has changed. Teams are not going to beat you with twos anymore. We lost 6 games this year. Young Africa. We were 36-6. In almost every game that we lost, I had to tell my team, if we just turn those threes into twos, we win the game. If we just run guys off the three-point line, who cares? Go make a layup. That's one less point. If we just play with effort and energy and run them off the three, we turn threes into twos, we win the game. Like a team has, imagine if a team hits 12 threes and they win. And they win by 5 points. Well, imagine if you'd have ran them off the three-point line and you turn all those threes into layups. Well, you win the game. That's 12 points you get back on the board. You have to prioritize defending the three. Right? It's too easy. You don't have to, there's no need to prioritize defending the paint because good help defense is just going to naturally protect the paint. So you don't have to overcompensate for it. Unless the other team has a 7-4 giant down there that you got to pack it in for. But that's like Zach Edey at Purdue. Those are absolute anomalies. Post play is easy to defend. It's the three-point line that's hard to defend now. I mean, because you got guys all summer shooting 500 threes a day. And if you have 4 guys on the court and they all shooting 40% from the three-point line, you're in trouble if you cannot contain the three. Yeah, but we're going to cook on all this. I'm going to go ahead and get this link dropped. He says, Lamont is cool. You got to try. I'm not trolling you, Wild Wild West. I don't have conversations about Draymond and Pat Bev. I don't know if you misinterpreted this weird conversation. Draymond Green is one of my favorite players. I think Draymond Green is one of the most disrespected players. So for you to say that I entertained a conversation of elevating Pat Bev over anything with Draymond, this is just you desperate to try to have a take that you want to say is right over me. Just desperately grasp. Talk about the game today. Talk about the Lakers series. Talk about something recent. Don't come to me about nothing that you think we conversated about 2 years ago, which I'm almost 1,000% positive you misquoted. And then we go down a road of just nonsense because you're just making stuff up. I don't remember because it didn't happen. I have a very good memory. I don't remember because it didn't happen. You remember because you're desperate to try to have a take that might be superior to mine. And so now you're grasping for straws at a Pat Beverly take, which sounds ludicrous. I could be 1,000. If it makes you feel better, Wild West, let's just say you have it. Let's just say you have it. I don't remember this conversation. I would never debate a Draymond Green. Why would I guess you can have it. You can have it. Wild West. If you want to talk about it, Wild West, just go find a link. Go find a link to the video, and then we'll go play it. Look at Slime Bourbon. I remember that stream. Oh my God. Look, he said thank you. First, I want you to go find the stream and give me the link in the timestamp. Draymond and Pat Bev. Oh my God, bro. 2-3 year ago take, man. And he's so stupid, Slime, he think you for real. This man said I'd talk about Pat Bev is better than Draymond. What the hell are you talking about? Let me get this link out here, man. We're going to cook on these topics, man. And we got some games tonight. Are the Boston Celtics in trouble? Are the Boston Celtics in trouble? This silly team, the Boston Celtics play like the Lonzo Ball, Chino Hill basketball team. These fools just out here hooping like a motherfucker, just throwing up threes in the middle of the playoffs. Why is can somebody explain to me why the Boston Celtics are playing like Chino Hills led by LaMelo Ball and Lonzo Ball and Jello Ball? That's what we should name their 3 best players, man. And the head coach is the head honcho of all this nonsense. Is LeVar Ball. Just chucking up threes. Play fast, chuck up threes. Play fast, chuck up threes. Try to press sometimes, play fast. That's literally what they do. They like the NBA version of Chino Hills. And then you run into a team that's ultra disciplined, and they just sat back and they just watched. They said it's only a matter of time before y'all motherfuckers just start missing shots. And then boy, man. I mean, I told you this playoff series is giving us some really good games, a lot of physicality. But this playoff series has also, I'm talking about when you look at yesterday's game, when you look at the Celtics game, teams have literally shown us the ABCs of how to give away basketball games. When you look at what OKC did, I mean, this is the how-to guide on how to lose a basketball game as fast as hell when I have to lead the entire game. It's just, these are like how-to guides on how to lose. And the funniest thing about it is you got people who believe in this how to lose guide. Thank you. The art of losing, man. Some of these, I mean, Jesus. I mean, they are creating new ways to lose basketball games. And a lot of it is just typically, if you look at the Boston Celtics, a lot of it is because they keep playing algebra, math, calculus for basketball. What do the Boston Celtics do? Well, the analytics tell us if we shoot a whole bunch of threes, man, just a ridiculous amount of threes, we're going to win the game. Well, go ahead. Look at the Minnesota Timberwolves. Well, the analytics tell us if we just try to shoot 172 threes in 2 games, we can win the game. If you look at yesterday, if you look at OKC game, well, the analytics tell us, man, if we foul up 3, if we keep fouling up 3, we can win the game. Oh, stupid math, basketball, head ass. Now all y'all motherfuckers looking like y'all lost. All y'all motherfuckers is lost games y'all should have won, man. I told y'all got to stop. The analytics are the analytics and let them be used in its proper way. Sometimes you got to throw it in the garbage can and you just got to go hoop. All right, link is about to be in the chat. Make sure you hit the Cash App to support the channel. I'm gonna go ahead and drop this link, man. We can cook on these topics, man. I want to hear y'all thoughts, man. There's a lot of games. There's a lot of basketball to talk about. There's some big games tonight, crazy games yesterday. Even crazier games the night before. I mean, it's not letting us down. And also, and it's another element we could talk about. You know, in the first round of the playoffs, NBA playoff ratings were at the highest. They were the highest that we've ever seen. But then the Los Angeles Lakers lose, and now they take a 38% dive. The Cavs are in debt. The Cavs are in a world of hurt right now. The Cavs are in a world of hurt right now. All right, y'all. Hold on, Jared. We got Wild Wild West up here. The Pat Bev versus Draymond Green debater. Talk to us, man.
All right. Appreciate you, Lamont. Thank you for having me on the show again, my guy. I know we got to start off rough. Now you do remember me now, right?
Yeah, I know who you are, Wild Wild West.
All right. So at least we ain't going that far with it. Now, the conversation we had didn't start off with Pat, Bev, and Draymond. That wasn't the topic of your show.
All right. Can you give me the link to the video?
Man, I wish I knew what the topic of the show was.
How long ago was this conversation?
It was at least a couple years ago. You're right about that. It was around the time when the Eagles. Go ahead.
So hold on. So this is a conversation from 2 years ago.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead. I'm trying to recall. I mean, I've done over 700 live streams. So now I'm trying to recall this Pat Beverly. You know, it's harder to recall Pat Beverly conversations because that we talk about Pat Bev at a bare minimum. But go ahead.
100%.
Let's hear this, and hopefully we recall this.
100%. The only reason I even thought about it is because you just started talking about Pat Bev. I don't think about Pat Bev no more than anybody else.
Gotcha.
But it was such a ridiculous conversation that we went into because somehow we were talking about when Pat Bev pushed dude down when he was playing with the Lakers. Right. And my take on it was that was a sucker move. He pushed him in the back. Your take on it was he's an enforcer. That's an enforcer move. And that's when we went back and forth about, I was saying Draymond's a better enforcer. We didn't talk about basketball skill. We was just strictly talking about enforcers. And I was like, Draymond's more of an enforcer. And you were like, I don't think Draymond's an enforcer. I don't see him as an enforcer.
But didn't I just tell you that in the chat?
Yes, you did.
I just told you in the chat, I don't do enforcer talk. I don't look at Dray. I look at Draymond as a highly skilled Hall of Fame type of player. Enforcers are scrubs.
I disagree because Maurice Lucas wasn't a scrub and he was an enforcer.
Who?
Maurice Lucas, your Blazer.
You went all the way back to Maurice Lucas, bro. We're talking about
modern, bro. Because that is
we're talking about today's modern basketball.
Okay,
so what you gonna tell me next? Buck Williams and Charles Oakley?
Go ahead.
Be Buck Williams and Charles Oakley?
I'm gonna let you talk. I ain't gonna interrupt you.
No. I'm saying in today's game, the modern basketball, enforcers are irrelevant. You will not have a spot in the league for long if you have a role on top of your head called enforcer. You're going to be playing
you don't think
in Pakistan somewhere. No, Draymond Green is a high-level skill player that's valuable on both sides of the basketball. The fact that he plays slightly more physical than most players, the fact that he plays with a certain edge does not mean, he's an enforcer just because he will push and shove a couple times. But at the end of the day, the enforcer role is stupid because it's always been a role relegated to straight bums. It's not even a real role. It's just guys that's willing to hack because they trash.
All right. Are you done?
I don't recall this conversation.
Okay. So you don't recall the conversation. That's fair enough. That's a lot better than saying I made it up.
I believe you're making it up.
All right. Now you're being funny. But that's cool. That's what I say when you try to troll me, bro, because out of talking to me, Lamont, bring one time that I came on your panel and made something up.
Right now.
It's a lie, bro. Come on now. You remember the conversation, though, right?
No.
Okay.
I don't remember entertaining a debate between Pat Beverly and Draymond Green.
You don't remember a conversation we had about it? If you don't remember it, you don't remember. But saying that I would come on your panel and just make it up, come on, bro. Don't make no sense.
All I'm saying is that you are maybe misinformed about what the conversation was actually about.
Okay. We can agree to disagree, but I didn't make it up. Understand that.
Okay, so let's to summarize for the people before we move on. You feel Pat Beverly's an enforcer?
No, that's what the whole disagreement was about. Is you took the side of saying he wasn't an enforcer, and I said he wasn't.
So let me ask you. Hold on. What was one of Pat Beverly's roles with the Lakers at that stage in his career?
Defender, shoot the open three. That was basically it.
Hey, remember what I told you about enforcers? They typically find themselves playing in Pakistan somewhere. Where Pat Beverly playing at right now?
Hey, what did I tell you about Maurice Lucas?
You didn't tell me nothing about no Maurice Lucas, man.
You tried it. That was a nice try, though. You tried to pin me to Pat Beverly.
Hold on. I don't know Maurice Lucas. I just because I'm a Blazer fan, don't mean I dig back into the back pages of encyclopedias. I don't. What I'm saying is this. Hold on. What I'm saying is this.
Maurice Lucas.
Hold on, Wild West. Hold on, Wild West. All I'm saying is this. just because I'm a Blazer fan, it don't mean I dig into the back pages of Blazer history just to go find old players to parade around. I don't care about old. No, listen what no, I don't care if you know what I'm saying is I don't care about the old players. That style of play back then, I think that of course you had to distinct, like if you don't have any other skills to make your game distinct from anything else, you have to get around, start hacking people to pretend that you're an enforcer. You're a bum. So again, if you are running around hacking people, you are typically the bum. And if you did it in an era where you could potentially stay in the league a little bit longer, it was probably because the league was kind of trash.
Do you know why they call Maurice Lucas an enforcer, though?
I don't know Maurice Lucas.
I do, but I can tell you why. They called him an
willing to hack somebody.
No, wrong again. They called him an enforcer because when the Sixers and the Blazers were in the finals, Daryl Dawkins started going crazy. There was a fight that broke out. Maurice Lucas stood up to Daryl Dawkins and hit him with a two-piece, and that's when they labeled him the enforcer.
So somebody that's willing
and the Blazers came back and won the finals, and they said part of that fight was the reason why the Blazers won the finals. The Sixers were up 2-0 in the series.
Okay. All right. Oh, okay. So
it's a little history lesson, my brother.
Okay, so the Blazers won the series because Maurice Lucas was willing to hack and fight.
No, not because they said that was one of the reasons that led to the Blazers winning the finals. Because the Sixers were up 2-0 in the finals. That fight broke out. Go ahead.
Bro, go ahead with the story. I just want you to get it out your system.
No, I'm just giving you the history of where the enforcer came from. That's where all that talk came from.
I don't care about enforcers. That's
relevant. Fine. You don't care, but when I give you the history of it and I tell you where it came from, and I tell you Maurice Lucas.
Hold on, Jared.
Who was one of the
Jared, why would you type in the chat that when did I say Isaiah Stewart is not an enforcer? I don't talk about Isaiah Stewart. What are you talking about? Look, now you got Jared doing this dumb shit.
Jared, don't blame me. Don't blame me. You said I was stupid. You said I was lying. I was making it up.
Now I'm getting on Jared right now. Wow, Jared, what are you type? When do I have these Isaiah Stewart conversations? The last time we talked about Isaiah Stewart was when this man ran up on Gilbert Arenas because Gilbert Arenas was clowning him on the podcast. I don't talk about no Isaiah Stewart, man. We couldn't even talk about him in the Pistons series. The man was on the bench hurt. Where do y'all get these takes from, man?
Hey, well, I'm rolling with you with the basketball talk. I'm going. I just want to make sure that I cleared my name from one sounding like I'm a stalker. I don't know you, and I'm making up topics. Nah,
bro. This just doesn't sound like a topic I would even entertain for very long.
We didn't entertain it for that long. We might have talked about it for 10, 15 minutes, bro.
All right, y'all. There y'all go. Well, I got Wild Wild West, man. He is referencing a conversation from 2 to 3 years ago on Pat Beverly and Draymond Green. And he says that I said that Pat Beverly was an enforcer. He doesn't think Pat Beverly was an enforcer. He thinks Pat Beverly push was dirty. I said the push was clean. And that ultimately led to us saying that Draymond Green was not as good of an enforcer than Pat Beverly. And I guess that was the conversation that we had, man. So
I took the side of Draymond Green being an enforcer. You took the side of Draymond Green being not an enforcer.
I think we all just got dumber. I think we all just got dumber entertaining that basketball conversation right there because it absolutely made no sense whatsoever, man. He said that fight was funny. Chocolate Thunder. Yeah, bro, the bums back then, if you get to punching and swinging, you're trash.
You think Maurice Lucas was trash?
Bro, I don't know his game.
Okay, well, what about Akeem Olajuwon? He was slapping the shit out of people. You think he was trash?
I think he's one of the most overrated players in NBA history.
Okay, now hold on. Panel has definitely got smarter from that.
But Wild West. The funny thing about it is that's one of my most popular takes on this channel, and you act like this the first time you heard me say that. It's in the theme song. Hakeem Olajuwon overrated.
I've never heard you say that though, bro. For real.
Hold on. It's in the actual thing. Like it's into like if you've been watching for the last 2 years, like you said, and you don't know this is why I don't believe you. This is why I say you're making stuff up. Man, one of my most infamous takes about Hakeem Olajuwon, because Young Africa gets on me a lot about it. H30 and a lot of these guys get on me a lot about it. Right? Players' Choice PC, they got on me a lot about it.
Right.
But all of a sudden, you remember a 15-minute minute conversation about Pat Bev, but my most infamous take about Hakeem Olajuwon, which is in the theme song intro to the show. See that, man? This is why, man. I
think your most infamous take is your takes on Jordan. I think your takes on Jordan are the most.
Give me one take on Jordan that you don't agree with.
No, it's not that I don't agree with him, because you come with facts. You come with facts.
Give me one. Give me one that you say is infamous.
The one where you were talking about when he took the time off because of the gambling debt. When you did the whole little thing.
But it's not a take. That's just reporting the facts. That's not a take.
You reported some facts, but you threw in some of your own personal opinions.
Okay. Me reporting Jordan's gambling stuff is facts. That's not a take.
Right.
It happened.
No, but I'm talking about your opinions about why he stepped away from the league. That's why he stepped away from the league. That's no one's what he said and what you're saying is two different things.
Okay, why did I say he stepped away from the league? All I did was I reported why. The only thing I said about him stepping away from the league, I reported why a member of the mob, a former member of the Italian mafia, went on Vlad TV. He said, I was told by an NBA official,
guy, right? You talking about Michael, right?
He went on Vlad TV and said, I was told by somebody in the NBA, this is why Mike stepped away from the league. I just reported what he said. I don't have any opinion on it. I just give you guys the information and let you make your own opinions. I don't have an opinion on that.
Okay. I thought you had an opinion on that. My fault. I can admit when I'm wrong about something, I thought you had an opinion about it.
All right, man. Let's get back to these games, man. We got anime, manga up here, man. Anime, what's good, man? And he dropped out, man. Looks like it might have been a troll account or something, man. Come on, man.
What's up with your boy to the right? Why he ain't saying nothing? Who's your boy?
That's just what Jared do, man. Sometimes Jared there, sometimes he not, man. Jared's he's a different breed, man.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, Jared. What's good?
30 is a casual. He's usually up here. Is he a casual now?
He's 30. Y'all still hear me? Jared, you got a little bit of background noise, but we can hear you.
Okay, so basically, man, we gotta talk about this Timberwolves game, bro. That Anthony that was choked out with away from.
Oh, Jared, your mic is messed up. Your mic is messed up, Jared.
Wait, my mic's messed up.
Yeah, you got a lot of crazy, like your whole mic. I don't know what it is, man. Your mic just sound crazy. Just hop out and come right back in.
All right, bet Lamont.
All right, Lamont. Let's talk about these. Whatever you want to go on. I'm with it.
Give me your thoughts, man. You watched the game last night. What are your thoughts? And then we can even talk about the OKC debacle, man.
All right, so it looks like Minnesota was out of rhythm. That 5 days off hurt them, helped the Warriors. People were assuming that the Warriors were going to be too tired, but they were right in rhythm. They didn't even miss a beat, really. They had a little point in the game in the fourth quarter where they had a drought where they didn't score for 4 minutes. But besides that, it was pretty easy work for them without Steph.
When did
my opinion.
When did the Timberwolves ever get in rhythm? The last game against the Lakers, they shot 7 of 47 from the three. They played just as bad. It was just the Lakers couldn't score a goddamn bucket when they needed to, and their offense was just as atrocious. When did Minnesota actually get their rhythm? Because they haven't played good basketball at all.
So you just think the Lakers are that trash?
No, what I'm saying is, I feel like when you look at that Lakers series, the Lakers again, when we talk about teams that have a how-to guide on how to lose basketball games, JJ Redick, game 4. You know what I'm going to try today? How about we just not do any subs the entire second half? Let's see how this works. A how-to guide, page 79, on how to lose playoff basketball games. And then you go to game 5. Our man-to-man defense ain't been solid. We just can't score basketball. How about we just randomly try a zone? But you know what we're going to also try? We're not going to put no big in the middle of the zone. We're going to try to stick Maxi Kleber and LeBron James in the middle of the zone, and guys like Dorian Finney-Smith. And I just want to see what this looks like. We're in the middle of the playoffs. How to lose basketball games, page 82. The JJ Redick edition. They're giving games away with just sheer and pure stupidity. This is not Minnesota has not been playing good basketball. That's what I'm saying. I don't know when they even got their rhythm to even get out of. I thought they would use the break to try to get in rhythm. These motherfuckers came out from the break and went back to doing exactly what they did in that last game versus the Lakers, which is chucking up threes and playing a whole bunch of ISO ball that don't work against this Warrior team that will load up and a lot of man. They play man-to-man defense, but the way they load up and help, it looks like zone. And you know, they just not going to give you the easy looks that you're not going to have a guy out there who can give you 9-10 blow-bys a game like Luka was doing. Right? These guys is going to fight to stay in front. And then you got Draymond Green in that post that's going to either foul you, right? Or he's going to go vertical and contest.
True.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know what Minnesota was doing with all this time off. It don't look like they was doing nothing.
Nah. Who do you have in game 2?
I mean, obviously, you got to give Minnesota an edge. The Warriors don't got Steph Curry. I mean, with no Steph Curry, we've seen the Warriors this year will have letdown games when they feel like the game isn't as valuable. I feel like they went into Minnesota. They won game 1. They're going to approach the game like, well, we've done our job here in Minnesota. I wouldn't be surprised if this was like a 20-point win for Minnesota. But I also wouldn't be surprised if these young players who don't typically get an opportunity to play come out and make this game more competitive than it's supposed to be. Because the only thing that if anything crazy happens, for example, if a guy like Quentin Post, if Buddy Hield has another big game and you make that game close at the end, don't be surprised if Jimmy Butler is able to close that game out. But Minnesota, only option, they have to blow the Golden State Warriors out, because if you make it close, it's hard for me to trust them in the clutch against this Warrior team. They have to. So, but you got to give them an edge because the Warriors don't got Steph Curry. So, I mean, that's just kind of built-in advantage right there. You just got to give some.
Well, Minnesota was -6.5 going into the game. Game 1. I like the Warriors in game 2. I like the Warriors in game 2. And the reason I like the Warriors in game 2 is what you were talking about, that zone, that matchup zone. They go tricky with the zone. They have a major coaching advantage.
Yeah, that's true. I agree there.
Their game plan, from what it looks like Minnesota's waiting to see what the Warriors are going to do, and then they're adjusting. And that's not good. What, like you said, you seen them, you said, I don't know what they were doing. What were they doing? What type of offense were they running? I seen them running plays for Nas Reed. I don't see it. I don't see Minnesota. I got Warriors in 6.
Well, I think this series is going to come down to Steph's health. I mean, Jimmy is going to have to get real active if they're going to win this without Steph. I think this is what I think too. I think with Steph going out with injury, they've already said that Steph's going to be out a week. If you win another game, you buy yourself a significant amount of time for Steph to get healthy before It looks like I do agree there. there's probably going to be a desperation for these guys to fight and claw and try to win this game too, to create that cushion for Steph. You feel comfortable going back into your home court. You got 2 games there where even if you give up one, you're still in a good spot. So I do agree. They're probably gonna go all out ballistic on trying to win this game, but I just don't think it's not going to be easy. I think they are now well aware of the fact that they are chucking up too many threes. And here's the problem with this. One of the problems with this, and since you hoop, you might understand this conundrum that I think Minnesota's about to run into. The whole world is talking about them being 12 of 76 over the last 2 games, right?
Right.
But the problem is that they were a top 3 offense in the league because of their ability to shoot a lot of threes. If you overthink this and you go into game 2 trying to be a different team, we're gonna make concerted effort to not shoot a lot of threes, and you completely go away from your identity, you could screw yourself just trying to go away from who you naturally are.
100%.
Because their MO, their mantra has been, this is the type of team we are, just like the Boston Celtics. But the Celtics will sell out. They'll say, fuck it. We're going to go down with the ship shooting threes. We ain't changing for nobody.
100%. Because they got confidence that you can't beat them 4 times in the series.
That too. And so I think that Minnesota, if there was ever a coach and a team that could fall into that mental trap, is Minnesota. Because I don't think their coach is very good at all. And I don't know, I don't know how they figure this one out, because if you overemphasize it, they'll stop shooting threes, and now you can't keep up with Golden State. And if you don't say nothing about it, they very well may keep shooting threes and not make another one for the next game either. So, this is a nasty situation.
How many times have you seen a Michael Conley team in the playoffs underachieve?
Hold on, say it again.
I like Mike Conley. Now, how many times have you seen him be the starting point guard and the team underachieve?
Well, I don't consider this the same version of Mike Conley, like of some of the teams he's been on that have underachieved, though. His role is like this is Ant-Man's team, and if they start to falter, it's on Ant-Man's neck. He's the leader. He's the best player. If they fall away, like that game 1 has to go to Ant-Man. He didn't lead them in the beginning. One of the reasons why they were so desperate at chucking up threes in that game was because Ant-Man couldn't get going. He missed a whole bunch of shots. And when Ant-Man started chucking up, like when I saw Ant-Man in transition, literally stop, look around, shoot a top of the key 3. That shot hit the backboard. It didn't even hit rim. It just hit the backboard and bounced off. I said, oh man. I said, they I don't get it, man. I don't get it, man.
Well, the coach is out of there, I would think, if they lose in this series, and they need to make changes.
Hold on, we got Jessica in the chat. She says, you just have to adjust on the go, shoot the 3. On the go, shoot the 3. If they don't fall, then drive to the basket. Yeah, but like some teams, they don't know how to function when them threes don't go in. She says, hold on. She says, respect, salute, maybe see you on. Oh yeah, Flight Sports TV, man. Shout out to Flight Sports TV, man. They still cooking up, man. What they got? What's on the agenda over there, man? There ain't no way they still talking about Jello ball, man. And make sure, hey man, we still looking for Coffee, man. Coffee owe me $10,000, man. He still owe, man. He ain't made one payment toward his debt. Man, the man bet me $10,000. It was like one of the biggest moments on Flight Sports TV. It was one of the biggest
on bets.
What? We bet. This is when Jello. This is when Jello Ball. I mean, not Jello. Yeah, this is when LiAngelo Ball was in the on the Charlotte Hornets preseason team.
Yeah.
And me and him made a bet. I said he offered me to bet. He said,
was it Summer League?
No, not Summer League, preseason. He said,
okay,
I bet you. He said, I bet you $10,000 that LiAngelo Ball makes the opening day roster. And I said, shit, bet. Well, no, first thing I said was, the first thing I said was this. The first thing I said was, can we come up with a more reasonable amount so you'll actually pay when you lose? Right? I tried to give him an out. He was like, nah, fuck it, man. He said, I want to go up to 20,000. I was like, fuck it, man. I was like, all right. I was like, maybe you big money, dog. I was like, maybe you big money, man. Let's just stick with the 10. Bro, a couple days before the season about to open, I think it was like a Monday. I think opening night was that Wednesday. Next thing you know, breaking news, ESPN. Man, LiAngelo Ball waived, man. As expected, LiAngelo Ball is waived. He'll possibly play on the G League team. Bro, it did everything, everything was going haywire over there on Flight Sports TV, man. So when I get over there to Flight Sports TV, I'm ready to, because, Coffee's a big money dude. He owns a big coffee business. I mean, he has the money. He has the bread. He out in Chicago living it up. Limos with all the big rappers. Bro, I get to the channel, man. Coffee don't pull up. He ain't there. The other dude that tell Coffee's bet for $200, he paid. He paid me cash out right then and there. Boom. He tell Coffee's bet. I'm like, where Coffee at? So then somebody goes and digs him out of Instagram. He finally comes over to the stream. This what he said. He said opening day. He said, I meant opening day of the preseason. Hold on. Now, mind you, this right here. Here's the problem with this. Here's the problem with him being confused. I can get a random Joe being confused, but Coffee has told some legendary tales on Flight Sports TV. The man said he got drafted into the NBA. He was an elite college player. Like, he knows all of this terminology. He knows there's no miscommunication. This man was 1 foot from being in the NBA himself, according to him, when he tells this story. You would think that a guy that's been this close to the league would know what opening day is, right? Because I even went to him on IG, man. I was like, look, man, you lost, man. Here's my wire information. You can definitely wire it over, man. The man was like, opening day. He's like, man, we was talking about opening day of the preseason. I was like, what the hell is opening day of the preseason?
So now you owe him 10,000.
Bro. Everybody, bro, I'm dying laughing. And the funniest part about it was, bro, there was people in there really trying to make sense of it. They was like, oh, he might be right. And I'm like, opening day of the preseason. Ain't no opening day of the preseason. The opening night is the first game of the season. You can, but yeah, locker room. Oh no, locker room do owe 500. Locker room owe me 500 too. Locker room not gonna pay. He been on me for like 6 months. He ain't gonna pay.
Man, you need to hire a debt collector.
Look, man, 10,000, man. He definitely owe. He actually been over here a few times since then. Bro, he came over here just cook. Like he just been cooking like it's all normal too, man. Like he don't owe 10,000. I was just like, I let him ride. He came on the panel and everything. I'm like, man, salute to Coffee, man. Salute to Coffee.
Well, salute, Lamont. I got to get back to my gig, man. I appreciate you having me on the show, man. I will. Right, I'm definitely gonna hit you. I'm gonna hit your cash app up, man, because I feel bad about. I ain't shooting you 10,000.
No. Anything, $1, $2, anything, every penny helps, man. But I definitely appreciate it, man. Definitely appreciate it.
Salute to the channel, man. Stay up, bro.
Yes, sir. Hold on, we got somebody in the chat. Theo is saying Coffee to the World versus Elder. When was this? Did they debate? Coffee to the World versus Elder on FYF Sports Debates? I don't think they debated. Hold on, we got Young Africa in the backstage, and we got JT back up. Young Africa, man, what's good, man?
What up, FYF Lamont, man? Hey, hit that like button, man. Hey, subscribe if you're new. Look, man. Hey, man. Y'all been chopping it up about past issues, man. I'd like to talk about the present, Lamont. I like to talk about the basketball we're watching right now and a day of games or a night of games for me, where we talk about OKC, Denver, game 2, Knicks, Celtics, game 2. The first time in NBA history, all home teams lost in the second round, 4 games up to now. Interesting. Well, what do you think about the road teams? Is this the new era of the NBA? Is the old LeBron, Curry, KD era done when we come to contention? Is it the new era time, Lamar?
Bro, I was just thinking about that the other day, and I was saying to myself, when we kind of, because you got to think about it, we kind of grew up with these players, and it don't feel like time went by that fast. Like, it still feel like players that been in the league 6-7 years, it still feel like they rookies and second-year players. Exactly. But all this time, they turning into vets. Like, when we think about Tyrese Halliburton, this man been through the trenches. He ain't a young player no more. He's starting to mold himself into a vet. And I think what we started to forget with like the team like the Pacers, Miles Turner is a vet now. Tyrese Halliburton is a vet now. Siakam is a vet now. What we started to forget that these young guys is now the vets of the league. And the older guys that we kind of grew up loving and watching, the KDs, the Currys, the LeBrons, and that ilk of guys, they starting to get older and soon about to be phased out. And so what's happening is the change of the guard is happening right in our face. It's the changing of the guard that's happening. And we starting to see it with guys like Brunson, right? A lot of the young stars with the Knicks. We saw it with the Pistons start putting up that hell of a fight in the first round. So you're all right. I mean, it's just it's starting to approach us, man. It's just starting to creep up on us, man. And I think it's now we just got to start giving these young dudes credit for just being great, man. Because we want to be so thirsty when they talk about LeBron, talking about, LeBron, this and that. And I'm like, I think Go James Kingdom did a hell of a post the other day about a lot of these people with these super crazy expectations of LeBron. And it's just like, that's why a lot of LeBron fans feel like he's the GOAT, because y'all still hold him to championship level standards at the age of 40. And so,
big facts.
Yeah,
big facts.
I think this I think this Knicks team has slowly starting to become one of my favorite teams to watch. I still don't like them. I would have preferred to see the Pistons. I don't like them, but Jalen Brunson is just making too many clutch shots for me to act like I can ignore it. The man is just too good late game. Big shot after big shot after big shot. And then when you go to Denver, OKC, I've had a huge suspicion all year that OKC is very susceptible to a team that's willing to slow down the pace on them. And when they can't get in transition, I don't know if this team can operate in the half court. And Denver caught wind of that, slowed the game down, stole one. And now you give the best player in the league the equalizer in the series. And let's not act like Nikola Jokic don't have some type of internal motivation to prove why he's the league MVP. Like, everybody thinks Jokic's just nonchalant. He don't care. He want to go ride horses. Nah, I'm not going for that. You don't drop 40 and 20 and you ain't got nothing to prove. And I think he was out to send a message to OKC. And that's exactly what they did.
Hey, what's happening, Lamont? How you doing, brother?
Hey, what's up, Mahari?
Hey, remember what I texted you last night, bro? I said to you, specifically, the Timberwolves could not defend the split action. I counted at least 5 consecutive times that Jimmy Butler was able to get layups off the split action play. And I'm just sitting into the fact, like, bro, if the Timberwolves can't even defend that, let alone even a simple screen and roll play, how are they going to beat the Warriors? It's like I've seen this Timberwolves team play better than this. But like I said, I've seen this Timberwolves team all year to know that they're an inconsistent team. There are times where they can be one of the elite teams in the West, and then you just don't even recognize them at the end of the day. They're kind of like They're kind of like the Larry Brown Indiana Pacer teams back in the day, where you think that they're going to be an elite team, and then all of a sudden they go on to stretches where they lose to they basically terrible teams. That's how they look to me.
And continue what I was asking Lamont is that when it comes to experience, see why LeBron, KD, Curry are so amazing is because they've been in multiple eras and been contending for so long. And that takes away experience from other players. Playoff experience and having a unit. Minnesota broke up their unit that went deep into the playoffs. They got Randall now, DiVincenzo. They got all these other players that don't have that experience. Nas Reed ain't getting the burn. He still gets minimal burn, and he's cooking every time he's in the game. It's weird. And so I think playoff experience is underrated, man. OKC showing that. And these experienced teams like the Denver Nuggets, the teams like the Golden State Warriors, they had that experience and continuity, man. And we got to give these teams a chance. OKC might slip again. It might take them 2-3 games to figure it out. 7 games is a long time, but even if they lose, that's not a failed year or a bad season. That's just like the grind. LeBron James had to take 7, 8, 9, 10 seasons to win a championship. Michael Jordan had to take time. We expect SGA to pull up and just win a chip is wild. With Chet, who has no experience in the playoffs. Jalen Williams, no experience in the playoffs. Like what? So I don't know, man. I don't know if experience is rated as highly as it should be, man. And then coaches are slipping and they don't have the experience either, man. And all these coaches getting burned and fired like consistently it's a weird season. That's why it's surprising what happened to LeBron. But even them, you got guys like Austin Reeves, Rui Hachimura that don't have that experience, man. You got a coach who don't even know how to run a team and never had that experience as a player himself. So it's weird, man. And so what do you think about the experience of the playoffs? Is it necessary? Because I haven't seen it. I haven't seen
I think so.
Pull out of nowhere outside of like the Bucks and
Giannis. I mean, look, Houston, Golden State. Yep. Houston is the 2 seed. Houston had all the analytics from the regular season in their favor. They had every reason based on the analytics, based on the record. They were supposed to win, but going into that series, I don't think it was an overwhelming selection that people were just riding with the number 2 seed Houston Rockets. I think people looked at the experience of the Golden State Warriors, even though they're shorthanded on the bench, and they felt like, I don't know if they can overcome that level of experience with Steph, Jimmy, Draymond, and that combination of experience right there. And it proved to be right. It shouldn't even have went 7 games. The Warriors took their foot off the game and it went foot off the gas and it went 7 games. It should have ended in maybe 5 or 6. But the Warriors experience won it out in that game 7 in dominating fashion. And I think even in the OKC series, look at the experience. OKC should have won game 1. All you have to do is be smart to close out the game. Look at all of the mental mistakes in the last 2 minutes. And Mahar, you were here how we pointed out all of the mistakes that they made in the last 2 minutes of that game. That's experience right there. I mean, Caruso not getting back on defense on 2 plays. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander not getting back on defense after a free throw on the shot that won the game. I mean, inexperience cost them that game. And so
the same you could say with the Cleveland Cavaliers too. The same situation. They basically, overplayed the entire situation. And it's like you gave the Pacers the game that you should have won and had it tied 1-1. Literally. Same situation with the Cavaliers.
Let me ask you, Coach, what changes in the playoffs? You know how they say playoff basketball is different to regular season basketball. And your experiences of what you watch. What changes in playoff basketball in comparison to regular season basketball?
The pace. I mean, one is it's the opposite of what you do in regular season games to win is what you need to do in the playoffs to win. Obviously, in the regular season, teams try to use their pace to beat you. Like this is why a lot of young teams like the Rockets, OKC, that's why they had a lot of success in the regular season because you catching teams coming off of red-eye flights, you catching teams coming off of back-to-backs, you catching teams with absolutely no scouting reports on you. And so you're just trying to hit them in the mouth with pace. And that's what OKC did all year. They hit people in the mouth with pace. And when Ja Morant said something very suspicious about OKC before he got injured, after the game he got injured, Ja Morant said, I figured them out. And I saw what Ja Morant was doing when Memphis was up 30, right before he went down with that injury. Ja Morant started targeting Caruso in one-on-one matchups. I think what he figured out is if you don't allow Caruso to be a roamer and you attack him head on, he's not the one-on-one defender that a lot of people think he is. And he's susceptible to getting cooked. And we even saw that in spot moments versus Jamal Murray. Jamal Murray hit Caruso with a very simple 1-2 cross and knocked down a 3 in his eyeball. And I said, God damn, that looked kind of easy. I think that's their weakness. I think in the half court, you attack Caruso. He's a small guard that you can punish in the ISO. Ja Morant showed it. Jamal Murray showed it. And when you slow down and you don't let them get in transition, they're not very good in the half court. And so that's what we're seeing right here. We're just seeing teams slow the pace down and play to the scouting report. So, but did you guys, when we talk about scouting reports, did y'all see the leaked scouting report for the Clippers? Did anybody see that?
No.
I'm gonna put it on the screen for you. This is unbelievable right here. It's because it's
playoff scouting.
It's the scouting report for the Clippers and the Denver Nuggets got leaked.
Wow.
Hold on, let me show y'all this right here.
And who's scouting is it? It's the Clippers?
The Clippers were scouting Denver, yeah.
Oh, yeah. They got a lot of pages on Jokic. Yeah, we know.
No, let me show you this right here. This is the most interesting, and it was one particular scouting player that they scouted that
because we know the assistant coach, one of the assistant coaches of the LA Clippers, Van Gundy, ex-coach, defensive assistant coach. But yeah, Clippers defense was nice this season, man. I actually predicted the Clippers to beat the Nuggets in Game 7 and did not expect.
I did too. I picked the Clippers to win that series.
Yeah, I did.
You are right on that. I was surprised the outcome of that series. I thought Kawhi Leonard was going to be too much, but I guess they are who we thought they were, man.
Damn, man. Amazing.
I tried to believe in them, and all they did. You can't blame Kawhi getting injured or nothing.
Nah, man, he did. He was there all 7 games. He actually turned up, man. It's crazy that a guy like James Harden in the All-Star season is pulling up in Game 7s, and
they are who they thought they were.
Wow.
And I really wanted that for James Harden so he can get that stigma off his neck. But,
exactly.
Okay, so check this out. Hold on. Let me remove this comment from the screen. I want you to check this out. This is so disrespectful to put on a scouting report. Check this out.
Like, see what they said about Westbrook. Leave him open. Oh, yeah, I already know.
Look what it says. It says Westbrook, strengths. They got 0 strengths. The nigga got 0 strengths.
Hey, that's a lie. First of all, the scouting report is wrong. It's wrong.
It says weakness, shooting, consistency, layups, out of control, turnovers, ball handling. It says player notes. Leave him open. Do everything in your power to let him shoot. Let him dictate the offense. He will turn the ball over. He with us. He with us. They put he with us on the scouting report, man.
Hey, man. He used to be.
This is nasty work, man. This is nasty. Everybody else they gave up. They gave up like a legitimate scouting report on. With they just completely tore down Russell Westbrook, man.
Crazy.
Man, oh man, they tore down Russell Westbrook, man. He
literally listed every attribute of skill as a weakness, man. No strengths. That's
no strengths at all, man. No, they gave him all weaknesses, man. Shooting, consistency, layups, out of control, turnovers, ball handling. He with us. Let him dictate the offense. And then the flip side of that was Westbrook ended up being one of the players is the primary reason why them motherfuckers at home. So now we kind of know. Now we kind of know why Russ got that tech at the end of the series with that little extra fire. Because it is.
Get him out of here.
This is why he had that look. So when people want to know why he got that tech, it's because Russ had caught wind of the scouting report. And this is what they put on that scouting. Remember, he played for the Clippers. So it ain't gonna be no problem for one of the players to shoot him a scouting report. Somebody sent it to him. And yeah.
At least that's wrong. At least offensive rebounding should be one strength at the very least, man.
They gave this man no strengths, man. And it's crazy
Not
because
even
even against
rebounding.
OKC, he was a huge reason why they beat OKC. Huge.
Hey.
18 points. Huge in that game.
Yeah. Final play on a break, man. Found the open shooter.
Bro. I was trying, I was trying to explain African. I think you was listening in chat on that last play with Chet. And I was trying to explain to somebody on the panel. I was like, somebody was saying Chet was in good defensive position. I said, but it's transition defense. It's not half court defense. What typically what you would do in half court defense is not what you would do in the transition defense. And Chet just committing to the middle, 2 on the ball in transition is a big no-no. You stun into the gap and you recover, right? Because you want to bait them into making a pass that really ain't there, right? And just youth and inexperience right there from Chet. And you give up a big time three, the only shot that could have won it. I mean, if anything, give up the layup
Exactly.
in that situation.
Exactly.
But you don't give up the 3.
Up 3. Exactly. And that's why the experience matters, man. And that's amazing, man. But I expect them to bounce back. I expect them to have a solid game 2 at home. We're about to see, man. And that's why experience, when we're talking about, even Mahari can give his views, but like the Boston Celtics, for a team that is a young team, have an immense amount of playoff experience. They cross over. They played Jason Tatum, have played in many, many years of playoffs. So if they win again, we may be looking at a dynasty, man. We may be looking at
Celtics.
Yeah, the Celtics. Yeah.
I mean,
their experience is amazing in the playoffs. They've been deep for years now. Young core. I mean, the shot selection IQ, the dumb shit. They go by the numbers, but they're so talented. They can do that for a game and still win in 5, man. That's how good they are. It's great.
I agree there. Like I say, I'm not super worried about Boston as I am OKC or some of the other teams that lost their first game. So,
and I call Celtics a young team because their core
they're
is
not really young no more.
They got Drew Holiday, they got other players out Horford, but I'm talking about the core: Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, Derek White. Yeah, they young.
Bro, Derek White balding, man. He ain't Al Horford old. I mean, these guys is getting old. That's what I'm saying. They're not young no more. That's the crazy thing about it. They getting into the high 20s now. You know, it's been a minute since they've been in the league. Them boys been through some playoff battles and wars.
Almost 30. They're not almost 30.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, Tatum and Brown almost 30, man. Them boys is pushing 30, man. Porzingis is hurt. Yep. Cavs is up out of here, man. I can't believe the Cavs fell apart like the way they did, man. Unbelievable what the Cavs are doing. Yeah, injuries.
Jason Tatum, 27, man. He entering his prime, man. Stop this, man.
Yeah, but you can't put that youth tag on them no more.
Yeah, okay. They entered
the youth tag is gone.
But during their youth, they were going deep in the playoffs, unlike OKC.
And they were losing because of that youth. But then as they started to get older, then they cracked the barrier to get to the finals. They lose in the finals, they get back to the finals, and they get it right the next time.
Exactly.
It's a lot of experience.
Oh, and during that journey, the team had a lot of questions. A lot of people, should we break up the duo of Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum? They haven't talked about that.
I remember them conversations too on Ticket TV.
I
remember them conversations.
And now it's they're gonna start saying about SGA and Jalen Williams or Chet. Is because Chet, to me, if OKC reaches their full potential, Chet should be the second best player on that team. Not Jalen.
I only want to see and this is unfortunate because I really don't want them to lose, but I only want to see OKC lose because I want to see the narrative that people because the narrative has been that he's the MVP. I just want to see what the narrative is if he chokes and he loses. And I wouldn't even say choke, just gets beat. I want to see how the people that have propelled him up to this MVP status, I want y'all to watch how they systematically try to tear this man down. Everything that he's like, they're going to try to make it seem like this season was all a waste, a wash, was no good. Hold on. We got Brandon in here. Brandon. I need you to hit the link, man. You got to tell us about this physicality for Minnesota, man. What happened to all that physicality, man? They were supposed to. They for 13 minutes before Steph. I mean, did they knee him in his hamstring and put him out or something? What they do? I mean, what they do, man, Brandon? I mean, Brandon, what's going on? I thought Minnesota was going to be pushing the guys around. They couldn't even push Pat Spencer around. And they wasn't pushing Buddy Hield around. I mean, what happened? What happened, Brandon? You got to hit the link and explain this one, man. That was an ugly Minnesota loss for a team that you got winning that series. They can't even beat Golden State without Steph Curry.
No, Buddy Hield out here. Oh,
Buddy Hield just took on the role. I told you it's just the Warrior system. They cannot guard split actions. They cannot defend it. I said there's a reason why, like the last 10, 15 games, they can't guard the Warriors. Hopefully Brandon come up here and cook.
The all-time great. So just real quick, the all-time great Steph Curry.
Brandon says that's a bad take. Shai's the MVP. It's not an air shot. I don't think Shai's the MVP. I think Jokic's the MVP by a long shot. It's not close. And he just proved it. He dropped 40 and 20 on their home court. It got them on the brink of sheer desperation in game 2. Here goes your buddy Brandon. He pulled up young African man. What you got for us, Brandon?
Yeah, so it's casual to overreact to game 1. When the Lakers won the title in 2020, they lost game 1 in every series except the finals in Miami. Minnesota had a long layoff. Minnesota was 5 of 28 from 3. 5 of 28. And the other thing is Edwards is 23, just beat LeBron. He was a little bit complacent. He didn't set the tone with the right energy.
Just beat LeBron.
Again, every team
that was his championship,
every team
right?
in the second round that had every team in the second round that had a big layoff lost in game 1. But the thing about game 1, even if Curry, people are going to focus on Curry getting hurt, but here's what people are going to miss about game 1. Okay, Golden State is too small. They can't guard on the wing. Golden State is not athletic enough, and they're not.
They guarded pretty well yesterday.
Too small.
Okay,
would you say Jimmy Butler's part of that small wing?
The only player that actually played efficiency yesterday was Naz Reid. They held everybody in check. Everybody with no problem.
Right. Edwards, they were rusty. They didn't play well game 1. I mean, it's
rusty.
But
everybody?
No. Minnesota was rusty. They hadn't played in a week. I mean,
so everybody was rusty.
I said so you give no credit to the Warriors defense. No credit to the Warriors defense.
Hold on. Let me finish my take. What I'm saying is, even though Golden State won, even separate from Curry getting hurt, and Curry's not going to be reevaluated for a week, but separate from Curry getting hurt, Moses Moody shot like trash. He shot like trash for the last month, and Kuminga was horrible too. Moody and Kuminga are both.
Kuminga only played 13 minutes.
Hold on.
Moody only played 12 minutes.
That's what they do.
Moses,
they didn't even play a legitimate minutes.
Okay, Moses, Moody, and Kuminga have both been horrible all playoffs, and they were both horrible in game 1.
And so they still won.
Right, it's one game, means nothing. Are you weird?
Are you taking that's 25% of the series?
Are you taking Golden State for the series? Are you taking Golden State for the series?
Brandon, what I'm saying is this.
You don't want to answer the question.
No,
the answer is
Brandon,
no.
I'm about to answer it. What I'm saying is this. In a playoff series, in Young Africa, I want you to answer this. When you are the team that's on the road and you're going in to face that higher seed, what's the number one objective? Isn't the number one objective is to steal home court advantage by winning one of those games? Let's not pretend that what on the road. Hold on, Brandon. Can I finish my point, Brandon? Brandon, can I finish my point? And I'm gonna come right back to you, Brandon. Well, let's not pretend that walking into somebody's home court, stealing game 1 is just, we can just look over that. They've now equalized the series. So now the pressure is starting to flip. Now, game 2, there's going to be monumental pressure on Minnesota to play perfect basketball and make sure they win. And like I mentioned earlier, I don't believe that they can play a close game with Golden State and expect to win it close. They're going to have to blow Golden State out. And I don't know if they're going to be in their heads because they're shooting 12 of 76 over the last 2 games. No, I know he's out for game 2. What I'm saying is I literally watched Steph Curry literally be out for the entire game 1, and they couldn't beat this war. Actually, when Steph Curry went out
the entire game.
when Steph Curry went out, the lead ballooned to 18 points. As soon as Steph Curry went out, Draymond Green knocks down 2 more threes. He galvanizes the troops. They couldn't stop Pat Spencer. Pat Spencer was doing what he wanted in the split actions. They couldn't stop. They couldn't stop Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler did what he wanted with the split actions.
Jimmy Butler shot 30%.
They couldn't stop.
Come on, now you're lying. Jimmy Butler shot 30%.
Brandon, can I?
Draymond Green was getting to the
talking. No, what I'm saying is Draymond Green shot 4-10 from 3. No, I'm not lying. What I'm saying is the game has already happened. The Warriors won. Like, we literally watched this happen.
I picked Minnesota for the series.
No, Brandon, hold on. Let me finish my take. I know who you picked. You picked Minnesota. All I'm saying is the result is the result. And I'm not going to bloviate over the result. What I want to look at is no, what I'm talking about is the style of play. The style of play that you thought would quell the Golden State Warriors actually becomes an advantage Golden State Warrior. Because remember what I said on the last stream. In Africa, I want you to address this as well. I said being physical.
Golden State won because of defense, not
Brandon, hold on. Please hold on. Because I'm about to, I won't, please hold on, Brandon. Playing physical comes at a price. The price you play of trying to play physical basketball as opposed to playing schematic defense, which I think to beat Golden State, you have to be more schematic driven and you cannot be running around. The Golden State Warriors physicality works with teams that run a ton of pick and roll, which is why we saw it work against Luka and Reeves. What did they do with Luka and Reeves, Africa? They got physical with Luka and Reeves, physical with them bringing the ball up the court, physical with them off the pick and rolls, and it disrupted them. But a team like Golden State, they don't run pick and roll. They run all split action, mitigates all physicality. Now your physicality exposes you to what? Backdoors, easy layups. And Mahari talked about it. Mahari called me in the middle, texted me in the middle of the game and said, they can't guard the split action. But when you commit to being this physical team, it comes with a huge sacrifice if you're not willing to load up in a lot of help. And so, again, losing game 1, as we saw with the Lakers, losing game 1 can completely shift the tide. That the series never felt the same after Minnesota stole game 1. And that's the value of stealing game 1. Because it's still confidence.
There's 2 things.
And hold on, I want to go to Africa next, and then I'm gonna come right back to you. Go ahead, Africa.
Okay, you're missing what happened.
I completely agree about the trying to win game 1 and how that changed the tide of the series. Game 1, when you get home court, you are the better team in the regular season. When a team comes into your house and takes the first game, they letting you know whatever happened in the regular season doesn't matter, and we just took control of the series. Now you got to come back, try and beat us. But also the physicality, it is true, but you can't be physical with a team like the Golden State Warriors because of all the off-ball movement and how those will be called either fouls or you're getting burned on just that physicality, and that uses it against the defender. So the Golden State Warriors won without Steph Curry, Brandon. It ain't just an off night when the Minnesota Timberwolves only score 88 points for the game, man. That's crazy.
They missed wide open shots all night.
No. I give credit to the Golden State Warriors defense when I watched that game. That's what I did after I saw that. Yeah. They were in the game because of defense. Yeah. That's how I saw it.
Okay, but here's the point that you guys are missing, okay? And I was starting this point before you cut me off. Okay, so Kuminga struggled and Moses Moody struggled. So here is Golden State's starting line.
How did Kuminga struggle?
Hold on. I did not interrupt you.
Kuminga did not struggle.
I did not interrupt you. I want to get my take off.
So no, hold on. But hold on, y'all. We just ran through the stats. Kuminga shot 2 of 5.
I let you go.
Kuminga did not struggle. He just didn't get enough time on the court. What did he struggle with?
No, but how come you're beginning with guys that got 13 minutes and like 8 minutes and shit?
Yeah, Moody and Kuminga played 12 and 13 minutes respectively. They weren't even on the court.
Kuminga did struggle. Okay. Anyways, I want to get my take off, and I'll go back.
Struggle with what?
Okay.
What did he struggle with?
-9 in 13 minutes.
Okay, so what did he struggle with? Since he was -9, what did your eyes see that he struggled with?
The whole problem with Kuminga in a motion offense is he's not a good passer and playmaker. He doesn't make good reads. He takes the offense out of rhythm. But he
had 0 turnovers.
What? No, he wasn't good. When you're -9 in 13 minutes, you're not playing good basketball. It's an absurd.
That's not individual. That's a team metric.
Even if what you're saying, right? How does that matter? They still won.
The offense had a rhythm. But hold on, I want to finish my take. So Moses Moody struggled. Moses Moody has struggled for a month. Kuminga struggled. Kuminga's basically been out of the rotation for a month. So this is the Golden State Warriors starting lineup. Curry undersized, Pods undersized, Hield undersized, and then they have Butler and Green is undersized too. Golden State is not going to be able to defend Minnesota with Pods, Hield, and Curry. That lineup is not athletic enough. It's not big enough. And you absolutely can get physical with Curry. What Young Africa said is a lie. Toronto got physical with Curry in 2019. They held him to 40% shooting. Cleveland got physical with him in the 2016 finals. Houston got physical with him when they took the Durant Warriors to 7. You absolutely can get physical with Curry. Houston got physical with Curry, and they shut Curry down in 4 of the 7 games of the series. Amen Thompson was very physical.
He had a broken thumb, essentially.
Lamont, Golden State is not going to win this series with Curry, Pods, and Hield as in their undersized 3-guard lineup. Steve Kerr loves a small 3-guard lineup. I'm finishing it here. A small, undersized 3-guard lineup is not going to beat Minnesota. And as I said before, Curry's 37, Green's 35, and Butler's 35. Okay. One of the main reasons I picked Minnesota is I said Golden State's an old team. They won't hold up over a 7-game series. And I was right. Curry pulled his hamstring.
You was right. Okay. You predicted the hamstring.
You're only right on one thing. Really, Brandon, stop, bro. Stop. Here's the reason. Hold on.
There's not a single team in
Brandon, let me talk, bro.
A title with their
hold on, Brandon. Let me explain something to you, brother.
Let's go to Mahari. Go ahead, Mahari.
The oldest player to be the best player on a
Brandon,
team.
let's go to Mahari.
Brandon, can you stop? Can you let me talk, bro?
Go ahead, Mahari. Go ahead.
Please let me talk. Thank you. Thank you.
Crying.
Here, can you get Brandon off the panel, bro? Like for a second.
No, just cook.
Now let me talk, okay?
Just cook.
Let me talk, okay? Here's the thing, though, bro. It don't matter how physical you are when you're basically going against motion type offenses like the Warriors do. I've seen the Timberwolves inconsistent all season long. Hold on, do not interrupt me, bro. Do not interrupt me.
Gotta let him cook.
Do not interrupt me. I don't interrupt you.
We let you cook, Brandon. You gotta let him cook.
All right, go
Thank you.
He's lying.
Thank you. Brandon, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Damn. All right, thank you. Brandon, shut the fuck up. Shut up. Thank you.
You shut up.
That's why I don't like talking to your bitch ass. All right? Here's the deal, bro. When it comes... Will you shut the fuck up, Brandon? Stop talking. Stop talking.
Go ahead and cook, Mahari. Just go ahead and cook. Go ahead and cook.
Thank you. All right, I'm gonna finish this point, and I'm gonna let Brandon do his diatribe. Here's the deal, bro. That don't matter how physical Minnesota's gonna be, because the fact of the matter is Minnesota can't stop their split actions. I don't care how physical you are. You can be 6'6", 6'8". It don't matter. The Warriors' offense is predicated against physical teams, and I saw that last night. Every single time when they ran split actions, Butler was getting wide open layups nonstop. Basically, when Draymond Green was basically dared to shoot, he was aggressive and shot the ball. He was dictating the offense. Even when Curry was out of the ball game, they didn't miss a beat. They didn't miss a beat at all. And the bottom line is, when they were basically defending against Minnesota, they were closing out perfectly. That's why Minnesota couldn't even get no rhythm to their shots at all. I'm telling you right now, Minnesota is going to have problems defending against Golden State. And I'm afraid to say it, if the Timberwolves don't adjust and try to stop their split action, this is going to end in 5 or 6 games, guaranteed.
Okay.
And I saw that last night.
I have one question for you. Why was Minnesota 3-0 against Golden State, even though the Warriors ran split action last
Nobody cares about regular season, bro. It's all about matchups in the playoffs. Nobody cares about regular season.
It's the same
no, Brandon. Nobody cares about regular season. It's all about playoff matchups and how you play it.
In the regular season last year, yes. And Minnesota shut them down. They won 3-0 in the series. You're taking
it. Don't matter. It don't matter about regular season, bro. And I don't care about what happened even last year, bro.
It does matter.
It's about the playoffs. It's about matchups.
Hold on, Mahari, 1 second.
It's the same offense. It's
but Brandon.
Go ahead, Lamont. Go ahead, Lamont.
Brandon, didn't yesterday you say?
Split action is to be able to
hold on, but Brandon, didn't yesterday you say the regular season games?
Everything they can defend.
Brandon, just look, Brandon. We got your point.
Minnesota can switch. They can defend.
Okay, I got you, Brandon. Hold on, I'm trying to ask you a question. Okay. Just trying to ask you a question, Brandon. Didn't yesterday you said regular season games don't matter in the playoffs? And now
No,
you're
I
saying
said
regular
they
season
matter,
games
but
do
they're
matter?
not as important.
That's not what you said, Brandon.
That's not what I said.
Because I literally highlighted games because I said in the regular season, Steph has dominated this Minnesota team. I said they cannot contain him.
That's not
And you
true.
said the
He's
regular
not
season
dominant.
don't matter.
What you're saying is inaccurate.
He has 30-point game after 30-point game.
Right,
Individually, he's been
but you're not
dominant.
looking at his efficiency. Curry has not been.
I am
Curry's
looking at his efficiency. He shot in 50% in like 7 of the games.
Okay, and Golden State was 0-3 against Minnesota last year when they ran split action, and Curry struggled in multiple.
What were they
games.
this year?
It's not true that
I
Curry
wasn't
is
talking about
destroying
last year. Though some of those games were
what
this
you're
year.
saying is false. Curry's true shooting percentage has been below his season average against Minnesota multiple games, and Minnesota swept Golden State last year. And what I said about regular season versus playoffs is regular season games can be misleading. The playoffs are more important. But my point is Golden State ran split action last year. Minnesota beat them 3-0. So
Golden State has run split action for like the last 7 years.
The key to defending a motion offense and split action is to be able to switch everything.
They don't run. They don't have a motion offense that they run. They run everything is based out of triangle and split. They don't run typical motion offense.
Motion is to be able to switch everything.
They don't. No, hold on. But Brandon. There is no such. So first of all, y'all, when people say the term motion offense, that's not an actual offense. That's just a description of what you want the offense to do. No, it's not. No, it's not. Hold on. Let me explain this to y'all. When you hear the term, Brandon, just listen for 1 second. When you hear the term motion offense, it does not mean that is the offense. When you hear the term motion, that is just a description of what your offense is doing, right? So motion just means it's a continuous flow. It's just a continuous flow. It's not the offense. Motion is just a description of this is our offense that's continuous. It's always going to give us the looks. As long as we keep running it, it's going to help us reverse the ball. We're always in motion. You can run anything in motion, right? Mark Few has a ton of 1-4 high motion sets, right? He's most popularized the UCLA cuts and the UCLA sets. That's a motion offense. The 4-out-1 in. There are variations of 4-out-1 in that can be your motion. The Warriors' motion offense is their split action offense. That's what they run. That's their motion. And they have multiple variations of that split action that create multiple split actions. So you're consistently out of their motion offense getting split action after split action after split action after split action, which is why even at times, even without Steph Curry on the floor, they can still have an effective offense. Motion is not an offense. Motion is just a description of what you do. That's all it is. And like when people say Jonathan Kuminga can't run a motion offense, well, Jonathan Kuminga's had some really good games out of the split actions. He wasn't playing bad yesterday. He only got 13 minutes of action, and Moody only got like 12 minutes of action. I don't think they were playing bad. I just think the game called for them having shooters in. So I think they wanted to have Podziemski in more because Brandon Podziemski is the guy that played bad. He was the one that was a negative on the night that got 29 minutes, right? But they needed his threat of shooting in the game to keep the floor space for guys like Buddy Hield, to keep the floor space for guys like Jimmy Butler, who needs to operate in the mid-range, and to keep the floor space and balance for guys like Draymond Green. So I think they had to leave their shooting. Kuminga is just not a three-point threat, and he's not going to give you the spacing that other guys who can make the three a little bit more consistently can. I don't think it was because he was playing bad. I think it was just by necessity. Because you look at what Kuminga did on the court, he wasn't playing bad. He just wasn't. I mean, I just don't know what. I don't know why y'all use these terms, and I don't think y'all know what they mean.
The reason Moody and Kuminga didn't get more minutes is because their plus minus was horrendous, and Kuminga takes the Warriors' offense out of rhythm. Kuminga doesn't fit in a read and react motion.
There's no coach in NBA history that's ever subbed a guy out of a game because he said your plus minus is bad.
I did not interrupt you. Let me get my take on it.
Interrupt me because I had to put you in the backstage just to make sure you. No, but you got to stop saying this stuff. This stuff is not realistic. This is math basketball.
It is.
Steve Kerr,
I mean, you can debate.
Steve Kerr has never in his life. Steve Kerr has never in his life went up to a player and said, "I'm taking you out the game because you have a -4 plus minus."
No, the Warriors rely heavily on analytics. They do. You're wrong about that.
The Warriors, what the Warriors did was it's very simple. They played by necessity. They needed spacing.
They don't.
This is why Buddy Hield had a really good game. They needed
almost
spacing.
any team in the NBA. But again, I didn't interrupt you. Let me.
That's why you keep Podziemski on the game. That's just playing the analytics. Keep your shooters on the court.
Moody is a better shooter than Pods. The reason Golden State kept Pods on the floor is because Pods is a better ball handler than Moody. But you're missing my main point. My main point, Lamont.
We're always missing your point. Why are we always missing your point?
You're not listening. What I'm saying, you're missing the point.
But you don't know what emotion offense is. But we're missing your point.
It is emotion offense. You're wrong.
Okay, what's emotion offense?
Let me finish.
What is the Golden State Warrior motion offense called?
Let me finish my point. Because Moody and Kuminga are both struggling, Golden State, and I made this point before, you have no answer to it.
Okay, you're just repeating it. I don't believe that they're struggling.
I know.
We're just at a crossroads. You keep saying they're struggling. I don't see them struggling. Guys that struggle don't play. They played. It was clear that the Warriors just played by necessity. They just played by necessity. And we know
7 points in
13 and we know, 7 points in 13 minutes isn't playing bad.
1 rebound, 1 assist, 1 block, 13 minutes. What?
And he says that Steve Kerr took him out because of the plus minus. What coach in basketball history has ever walked up to a guy and said, well, my assistants are saying your plus minus is -4, so we got to sit you down. That's just not how it works. They wanted floor balance and spacing. Minnesota made a run. They needed more shooting on the court. They needed to be more spaced out, right? You got guys like Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green on the court who Draymond Green was luckily making his threes, but nobody was going to be a believer in it. So you just get to keep – that's why Pat Spencer played. Ball handling and shooting. Pat Spencer was in the game, right? I don't think it's rocket science. Their motion offense is their split action offense. Like you say they can't run split action. He can run split action. But the thing is, when Jonathan Kuminga comes in the game and he's running split action, everybody knows what Jonathan Kuminga is going to be doing. Like when I tell you that, when I got Kuminga, Butler, and Draymond Green in the game, Young Africa, is it going to be a surprise if you got Kuminga diving to the rim on a split action?
Oh, no,
not rocket science.
Yeah. We're not even going to respect the split action. We're probably just packing the paint.
I'm packing the paint. You it's easy to guard now. But when I got you running split action with Buddy Hield, when I got you running split action with Podziemski, when I got you running split action with guys that can make the shot, the split action now we see Jimmy Butler just get gifted layups at the rim. It just changes the dynamics of the split action. So I mean, it's just hard, man. Like I mean, I'm not saying everything Brandon is saying is wrong, but I just don't. They weren't playing bad. Like I didn't see playing bad. I don't.
And how do you rate the Warriors defense? Because I see that as a solid defense.
Wait, hold on. Let me respond to what he said.
Defense.
So hold on. Let me let Africa get his point about. Let's just move on, Brandon. We want to talk about the defense.
Gary Payton played 26 minutes. So Golden State.
There's no Brandon. Let's just move past that so we can progress. Go ahead.
No, because game one could be an anomaly.
26 minutes. They weren't looking for shooting and spacing.
Okay, Brandon, you're right. You're Brandon. Okay, we got you.
And Moody was atrocious. That's why he didn't.
Okay, Brandon. Go ahead, Young Africa. Go ahead, Young Africa.
You know what's weird about Brandon? Even if we assume everything you say is correct about game one, because it is an individual game, I'm giving him this. It's game one.
Okay, Brandon. Okay.
What I'm telling you is, even if we assume what you say is correct.
Okay, we got you, Brandon. Go ahead, Young Africa. I wanted to hear your take on the defense.
Payton is not a fucking shooter. He played.
Brandon, okay, we're just moving on to the Warriors defense. Go ahead.
What I still say is no matter what Brandon talking about when it comes to the Warriors, the facts still remain. They won game one without Steph Curry, and they held Minnesota's offense to 88 points in 4 quarters. Hold up, 88 points in 4 quarters of playoff basketball with an elite scorer, Anthony Edwards. That still happened with Nas Reed still cooking in that game as well, even if the whole team didn't shoot so well. And so there is still questions on Minnesota's offense and if their ability to score against the Golden State Warriors defense, which hasn't been given credit. They held them to 88 points. That is some old school early 2000s type numbers, man. We in the souped up
Minnesota
offense.
missed wide open shots all game. I mean, this is absurd.
That can't
These are
be the excuse, man. That's a cop out, man.
What about the contested shots that they missed?
Young Africa, do you think Golden State can defend Minnesota with Pods, Curry, and Buddy Hield on the floor? Yes or no?
They did yesterday.
First off,
and
you're
that's because
naming.
Minnesota missed wide open
First
shots
off,
all game.
it's interesting how you name Todd Curry and Buddy Hield and not Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler first. It's crazy how you're going to start with those guys
Jimmy
when
Butler's
the
not a very good. Jimmy Butler's 35. He's not that good of an on-ball defender.
All NBA level defender. Jimmy Butler,
not a good on-ball defender.
Draymond Green. What?
Okay, no, I'm asking a simple question. Neither of you are able to answer. Can Golden State defend in this series with Todd, Hield, and Curry on the floor? Yes or no?
No? You know they're going to be on the floor with Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green as well.
I don't care who they're on the floor with. If Todd's is guarding Anthony Edwards, if Buddy Hield is guarding Anthony Edwards, they're going to get fucking cooked.
No.
You guys are overreacting to game one. This is a casual take.
Hey, Lamont, why
you better hope
come up to these panels.
And I told you, Lamont, Curry would not hold up over a 7-game series.
Okay, Brandon. Okay, we hear you, Brandon.
It's a team thing, man. It's not a one-on-one individual thing, man. We can't be talking about defense as if Todd can guard Anthony Edwards one-on-one. No, he cannot.
No, but Brandon, the whole point is that. Hold on, Yaka. Let's just get to this point, Brandon. Nobody's saying the series is over. Nobody's saying that Minnesota is going home and they have to pack their bags and they're going to Cancun tomorrow. We know that Minnesota is good enough to make this a long series. The one thing, all we're saying is that
Minnesota's the better team.
I don't.
Even if that may be the case, man.
And even if we can see to that, hold on, Brandon. You like to go to such irrelevant topics and act like we're debating that. Nobody's debating you on half the stuff that you're saying. Brandon, stop. What I'm trying to do, Brandon, is I'm trying to give you clarity so we can move on and actually have a normal conversation.
I'm trying to
not sound like we're fussing. Hold on, Brandon. If you don't listen, we can never. The reason why we cannot conversate with you is because you don't stop talking to actually listen and understand that, and to understand that we are actually agreeing with some of the stuff that you say. The series is not over. Player for player, we know that by optics and on paper, Minnesota is not just a better team, but on paper, Golden State should not be able to defend Minnesota. We know these things. What we want to talk about is what Young Africa was going down the road of. Why was Golden State so successful? To pretend that Golden State was only successful yesterday because Minnesota missed a couple open shots is a lie. You got to give credit to Golden State for having a great defensive scheme, for committing to protecting the paint, not giving Ant-Man easy drives, for also contesting the three-point line. All night, you know what I saw? I saw guys like Podziemski, Buddy Hield, because they were committed to packing the paint. When there were open threes, you saw guys flying out to go contest. You didn't see guys just standing there watching, just giving up wide open shots. You saw guys going out to contest with effort and energy. And you saw it from Podziemski. You saw it from even guys like Buddy Hield, play after play after play. So to pretend as if they had 88 points just because they were missing shots is just you not wanting to give credit to Golden State for having a really good defensive plan that really stifled. This stifled Minnesota from start to finish. They can never get consistent rhythm. Even when they would make a run and they would cut it to like 7 or 8, they could never get enough rhythm. Golden State would find ways to make clutch buckets, slow the game down, not let Minnesota get out into transition, right? Even in the clutch when it looked like, damn, Minnesota might come back and win this. I think it was like 6 minutes left. Anthony Edwards had an and one, cut the lead down to 9, and he's just like, damn, here come the Timberwolves. You know, they ain't got Steph to bail them out. But then what do you see? You see them slow the game down. Jimmy Butler drives in and one. And they systematically were able to undo a lot of the good that Minnesota was able to do, and they never let Minnesota get any rhythm. That happens with defense. That doesn't happen by accident, right? And they forced Minnesota into the situation time after time again where they were playing late into the shot clock, shooting desperation threes. That's good defense. Now, is it going to be good enough to win them the series? It's going to be an uphill battle without Steph Curry. But Minnesota has put themselves in somewhat of a hole by being down 1-0. Now they've caught a little bit of luck. Steph's injured. Can they capitalize in game 2? If they play like they did in game 1 and they play like they did in game 5 versus the Lakers, they're not going to win game 2.
Exactly. And Brandon,
but the thing is, but to absolutely not give them no credit, to give the defense of Golden State no credit is to me is wild. That
ridiculous.
And that's absolutely like, you don't just hold. This was like the second or third best offense in the league. They don't just wake up and score 88 points just because they missed a few shots. They scored 88 points because Golden State actually defended. No, I'm not, Brandon. The reason why we put you in the backstage is because you don't know how to have a normal human conversation.
You don't.
You don't. I don't know where you grew up, or like I don't know how you function in real life, Brandon, but you cannot be you got to be locked up in jail or something. I don't know where you living, but there's no way you're a real person. I mean, he literally starts every sentence with, "You guys are not understanding me. You guys no, we understand."
And you say, "You're missing my points."
Yeah, we're missing your point. Like, no, we're not missing your point. We just have a different opinion. We're not missing your point.
Right.
We get your point. Right. I mean, but just like we got your point when you said Minnesota was going to push the other team around. You said they were going to bully Steph Curry in 13 minutes. 13 points for Steph Curry. Did not look like he was getting bullied around too much. It looked like Steph was getting every way that he wanted.
Hey, Lamont, let me say this real quick. And it looked like Curry was getting himself going offensively before he injured his hamstring. So I don't think he wasn't bullied around.
And also, you guys,
he was cooking.
The reports on Steph Curry is that he has a grade 1 hamstring sprain. The reports were not that he was going to be reevaluated in a week. Shams reported that he will be back in a week. And so this is one of the reasons why Young Africa, it's going to be important about holding the fort down until he can get back. You know, Steph Curry's going to be in ultra recovery mode, doing everything that he can to get back right. Brandon said it's not what was reported. I'll pull up what was reported.
How do you do that? How do you do that, Lamar? You do that when your best offensive player, one of the best in the world, is out. Defense will win you the next few games.
And also, let me answer Brandon Katz's question too. Can they defend with those with Paz and Kuminga and Curry? Yes, they can. They basically stuck to their game plan and basically held down the fort. They can do it. It's not even an argument. That's all I gotta say.
Mm-hmm.
See that's let you know right there. He doesn't know how to have a human conversation, and he basically tries to go off of just ridiculous narratives that just doesn't even make sense. Like, bro, stop to overtalk. And he overtalks people, bro. I don't respect that.
No,
you overtalk people, bro. I have no respect.
Let me read this. I'm gonna read this for you because Brandon said we don't read. Okay.
Let's hear it. Let's see it. Go ahead. Pull it up.
NBA.com. I'm gonna read it. It says on Wednesday morning, after undergoing an MRI, Curry was diagnosed with a grade 1 hamstring strain. He was officially ruled out for game 2. It's unlikely that he was going to play, considering a quick turnaround. The Warriors are off Wednesday before getting back on the court Thursday. This is the first strained muscle of Curry's career. The Warriors reportedly expect him to miss 1 week, which could also keep him out for at least game 3 and game 4 as well. So again, from what we say right here, this is the Warriors expect him to miss 1 week, which could keep him out game 3 and game 4, which is why what Africa said about game 2 now becomes, remember what we talked about. You just got to buy him time to try to get back. You're not going to win. We know we're not going to win this series without him, but you got to find a way to muster something up. Jimmy Butler's going to have to muster something up from the Miami days to pull some bullshit out his ass. Like we've seen him. Like if there's any player in the league, and I'm going to tell y'all right now, if there's any player in the league that can pull some bullshit out their ass and win a game that they're not supposed to, it's Jimmy Butler.
Oh, and that's why play with a bunch of undrafted players, man. He used to this.
That's why Minnesota needs to be on upset alert, because if there's anybody in the league that can pull some bullshit off, it's Jimmy Butler. We've seen it.
Yep.
And I get that he's a little bit older,
bro.
But if you just telling me, if you're telling me, if you're gonna, I can see Jimmy Butler having to torture for 1 game, winning 1 game. I don't see him doing it for an entire series anymore. But if you're telling me Jimmy Butler can't be good enough to go get you 1 game, knowing that his running mate is down and out, We've seen him do this time and time again. And so let's not act like it's
forget,
improbable.
Yeah.
That's all.
Did we
That's
forget
all
what
saying.
he did in Miami? Do we forget what he did in Miami? Like, come on, guys. He's capable of this. Like, we forget who Jimmy Butler is.
Talking about 3 years ago when he was young.
And Jimmy Butler has never played with a defender of the level of Draymond Green next to him, which make them already
exactly young Africa.
Frontline
play with
defenders,
Bam.
frontline defense. Bam is not on the level of a Draymond Green. Even as
I agree there.
Bam is
I agree with you, young Africa.
Yeah, Draymond's an anchor. Bam's more of a rim protector. I would consider Bam an anchor.
I don't agree.
No,
But
Bam is not as active on defense as Draymond. IQ level is on a different level with Draymond, man.
In game one was Minnesota missing wide open shots. Golden State's zone defense, Minnesota's going to break that down on tape. They're going to adjust. Minnesota lost in game 2 to the Lakers zone defense. They adjusted, they cooked it, and they'll adjust here too. Again, what you guys are saying, you're missing my point. Minnesota was 5 of 28 from 3. They missed wide open shots all game. Minnesota's
okay. You said that like 5 times.
Hey, Lamont, you know what? I got a fact.
You just said it for like the last 6 times, bro. Come on.
Hey, Lamont, I got a fact, not an opinion. And one of the facts of game 1 with Golden State Warriors. Hold up, brother. One of the facts, Lamont. Game 1.
Undersized players like that.
Golden State Warriors had 18 offensive rebounds. How do you explain just the factor of only shots alone when they got 18 offensive rebounds versus Rudy Gobert, Miles Reed? How do you explain this, Brandon?
Because they mostly take 3-point shots, and long shots equal long rebounds. But Golden State has been crushed on the boards for a solid 2 weeks. They got crushed on the boards. By the Clippers,
won
Memphis,
the rebounding battle in game 1. We're talking about game 1 versus Minnesota.
I'm answering your question. You know, people complain about interrupting. You guys are the ones who interrupt much more than I do. Not that I care.
Okay, just get to your point, please, Brandon.
Get to your point, Brandon. Stop whining.
No, I'll do what I want. Shut up. Anyways, Golden State's been getting out rebounded for 3 weeks. Minnesota's not going to lose the battle on the boards in this series. Houston crushed Golden State.
So how do you explain game 1? So how do you explain game 1?
Are you sure about that?
In what one game means nothing. Anything can happen in one game.
No, it wasn't just a few rebounds. It was 18 offensive rebounds, man. Hey, Lamar. If you're a coach and the other team got 18 offensive rebounds, is that an issue, or is that just a we miss shots?
That's definitely an issue.
That's a big issue, bro. Okay, bro. Hey, young Africa. Let me tell you something.
That's not happening again.
Bro, they got those threes were contested, bro. Those threes were contested. They were not just wide open looks. Wait, no, you're lying. You're lying. I don't know what you were I don't know what tape you were looking at, bro. But all those shots that Minnesota took were also contested. They were not just wide open looks. They're wide open. Not just wide open looks.
Who on Golden State is guarding Anthony Edwards? Give me a name. Give me a name.
Oh my goodness. See, that's when I know you didn't watch the game. You didn't watch the game.
Give me a name.
I'm not giving you no names because you didn't watch the game. You didn't watch the game.
Golden State
Jimmy Butler is a name that will guard Anthony Edwards.
They can't guard Minnesota. Minnesota struggled for one. Minnesota had a week off. They were rusty. They're going to destroy this Golden State team with Pods, Hield, and Curry. That lineup's a fucking undersized 3-guard joke. Minnesota's going to cook that over a 7-game series.
Clip that. Yeah, clip that. We're gonna come back to that in a week. We're gonna come back.
Clip. Hey, keep that clip there because when Brandon gets roasted again, he's gonna whine like a bitch again.
Golden State is not playing Moody or Kuminga significant minutes right now, and the Warriors cannot defend with Curry, Pods, and Hield. I mean, the Warriors POA on Anthony Edwards is Buddy fucking Hield, and they had Pods on Randall in the game.
I'll just let him finish. They got to get it out of the system, y'all. He's on repeat.
You understand there's a scheme, yeah? There's a team defense and a scheme to these matchups.
Zone defenses will not work over 7 games.
Yeah, well, that's how they're organized their help, man. These matchups are organized by help, the order of the help, where the help comes from.
They're going to cook those zone defenses as well. Minnesota's going to realize this is not a series for Gobert.
But we got Draymond at the back. I'm confident if I'm Buddy Hield. I got Draymond at the back. Jimmy Butler's letting me know what to do, Lamont. He's letting me know on a weak side what's up with the shot. It's a very loud defense.
He wasn't even good. Jimmy Butler has struggled since he hurt his butt.
Struggled. Man, everything you're saying is going against the facts that are on display since he got to the Golden State Warriors.
They're not.
Man.
Jimmy Butler shot 30%. I don't know. You're not looking at the game.
It's not about what he shot, man. Did you watch the game? Jimmy Butler controlled the offense. Jimmy Butler hit timely shots. Did you see the bank shot?
Young Africa.
Okay, so hold on right here.
I think he just watched
hold on right here. Here it is right here. I just pulled it up, y'all, on so here it is.
Jimmy
I got
Butler
it on so last night, if we want to break up contested shots versus wide open shots. Okay, so for the game yesterday, Minnesota as a team overall shot 39%, 34 of 86 for the game. Okay. So, but yesterday they were on wide open shot attempts. They shot 50%. So yesterday they were 8 of. Hold on, Brandon. Brandon, just hold on, Brandon. I'm just going through the stats.
How you define
on shots that were wide open. On shots that were wide open and not contested at all, Minnesota shot 8 of 16. They shot 50% when left wide open, which is good. In reality is good. And Brandon, hold on. I'm just going through some numbers real quick, and then we come right back to you because you said they missed a whole bunch. You said them missing wide open shots is what cost them the game. So on the 16, because they shot 86 shots yesterday. 16 of the shots that they took yesterday were considered wide open according to the NBA. And they shot 8 of 16 in wide open shots. The rest of the shots were contested. And so when you look at, remember we talk about their ability to contest shots.
In between open and contested.
Okay, so Brandon, can you just let me get through the numbers, Brandon, please? Because I'm just giving you the numbers. I'm just reading you the numbers as I have it.
There's something in between contested and wide open.
Okay, so you can't get mad at me because this is how the NBA defined it. If you go email them. So hold on, let me get through these numbers. Let me get through these numbers, Brandon. See, we end up having to fight with you as opposed to just getting to the facts. The facts are they only had 16. Correct? The facts are, y'all, is that according to the NBA, Minnesota only had 16 what we would call wide open offensive opportunities yesterday. That shots that were not contested. So when you think about Young Africa, when you think about one of the reasons why they were stifled and held to 88 points, is because the majority of their shots were contested. And they were contested without what? They were contested without fouling. The only player that went to the free throw line a lot was Julius Randle, who was 10 of 10 from the free throw line. Everybody else, they were able to do what? They were able to defend without fouling. And so,
Lamont, do you think Minnesota will shoot 5 of 28 from 3?
Which is what that sounds like.
Your argument just got sent to the trash can, bro.
Hold on, Brandon. No, but Brandon, when they shot 7, Brandon, to answer your question, when they shot 7 of 47 versus the Lakers, I never thought they would do it again. But you know what? They came back the next game and they did it again. They're on a 2-game stretch of shooting 12 of 76. Historically bad. What's to stop them from continuing this historically bad shooting slump? Because I thought it would end after game 5 versus the Lakers, and it didn't end. They kept it up even at home. So again, when you try to tell me, well, they shoot that, well, they just did it back-to-back games against 2 very different teams. So I don't know if it'll stop. Just like you don't know if it'll stop. I don't know.
It could happen tomorrow night.
Again, we all agree. I don't expect Minnesota to play this bad. Going into a game 2 that they have to win, and they know that Steph Curry can't play. I think they're going to come out on a tear early. I think they're going to try to hit Golden State in the mouth to make sure this game is not close at the end, and then they go into Golden State with this series tied. But I do expect Golden State to put up a significant fight. I do expect Jimmy Butler to not go down without a swing, and there will be enormous pressure on Minnesota if they allow this game to be close late game. And with all the bullshit we've seen this playoffs, just like we saw yesterday with the Pacers, they're down 6 with 35 seconds. People were leaving. Anything can happen. And that's all I'm saying. So we're not I don't, Brandon, you think we're saying that Minnesota's down and out and they have absolutely no chance? When you're down 1-0 and you give up home court advantage, you've put yourself at a disadvantage. It changes the series. Let's not pretend like they're just going to walk in the locker room and be like, hey, guys, it's okay. Everything's good. We didn't do anything wrong here. There's no pressure to win game 2. We'll just go ahead and treat game 2 just like any other game. There's no sense of urgency. There is a sense of urgency.
We just missed some open shots. Now we good.
Yeah, we just missed some open shots. We only shot 50% from open shots.
And you know what, though, Lamont? That's what JJ Redick said after game 1. Remember, he said it wasn't about strategy or he said disposition. He just said that they didn't have the energy. Remember that?
Yeah, it was almost.
He did say that.
When Lamont said the Lakers could defend without Anthony Davis. Anyways, Minnesota was the top.
They can. We got facts. Unlike you, sir.
What is their offense that they lost out to?
Lamont, you're citing 2 games. Minnesota's been one of the best 3-point shooting teams all year. That matters more than 2 fucking.
Brandon, I just said I don't expect them to play that bad.
And game 7, game 1.
Jesus Christ, man! Wow. Yes, we expect.
Brandon, he just said that, and you're not listening.
What is Brandon trying to argue now? What is his
argument? I don't know what
he's
arguing. He's just on auto repeat for saying the same shit.
You're missing the
Brandon, we agree, Brandon.
Hey, Brandon might be AI.
Brandon, you cannot say, Brandon, you cannot say that Golden State cannot defend this team, and then they just held them to 88 points yesterday.
88 points.
Understand this, Brandon? It makes no sense. They literally held them as a team to. They literally held them as a team to 39% shooting, and you want to keep. They out rebounded them 60 to 49. Hold on.
Now they say they're rusty.
Hold on one second, Mahari. Hold on. One second. Were they rusty? Were their knees rusty and they couldn't jump?
Can't rebound.
They got
Rudy Gobert.
Hold on. They hate Eli. I'm not missing his point. I get his point. But again, his point is all revolved around there's no avenue for Minnesota to lose, and Minnesota's 1,000% going to bounce back and win this series. What I'm saying is when you go down 1-0 and you give up home court advantage, there are no guarantees. No guarantees. Once you give it, just like the Pacers showed us with Cleveland, you know what? There were not too many believers in the Indiana Pacers, even though the Pacers stole game 1. Them motherfuckers walked in, and Cleveland's back was against the wall, and there was an enormous amount of pressure to win game 2. Now those motherfuckers are in a significant hole because they walked around and fucked off 2 games. That is what Minnesota is facing. And to act like this Minnesota team, out of all the teams left in the league, they're the most likely team to choke off a game 2 out of all the other teams that are down. They are. I don't believe it's going to be Celtics. I believe if there's another team to choke off 2 home games, it would be this 6-seeded Minnesota team. So let's not act like everything's just cut and dry, and Minnesota has this next game locked up. They're going to be all eyes are going to be on Minnesota. There's going to be a significant amount of pressure on Anthony Edwards to show up and perform. A lot of pressure on this team to not chuck up another 30 to 43s and miss a whole bunch of them. There's going to be a significant amount of pressure for them to show up on their home court and win this game. And to pretend like there's no pressure there is wild. To pretend like everything's okay when you give up home court advantage is crazy. He says, seven legs get heavy. I don't know what you're talking about. Peter Bagju says bad faith comparison. I don't know what you're talking about, Peter Bagju. Definitely. Thank you, Jessica. It's going to be a lot of pressure. But let me guess. The Cleveland Cavaliers aren't facing no pressure? Oh, Garland and Mobley will be back. There's no pressure. You really think they
right?
Is a lot of pressure. Don't matter if
Minnesota is now facing a very real possibility. If there's any coach that's good enough to go win 1 game without Steph, it's Steve Kerr right now. If there's any coach that can go, because we're not talking about a Minnesota coach that's super schematic and is going to win this game and be dominant with the X's and O's. He is strictly winning games off pure talent. He is not winning games. Not winning games. And let me, Brandon. You can come back up, Brandon. I'm not trying to debate you because we weren't debating. We were actually doing more agreeing than anything. We only mute you, Brandon, because you don't stop talking. And when other people talk, you act like a 5-year-old and you keep talking while they're talking. Young Africa's in the middle of talking. You try to cut him off and say he's lying. Mahari's talking. 2 seconds into him saying a word, you're cutting him off. You act like a 4-year-old.
Exactly.
You act like you're super entitled. You like all you got to do is wait for them to finish, and if there's an ether for if you want to ether them, we'll let you ether them. But the over talking just makes it sound like it's a big muck. And nobody kicked Brandon, y'all. He didn't get kicked. Brandon left of his own volition. Nobody kicked him. He left on his own. It's just funny. It's been years and years on panels, and all people ask you to do, not just on this channel, on every single channel Brandon's been on. He's been on GOAT James Kingdom panel. He's been on panels on every platform I see you on. You get kicked off because you don't know how to stop talking. You act like this just me. I didn't even kick you off. I just try to mute you so other people can finish they take. And you don't have to be on auto repeat saying the same thing over and over. Like, I mean, I guarantee if we let Brandon back up here, you know what he's going to tell us? He's going to come back up here and say, Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga played bad. Motherfucker, we already heard you, man. We got you. You think that they play bad. We disagree. You know, come on, man. It's okay to disagree. You don't. He thinks if we don't agree with him, he has to keep going on until we agree. We're just not going to see eye to eye with certain takes. I don't think Kuminga played bad. I don't think this was the game for Moses Moody to play. Go James Kingdom.
Hey, Lamont,
what you got?
What's up, Go Team James? How you doing, brother?
Doing good, man. Yo, I'm not gonna lie. It's true. I've heard Brandon other places as well, and he really doesn't have good panel decorum. So you know, it is what it is with that guy, man. He's that's why I call him Wall Street Brandon, man. He's entitled. He feels he's entitled. We the peasants. He feels that we should be glad he's here to give us these obscure stats that he used. You know what I'm saying? And it's so weird, but
can I ask you a question? Go James Kingdom, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead. Talk to me. What you got for me?
Okay, let me ask you this question: when you lose the first game, when you're the home team, when you're the higher seed, is there tremendous pressure to try to tie the series up?
For sure, you don't want to go down 0-2 in the series, no matter what. So yeah, definitely you want to win that second game. So there's a lot of pressure on all these teams. All these teams that lost game one on their home floor. All 4 games were home losses, right? OKC lost, Boston lost, Cleveland lost, and Minnesota lost. So you got it. All these teams are under pressure. And I mean, again, you can say they're gonna start making their shots, but we don't know that, right? We can, like Lamont said, they can just be in a slump. There's nothing that calls when a team gets in a slump. You get in the slump, you just get in the slump. And the only way to get out of a slump, Lamont, is to what? To shoot it. So they're gonna have to shoot no matter what. No matter what. So. I mean, I guess if we want to give Brandon some kind of credit, Minnesota did miss a lot of their uncontested shots compared to the contested shots that they had in the game. But again, those could be, those could all be the same scenario. You got to make your shots. It's I heard, Chilltown today, I was with him. He said that, Anthony Edwards showed up like it was a regular season game. He acted like he already won something. He didn't realize that he was playing the Warriors, that there was another round to play. There's another thing you have to accomplish. So, we'll see. I think the Warriors are in trouble, though, because without Curry, it really hurts them. I don't know if they could rely on their defense, even though they do have a solid defense. And Lamont, I gotta come at you, man. What you mean Bam's not a defensive anchor? To me, he's the best defensive anchor in basketball.
No. I'm saying if you're comparing them to the likes of a Draymond, I think their roles defensively are completely different. It's hard to compare the two. Like, to me, it's hard to even compare the two to say who's better, because I think Draymond's role defensively is far different from almost any forward in the league. He's not – like, I would compare Bam closer to an Evan Mobley than anybody. Like, they're in the same elk, right? Those are very similar defenders. But what Draymond Green does defensively is so unique. I mean, he's asked to do the role of like 4 to 5 different players. And
I agree. So
that's why I say he's a unique type of anchor that we probably will never see in a game again. Like, we won't see an anchor like that as far as anchoring a defense, being a quarterback to the defense, also having to be the quarterback of the offense. I mean, he has so many unique roles. Like, I think he's super underrated. And I think it's just kind of cheesy to try to compare him to Bam and then like Brandon was saying, just say, yeah, Bam's far better. And I don't think I wouldn't, I'm not jumping into that boat to say Bam is far better. I don't think he's far better. I think Draymond Green is elite at what he does. And that's why when he's not there, there's nobody that can replace him and do what he does.
No, I agree with you, everything you just said about Draymond Green and comparing him to Bam. They are different anchors. They have different elite abilities within themselves. I agree with you there. I just thought I heard you say something about Bam not being a defensive anchor, just being a shot blocker. My boy Bam does his thing, and I agree with you with Draymond because we talked about it last night when I sent you the message.
What I said was when you think of how because here's the number one thing with Miami. I think they are using Bam all wrong. I think they're using him wrong defensively. I think they're using him wrong offensively. I think he needs to be the number one option offensively. He needs to be the guy that they go to on almost every possession. I think, and then defensively, the way they utilize him, I think that what they're trying to do is it's like they're trying to make him play like a old 2000s big, like I don't know what they're trying to do with him. But I think he's way more than how the Miami Heat try to use him. And sometimes they kind of relegate him to just kind of being a rim protector. Is he good? Sometimes in switches on the perimeter, yeah. But the way they use him, to me, I just don't like how Miami's utilizing him on both sides of the floor. And I think a lot of times they end up having him looking worse than what he actually is in some games.
I agree with you. You know why? Because it's the Kuminga factor. They don't want Bam Adebayo making all NBA teams, getting on the all. You know what I'm saying? That's going to be super max. That's $450 million. He doesn't make the all NBA team. He doesn't give you 25 points per game, make an all-star team. You don't have to worry about paying him. You can give him the max contract that you get for just being a regular player, and that's it. And you keep cap space. That's what they're doing to him. That's basically what they've been doing to him, because he's one of the most talented offensive players as far as talent-wise. We just don't see it because they just don't let him do it. Like they just. I mean, we need a point guard, but at the end of the day, we don't have one. So they do what they do with him, but. He's an elite big in today's NBA. He is the future big man in the NBA. I don't care what nobody tells me. It's big men like him, big men like Evan Mobley. Those are the future big men of the NBA. The guys like Porzingis, the guys like Wemby. These are the future.
Just like Peter Bagjuice. It's not me that says Bam has number one skill set options. It's been his own teammates that have come out and said Bam is one of the best offensive players that they've seen, and it's the Miami Heat team offense holding them back. It's other NBA players that have come out publicly and said Bam is like that. So it's not just me. It's literally other NBA players that have come out and said Bam is like that. There's guys, I forgot who it was on the podcast, said if you made Bam a number one option, they said he could easily go get 30 a game. These are guys out the league that have been saying this. And I don't think they just walk around saying this about anybody, because you saw what they said to Rashad McCants when he said he could do it. They all looked at him like he was a fool. So they don't just get his mantra out to anybody. So,
God. Hey, you know what? Beasley said that's the only person who could beat him one-on-one. That's what Michael Beasley said. He said the only person that he feels that he's never beaten on a one-on-one, he said he's beaten everybody, including LeBron James. The only person he's never beaten a one-on-one basketball game is Bam Adebayo. He said Bam is sick like that. But again, it is the culture thing in Miami. We're trying to get stars. And again, if they lucky Tyler Hero didn't make the All-NBA team this year. They lucky, but then we would have really been scarred.
Can I ask you guys a question about the Miami situation? Here's my issue. If you say you're going to get rid of Pat Riley, who can you replace him with as general as GM?
No, Lamont said that nonsense. Don't come over here.
Lamont
said that nonsense. See,
go James. That's what I was referring to.
He lives in Arizona. He don't know about Florida. He don't know nothing about Florida and Gators and stuff like that.
Right.
Stay away from Pat Riley.
See,
Pat Riley he will resign. He will resign before we force him out. So if you're saying should he resign, yes, I do agree that he should resign. Because what is he really doing? He's really not the GM. He's really not the president. But he owns the team as well. He has a stake in the team, so he's always going to be involved. But he does need to sit back. No more off-season press conferences. None of that nonsense. That's why we lost Jimmy, because you went last year and said some nonsense about Jimmy for no reason, being an old man, sit in the background. As far as Spo, I mean, who we gonna get? Who we gonna move up? We got Chris Quinn. I know everybody said they like Chris Quinn. Is Chris Quinn really the guy? Maybe a new voice does help, right? Maybe, right? Move Spo up, but
I'll need a new voice for sure.
Yeah, but either way, those guys are going to resign in their position. They won't get fired. They won't get fired.
Right.
No. I know he's not going to get fired, but what I'm saying is his mentality and approach is turning too many players off to the Miami Heat. And they're already a team. They're already a team that's thirsting for a superstar. And when you're in that stage where you're just kind of one player away from being a real contender, the last thing you want to do is run around scaring away the superstars that want to be there. Now, are there certain players that kind of fit that MO? Yeah. But it's hard to say that they're going to walk into Miami right now. So I just think that
we ain't getting nobody.
I don't think anybody's walking in. I don't think anybody, wants to be there via trade. So I just think I think the players of Pat Riley's turned a lot of players off, and I don't think people are messing with him. I think they're going to be stuck like this for a while.
It would have to be a player that needs to redeem his image, redeem his brand of some sort, right? Someone like a Ja Morant, right? But the problem is with Miami, we don't like players like that. You can't really be a superstar because Miami will never let you be bigger than the team because of this quote-unquote Heat culture that we got going on. So no real superstars going to want to play down here. That's why, and then getting rid of Jimmy made it even worse because it made it seem like, well, not only you don't want us to be superstars, you're really just going to wear us out until you don't need us no more and get rid of us. So it really gets bad.
We got Joseph Handy up here. He just pulled up. Joseph Handy, what's good? You with us?
What's good, fellas? Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. What you got on this?
Might not can hear me.
No, we hear you.
I don't know. Oh, okay. All right. Bet. Yeah, long time watcher. I've been on GJK panel once or twice. Good talking. My question is, do y'all think the Nuggets can beat the Thunder? I mean, I have all the lower seeds winning the series across the board. So just based off of experience and matchups. But I'm just curious because I ain't really hear y'all talk about the Thunder and the Nuggets at all.
What y'all got on that?
Well, I had the Nuggets beating them as well to start the playoffs. So that was one of the teams I had beating the OKC Thunder. I think they could beat the Denver Nuggets for some reason. I think, again, Joker and what he does and having a healthy Aaron Gordon now, it just changes all their dynamics. And then, again, all they're waiting for right now is for Jamal Murray to come through and everything falls in line. I just like the way Denver plays as a team. It's again, I'm a point guard. I like point guards, and obviously you guys know I like defensive anchors. When you got a point guard, a guy like a Joker, man, it's hard to lose, man. He just makes everything easy for everybody. So, as good as SGA is, as good as all that stuff they do in OKC, man, when it comes to the playoffs, it really boils down to these little moments. And you gave up a game. That's hard to recover from when you give up one game in a 7-game series. You're trying to win 4. And you gave a team a game. So I had Denver from the beginning. So that was the team I got. So,
and it's a little bit different in this series because obviously Golden State, their top dog is injured. In this series with Denver, you got Nikola Jokic, and he ain't going nowhere. And Jamal Murray looked just fine. The only person that looks a little bit hurt is Michael Porter Jr. And the only thing that's happening at this point in time is his shoulder's getting better. And he always shoots well in Denver. So you just, like I say, I mean, OKC, we will. I expect OKC to win this game, but I will not be surprised if Jokic pulls some bullshit out of his ass.
And 40 and 20, Lamont. Was it 40 and 20? He pulled up 40 and 20 on them on game 1.
40 and 20 is nasty, and people was running around acting like it was normal.
That's nothing.
Bro.
Like that's nothing, right? Like that's nothing. And here goes Brandon again, Wall Street Brandon. All he does is say, your takes are weak. You just said my Miami take is weak. He says I like teams with no defense. No, in fact, in the first round of the playoffs of all the 8 series, the only one that I did lose was the Warriors and the Lakers series. All the other series I got right. I picked Indiana. I picked Cleveland. I picked New York, right? I picked Boston. I picked Denver, right? And I also picked, who's the other team that's playing in the Western Conference right now? Dang, I just lost my train of thought. But either way, I picked the other team to win. So I was right 6 out of 8, 75%, sir. So at the end of the day, and you keep saying the Lakers don't play defense, they play defense. And where was OKC's defense? Didn't they give up 120 the other night? That's what they gave up, right? They lost 120.
They equate if you lose, you didn't play defense. That's what they say. If you lose, unless it's the team he picked. So in this particular case, the team that he picked, Minnesota, it's not that Golden State actually played good defense and did what he thought they couldn't do. It's just that Minnesota missed a whole bunch of shots. So he'll give the exception to the teams that he picks. So when the Lakers lose, it's going to be for the reasons that he says. It's going to be, he said, he thinks he's going to always try to make it seem like your take was wrong, which it was obvious in that series that the Lakers just couldn't score, right? I thought their defense, like I said, you held them to 7 of 47 shooting as well. But the difference is they couldn't score. Golden State could score, and that was the difference. A team that can score going to go up to 18 and win the game. A team that can't score, they're going to be down most of the game, and they're going to struggle to compete, even though you can't make a shot. So that's the only difference right there.
Brandon, you can't use stats versus GOAT James Kingdom. Again, the Lakers' defensive rating was 116, not 120. Stop coming up here lying to everybody about stats because you're just rambling. Like Lamont said, you throw a bunch of stuff together, and we can't actually pinpoint all your lies when you throw all these obscure ratings and numbers out that nobody cares about. I keep telling you, no one cares about defensive rating. We care about how many points you give up in a game. That's what it matters.
And offensive rebounding and all that stuff. And turnovers.
Yeah, defensive rebounding, brother.
Yes.
Leave it alone. Golden State has one of the best defenses in basketball. So even with Podzinski and Stephen Curry and Buddy Hield, they still had a top 10 defense without a rim protector. Could you believe that, Lamont? Could you believe that? Now I just never thought that an NBA team could have such weak perimeter defenders and no rim protector and still be a top 10 defense. How dare I know basketball with such knowledge that I possess here in GOAT James Kingdom? That's right. He said, look, Lamont, this is the best part. You cooked. You cooked yourself. You cooked yourself. Oh, man. But you know what, Lamont, though? I do think the Warriors had a chance of really just taking this series and running with it without Curry, but I think they're going to have some trouble. Again, like I always tell people, it's bad to give up a game, but it is only one loss, and without Stephen Curry, they could really struggle, especially if he's going to be out for the next 3 games for sure.
Yeah, that's going to be nasty. It's going to be nasty. Like, Jimmy Butler's going to have to play out of his mind to make this competitive. And
yeah,
I predict they can do this without Steph? I don't think they can do it without Steph. The best thing that happened to Minnesota was Steph getting hurt. That's the only thing. That's the only reason why they now have an avenue to win, because they were on their way to getting bombed by Steph Curry. Steph Curry was on his way to putting up a 40-point game.
Yeah, he was on.
With ease. With ease. And they were not stopping it. There's nothing they can do. They weren't being physical. None of it was working. And so they, kind of got lucky there. And hopefully they wake up and they can beat Golden State when they deplete it.
But I think Minnesota fell into the little small market syndrome, man. A big playoff series win like this, everybody feels good. You're back home in town, right? Everybody's treating you like you a star, like you won a championship already. You think you could just waltz into a playoff game, play the same way. You think you're playing J.J. Redick's Lakers. And here comes Steve Kerr and Draymond Green crazy behind. And you start missing. You get nervous. You got to chase Stephen Curry around.
Yeah, because you know what they don't remember what I talked about. Remember what I talked about yesterday when I said there are certain things in it that happen in a game that numbers and stuff can't never account for. One of the things you can't account for with Draymond, that motherfucker talks shit. He gets in your head, right? And so his ability to influence how the other team plays just with the things that he does on his court, even if guys get open shots and they miss them, that every time they miss an open shot, you know what they hearing? They hearing Draymond say something slick in their ear. You a bum, you this, you a scrub, you that. He probably talking about their mamas, daddies, cousins, and all this stuff. And so it's just like, it's also an element of gamesmanship in here too. And Draymond is going to play every game in the book that he can to give his team an advantage, even especially now with Steph out. And so, like, these are things that you don't never incorporate. Like, remember when Gilbert Arenas was at the free throw line? LeBron tapped him on the chest, talked to him, said something to his ear. Now them 2 free throws take a 90% free throw shooter to a 55% free throw shooter with no defense, with no other changes. Somebody just said some words to him. You see what I'm saying? And so that's the element of the game that people like Brandon never incorporate. He just thinks they just missing shots when I'm a big believer in, you don't just miss shots to miss shots. These guys in an empty gym by themselves, any one of them is going to walk in and make 90 out of 100 threes. Like these guys is going to drain. Like when you step into a gym and you start missing shots, there's a factor. There's a reason why. There's
Especially
something that Golden
shots.
State is doing. Yeah, they're disrupting you. They're speeding you up. Maybe they know your tendency. So if you think about it, some of these scouting reports will break down where your worst three-pointer is. Your worst three-pointer might be in the right corner, in the right wing. If you get to that right wing, if they've scouted you out on that right wing or coming off your left-hand dribble or your right-hand dribble, they may sag a little bit knowing, okay, coming off this hand or on this wing, he's not as efficient. And so they'll play to your weaknesses. So maybe they're doing a good job of not allowing you to get to your spots and score. And when they see that you're going into – when they're forcing you to your weaknesses, maybe they are playing back saying, go ahead and have that shot. You're playing to your weakness. But that's how high level some of these scouting reports are. And that's why I was telling Young Africa, that's why I have to side with the defense, because these scouting reports at the playoff level are too detailed, right? They account for everything.
Yeah,
unless you're the Clippers and you got a scouting report. Did you see? And you got the Russell Westbrook scouting report like this, man. Unless you're the Clippers, man.
Oh my God, that's not their scouting report. No, that
I promise it is. I promise it is. The whole thing was released on Twitter. If you go on Twitter, you can see the whole thing.
No way. Wait, I mean, you know what? I've been trying to work Twitter. Twitter's so hard. You were talking about Twitch being very difficult to build a following. We can't build a following for nothing on Twitter.
I just started this last week to pay for the you know when the Twitter premium? When you post not premium but the promotions. You let Twitter promote your stuff, so I'm gonna start doing the promotions, and because what it seems like is starting to happen, it seems like all these platforms are just really making it pay to play.
Wait, no, they did not put that in the notes. Let me make sure I read this correctly. Leave him open. Okay, I get that to a certain degree. Do everything in your power to let him shoot. Okay, I got that. Let him dictate the offense? No. Why would you let Russell Westbrook dictate any offense? You're gonna be in trouble.
Why not?
Huh?
Why not?
Because he's one of the most elite playmakers in NBA history. What are you talking about?
Bro, they were disrespecting him.
No, respectfully. He's also one of the most terrible decision makers in crunch time too.
Yeah, but that's
not true at all. That's not true.
No, I'm not gonna say. I'm not gonna argue that.
That's a fact.
But that's not because. But that's not because you let him. That's not because you let him dictate the offense. That's because you actually playing defense on him and forcing him into turnovers. If you let Westbrook do what he do best, you are going to be in trouble.
No, what I'm thinking they saying to John, and this is just me thinking logically. They're saying if you allow him to run, it gives him a false sense of him dictating the offense, which then leads him to be prone to make more mistakes.
Nah, bro, you're in trouble. That's the Westbrook you don't want. That's what I'm saying.
The Westbrook that a lot with Westbrook.
No, I get what you're saying, but what y'all don't understand is the mistakes come with the great plays, multiple great plays, great high IQ.
No, I didn't say he wasn't high IQ.
No, I'm just saying he breaks your defense down. His intensity, everything that he does, like it doesn't matter. That's the Westbrook I love the most, because that's what you're gonna. If you ain't getting that from Westbrook, those mistakes and those wild plays, you're not getting the Westbrook that's gonna get you the elite Westbrook. But you can't let Westbrook dictate an offense. That's like saying, okay, because basically when they're not giving it to Joker, they're saying, hey, Westbrook, do your thing, and you're gonna be like, okay, yeah, let's let Westbrook do your thing. You're going to lose that way. You just playing right into the hands of Denver. Because that's the only time they're the only time they're going to listen, the only time they're going to let Westbrook dictate the entire offense for them is either when Joker's on the bench and Murray's not on the floor like that. So you're basically saying when it's Westbrook on the floor, let him control the whole thing. And that's just good for them. That's just good for Denver.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think they saying that. Well, I'm thinking.
Don't tell what you think. I'm telling you what we read. They said this is what they did say.
Right. But
let him dictate the offense. He will turn over the ball. Listen, he will turn over the ball 4 times. He will turn over the ball 4 times, but he will have 9 assists plus another 6 other plays.
Over 7 times and have 5 assists.
No, he never has that. That's why he never has that. That's why he's one. No, he doesn't. You guys be making up shit. Go look at his numbers. That's why stats exist.
Anything. Listen, part of what got Mike Malone fired was what My fault. Joey, part of what got Mike Malone fired was that he was playing Russ too much. Because at that time, Russ was making mistakes to lose them games.
Yo,
that's just what it was.
Ma, please, brother, help me, brother, with this. This man said Mike Malone got fired because of Russell Westbrook. Please help me with this.
That was rumored by the media, and that's probably one. That's 1,000% false.
I ain't pulling that out my answer, Johnny. That's what the media was saying.
But why would you think Mike Malone, with the intelligence he has, is giving him that kind of reign? Because Mike Malone knows something that the media don't know, brother. Trust me when I'm telling you, Russell Westbrook is that dude. He has a over 2-to-1 turnover ratio.
I'm a Russ fan. Listen to what I'm telling you. I'm a Russ fan. I've always been a Russ fan since he was at UCLA. Because he reminds me of one of my favorite players. I'm from Baltimore, so all we got is wild guns. So I don't care about him playing wild. I think he's a positive. I'm talking about the scouting report. Since he's left OKC, I'm just saying because his athleticism has gone down the tad that he's more prone to make mistakes now with the way that he plays. Because he hasn't really changed the way he played since he came in the league. That's all I'm saying.
Y'all are bugging, bro. I don't know how y'all be disrespecting Westbrook so much.
Hold on. What did the numbers say, though? Did the numbers support that? If we look up the numbers?
You can look up the numbers.
Because the funny thing about Russell Westbrook is people have all these things to say about Russell Westbrook, but when I go look at the numbers, just like when I looked up his triple-double numbers and people said it was stat padding, but the man had like a 78% win percentage when he got a triple-double. How can that be stat padding when it's equating to wins? A lot of these narratives around Russell Westbrook be false. So you telling me if I go pull these numbers, they going to align with him being a high turnover-prone player?
Based off of the minutes that he played, yes. But he's always been a high turnover player, so that's not what I'm saying.
Because point guards have never in history been judged off of turnovers. They've been judged off their assist to turnover ratio. Because we know that with point guards, you can get a turnover if a big man the ball slips out his hand and bounces out of bounds. That's your turnover as a point guard. You can get turnovers for a whole bunch of bullshit. So the thing is, it's hard to judge point guards off turnovers because a lot of times turnovers aren't always even their fault. They just get credited with it because they're the ones that initiated the pass.
You're right. As a point guard, used to play point guard. I get that. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the scouting report. I'm saying the scouting report had...
The scouting report was an obvious troll.
Yeah, it was, but it still had some validity to it because part of
it had zero validity because Russ was one of the reasons why they lost the series.
No, I'm not saying it is or isn't. I'm saying he's been
How can your scouting report be this bad?
Imagine he's been on 5 teams for 5 years.
No, I want you to think about this. Hold on, Joseph Haney. I want you to think about this. Your scouting report was this, but Russ was one of the primary reasons why you went home.
No, that's stupid. He's an NBA player. He's a Hall of Famer. Nobody's saying, yo, completely leave him open because he'll never make a shot.
That's what it says. That's what it says.
No, I'm on the less on the idea. Let him dictate the offense.
See, you're worried about the word. I'm talking about the interpretation.
That means let Russell Westbrook run around with a basketball in his hand and set up plays, and you don't want that. You're gonna lose doing that. Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me, Lamont. When you hear them say let him dictate the offense, what that mean to you, Lamont?
Facilitate.
Right, that you don't want to let Russell Westbrook just facilitate. You have to play defense on him doing that. Hell no. You got to play passing lanes and driving lanes on Westbrook because he's going to kill you with his teammates, with bumps. That's no wonder why Christian Braun and them looking better in the playoffs. They out here letting Westbrook do whatever he wants.
I mean, they were looking like that last year without Westbrook too. So we all know that's a joke effect. But Russ is a dog. Russ is a dog. Yeah, I ain't disagreeing that Russ is a dog. All I'm saying is part of the reason he's been on 5 teams in 5 years is unfortunately, whether it's valid or not valid, he has a label of making high leverage mistakes at high leverage moments. That's all I'm saying. And part of that is the way that he plays. So if we take game 1, right? No, listen, if you take game 1, that same pass that he made to Aaron Gordon, which was the perfect play, we've seen Russ take that joint and smoke the layup.
When?
We've seen him do both.
When?
No, he has.
He's missed
some layups. He missed a layup in the fourth quarter of a game that was
right.
But again,
no, he missed the layup.
But
he fouled,
Russell
right?
Westbrook.
But it was contested though. It was contested, Lamont.
Russell Westbrook is one of those players. Russell Westbrook's one of those players where he can do 1,000 things right, but as soon as he makes that one mistake, everybody's going to run and highlight that one mistake and say, see, I told you so. Because this entire year with Denver, where he's actually saved Denver time and time and time again, where he's had huge performance of a huge – everybody talks about one moment here or one moment here. What has he done consistently over the entire season?
Oh, he's been great for Denver this year.
So at the end of the day, if he's been great the majority of the season, how is he this high-level, turnover-prone monster that cost them games time and time again?
I didn't say time and time again. I'm telling you what's his track record over years. That's the reason why he's been on 5 teams in 5 years.
I'm going to give you his track record.
That's all I'm saying.
I'm going to give you his track record last year when he was with the Clippers in 2023, 2024. Coming off the bench, Westbrook averaged 1.5 turnovers per game in 57 games. It says this is a notable decrease from his career average of 3.9 turnovers per game. So just in this, and before I even get to Denver, he's on when he was with the Clippers. No, what I'm saying is when he was with the Clippers. No, we're just talking about Russ. When he was with Russ,
he played with last year? Who had the ball?
Hold on. No, we're talking about Russ. It's not about who he played with. So if he's
that matters for his turnovers though.
Hold on, but I got more numbers. I got more numbers other than just his turnovers. I'm just starting with turnovers because his average alone doesn't align with the ideal. That's in 2023-24, but his average alone doesn't align with the concept that he was this turnover monster, just turnover after turnover after turnover. It just doesn't align with that. Hold on. Let me go to his. It says right here. Let me go to his time in Denver, and then I'm going to get to some clutch stats as well.
Well, why you do that? Just to let him know, for the last 3 years, while he was in LA in 2023, the Clippers in 2024, and obviously Denver this year, he has averaged 6 assists and 3 turnovers per game. That's a 2-to-1 assist turnover ratio. That's what you want your point guard to have.
That's good for a point guard.
That's at least. That's what you want your point guard to have.
That's average for a good point guard.
No, that's not average. That's good. No, that's good. That's what you want to have.
That's most good point guards. Go through a lot of them.
That's why he's best saying. That's what I'm saying. He's good. That's what I'm saying. So you don't let nobody be good on you. That's what I'm saying. Because if you let him do that, he's going to do better than that. That's what he does average. That's what that means. That's what he does when people are playing defense on him. It's restricting what he does best. But you can't just say let him be a point guard, which is what he is really elite at, and make it seem like he's just not going to do nothing. Even at this stage of his career, Russell Westbrook is still that dude. The Lakers misused him. I always told people that. They clearly misused him.
But you go to 5 teams in 5 years. It's
go ahead, Lamar.
And I ain't saying
it's a reason because you in today's NBA. You can move in today's. That shows you how good he is because he can move no matter what team it is, and he can still be a part of the team roster no matter what.
So is he a glorified Dennis Schroeder?
Hell no. He's a Hall of Famer. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer.
A bunch of times too.
Nah, Shaq got moved a bunch of times too. What you mean?
Shaq? No, that's in his career.
What's this? Westbrook's end of Westbrook's career.
Westbrook's 16, 17. Still good. Shaq wasn't good at that point.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. But that's how good today's NBA is because even as good as Westbrook is, he's still not going to be as good as everybody else. And he could move. That's fine. He's the man. I don't know. I wanted him in Miami. I wish they would have brought him to Miami.
No, I wish he would have stayed down late with Braun and figured it out. Shit. I mean, listen.
They wasn't going to figure it out.
They could have figured it out. Wait,
Lamar, bring up them clutch numbers. Lamar, look at
them clutch numbers.
Bring up them, my bad. I was sending
clutch numbers, Lamar. Let's see.
Yeah.
Hold on. I can pull up clutch numbers for you. Hold on. I got you.
I just wanted to put a filling in between, but so my bad.
No, I was just funny because he talking about his turnovers and with the Clippers, and I'm like Harden had the ball a lot with Russell on the court.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I see basketball. Like I said, I like point guards. I like defensive anchors. To me, those are the two most important aspects of winning in basketball. So,
okay. That's why.
Yeah. That's why I got Halliburton. Yeah.
Russ had a better season with the Denver Nuggets than he did with the Lakers and the Clippers. If y'all ask me, he had
facts.
He don't have to do too much of the running around with the ball. All he got to do is just strictly use the little bit of the strength that he got left in his basketball career, which is to play some defense, grab us some rebounds, get some buckets when you need to. You ain't got to orchestrate the ball all the time. So far from the All the other teams that Westbrook played for, out of the Lakers and the Clippers, all them other teams, even the Washington Wizards, he had a better season with those guys than he did with the Lakers and the Clippers. My opinion.
So you think it was the system in LA is why Russ was
LA. You cannot blame LA on Russ.
I'm not saying
I wasn't saying. When a lot of people speak on that, they gonna automatically say the way that they ran, the way the things was being ran with the Lakers and the way things was being ran with the Clippers is why he wasn't being successful. But the way Russ plays throughout his career, all the way up until he got with the Rockets, with the Wizards, all the way up until he landed right here with the Denver Nuggets, he hasn't had no problems like that outside of the he say, she say with the Lakers and the Clippers. Now, he was doing pretty good with the Clippers until they got James Harden. Then he had to go back to that role and things wasn't going good. But then when they didn't have Kawhi, you've seen what he can do in the playoffs against Phoenix. So what I'm saying is he's played better. He's played good and real good and decent with this team than he did with the Lakers and the Clippers.
Oh yeah, he's definitely played better than Denver.
No, it's not that he didn't play better. What he doesn't. I said this at the beginning of the year. I said that what he has in Denver, because remember, he's in Denver because Nikola Jokic said he wanted him. He's in Denver because the best player in Denver said, I want him. And when you have a team that's not going to be super hyper focused on whatever flaws you might have, and they're just going to cater to your strengths, that's enormous. I think if you look at Russ's numbers when he was with LA, he got some damn good numbers. But the fans so hyper inflated his mistakes, you would think this man was Bronny James averages. The man was averaging like 18. Man was averaging like 18, 6 and 6 with LA.
Oh no, that's what I said.
A lot of times with the LA Lakers, as soon as he even touched the ball, he getting ready to pass it, but they were hoping that he didn't shoot the ball.
They wasn't even ready for the pass.
The air out of his I mean, you mean?
But see, that's what I was saying.
Laker fans wanted too much perfection. They didn't want Russ to be Russ. They tried to turn him into a corner 3-point shooter. They tried to completely change his game.
They want him to be a Laker. They want him to be Russ. But what I was saying, Lamont, when I said he had a better, he did better with them with Denver Nuggets. What I mean by that is like he's more ease, more relaxed when he played with the Denver Nuggets compared when he played with everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Compared to when he played with the Clippers and the Lakers.
I mean,
with the Denver Nuggets and everybody else, he played a little more relaxed.
I mean, I think there's no real pressure for him in Denver. Let's be honest. It was pressure for him in LA, right? Because he's from LA, like Lamont saying, it's a certain expectation when you go to LA. That's for everybody. That's why we've seen a lot of players leave the Lakers. And like Beasley, a perfect example. He left the Lakers and remember how to shoot again. Because he ain't under pressure anymore. So I think when he got to Denver, like you say, he just can hoop now. And to Lamont's point too, when the best player in the world asking for you, that kind of put a battery in his back. So it's kind of like a revenge tour. So as far as Russ this year, Russ been great this year. All I was saying was the scouting report for it being a troll, which it is, the only merit it really has is there are times where basically Russ moves too fast, which unfortunately leads him to have not just turnovers, but bad turnovers. And sometimes
Giannis do the same thing, but y'all don't say it about Giannis.
I do. I say it about Giannis all the time.
Damian Lillard be doing the same thing.
No, listen, I agree. I'm the type of person that you have to like a player flaws and all. Like, I'm not one of them people. So I love Giannis. I love Russ.
But what I'm saying is the things that y'all attribute to Russ, I can go to every team in the league and find one guy that plays with high-level energy that's also turnover-prone because of his energy.
But how much do they have the ball?
But what happens is there is a trade-off. For the effort and energy that he brings, I'm going to accept a few mistakes that come with it. Because that trade-off is huge. What he gives you in effort and energy, big plays, big shots, right? Yeah, of course, that's going to naturally come with a few turnovers here or there. But to sit there and hyperinflate the mistakes as if the mistakes outweigh the good, bro, there's a reason why he's consistently on the court for the Denver Nuggets in high leverage playoff moments. And it ain't because he turned the ball over. That man was out there barbecuing the number 1 seed, OKC, and we still sitting here talking about the few mistakes that he makes, and when he was out there barbecuing the number one defensive team in the league, the team that's supposed to force him into making mistakes, when that late game situation, they should have forced, based on what y'all saying, they should have forced him into making a mistake because he's turnover prone. That man threw a beautiful pass right in the shot pocket, on time, on target. Man knocks the shot down for the game winner. And because he made it look so simple, I guarantee you, when he caught that ball on the wing, them two motherfuckers defending was sweating like a motherfucker.
That's because they let him dictate it, like Johnny said. That's why you don't let him dictate, right?
Exactly. That's why he works in Denver. Because in Denver, they let him be Westbrook. They let Russell be Westbrook. For whatever minutes they put him in for the 25, 30 minutes, 20 minutes he's in the game, they let him be Westbrook. They accept the mistakes.
That part is true.
And because you know he's gonna make a couple of mistakes, you could adjust for that and work with the rest. That's a part of it, bro. It's like having Brett Favre. I used to tell people Brett Favre used to throw interceptions all the time.
They willing to live with the. They willing to live with the new.
Exactly.
They willing to live with a couple. They willing to live with the 4 or 5 turnovers and accept the 8-9 rebounds and 15 points. They know what they're gonna get out of Russ. That's why we cool with this. We cool with the 4 or 5 turnovers. He giving us 15 points, 8-9 rebounds, 5 or 6 assists. So you know what I'm saying? You got to expect that from people who control the ball a lot. But for him to come off the bench with the Denver Nuggets as their second unit is pretty big. Because he give them that extra bit of spark and energy coming off that bench with Bron, with Christian Bron, and all them guys like that.
Yeah, I agree. Here, I'm pulling up his numbers right here. Hold on, I'm about to get it for you.
Yeah, because I am curious. I don't think they're going to be bad, but I don't think they're going to be good. I think they'll be average at best at this point in his career. Maybe young Russ, yeah, like OKC Russ when triple-double Russ, yeah, his clutch numbers probably was off the charts. But the last 5 years, I'm pretty sure they average at best.
That's why I didn't like OKC Lamont, because I felt like for OKC offense to work, their primary scorer has to be SGA, and he has to be their primary facilitator. They don't have nowhere else to go outside of him. So if he's not working everything for them on the offense, like they can, you know what I'm saying? Like they can go into spurts in the playoffs where they were up 20, and and you can give a team a chance to come back. So like they don't have that extra player.
John? Are we going?
No, I mean defensively, I think they're good. They're solid defensively. You know what I'm saying?
I mean they gave up 121. So
no, I know that. No, I got you. I got you. It was one of those games. I don't think it was. I would just mess stuff without knowing it. But when I didn't get a chance to look at the whole game, I actually missed the last part of the game. I had to go watch the highlights because I fell asleep watching the game. So, but when I was watching it, OKC plays solid, bro. That's why when you see Joker taking 29 shots, that's because teams are forcing. Joker had 7 turnovers. Nobody says nothing about that. That's teams.
Okay, defense wasn't the issue. I think to me, right, and this is me watching the game. Maybe you'll agree or disagree, Lamont. When Joker got that 5th foul, their offense turned into shit, bro. Because all they were trying to do was trying to foul Joker out the whole rest of the game. So you just start seeing Jalen Williams randomly drive, shoot an air ball. SGA try to draw a foul.
That's a young team. I don't know how. That's the same thing Memphis did when When Gilgeous-Alexander had 5 fouls and Memphis had a chance to win at the end of the game, they just kept trying to target Gilgeous-Alexander. They kept missing shot after shot after shot, and they couldn't. They lost the game where they had a big 30-point lead, big crazy lead.
Yeah. So I agree with John. I think their issue isn't necessarily that SGA is the main creator. I think I'm with Lamont. It's just the experience. If the game close, Denver gonna score, bro. Like they're gonna score. It's damn near impossible to keep them from scoring within the last 4 minutes of a game. And I don't know, from what I've seen from OKC, when they actually have to play close games against these West Conference teams, they struggle down the stretch of games, bro. Like, all of a sudden, can't nobody make a shot. They start turning the ball over. Like, it start getting real nasty. So, I don't think they can beat Denver because I think it's going to be too many close games this series where they have to execute, and they just not going to be able to do it.
Oh, you know what? I didn't even notice that today is your birthday, right, Lamont? What's your birthday? Isn't it?
No, it's a little early, but yeah.
Oh, okay. Somebody said happy birthday to you. And also, you know what, Lamont. You know what people are not talking about, Lamont?
My girl, huh?
Oh, that's your girl. Oh, shout out to her. Peace and blessings.
Oh, hold on. Let me correct it. Fiance, so she don't get mad.
You daggone right. You better correct.
Congratulations. Super
Put some respect
congratulations.
on the name.
Oh my God. Hey, Lamont. People are not talking about all these clutch free throws that teams are missing in the stretches as well. I know they made fun of Chet. We talked about Chet yesterday or whatever, but
Donovan Mitchell missed one.
There's some. I mean, even I don't know if he missed it on purpose. The Halliburton one, he missed that one at the end.
I don't think he missed that joint on purpose. What you think, Lamont?
I don't think he missed it on purpose neither, but he did.
Nah, he knew he missed it when it came out of his hands because that man was charging in for that rebound. He knew he bricked that.
That joint, he got it perfectly. Like I'm like, this is like some movie shit.
Bro, he pulled out on that ISO. I knew he was shooting the three. I said, this motherfucker about to go for the win.
But you know what's crazy? And Johnny, I'm gonna ask you. I compared their offense to like a supercharged version of the Suns back in the day, bro. Like the way that they get open shots and everybody scoring, it's like, yo, I've been telling people they built for playoff basketball, but you gotta put up 120 to beat them. Like consistently. You like Indiana not about to go score 98, 104. A bad game for them is like 110. A great game for them is 130.
They were mad. They were mad at me when I said Halliburton was better than Anthony Davis to start the season off. You know that I had him in front of Anthony. I really did, bro. I really had him in front of Anthony Davis. Like I said, I love me some good point guards. Halliburton, when you got somebody who can control the tempo of a game, it changes everything. It changes everything.
I think Carlisle just a great coach too. Like he knows how to coach offense. Like I think people don't give him enough credit. Like when it comes to putting together a team that can have a great offense, he know how to do that. I don't know about the defense. They might not play no defense, but they damn sure gonna be great on offense. So
he saw it. He saw it. That's why they traded for Halliburton. You remember they had a good player in Sabonis, but they said, you know what? Yeah. Nah, we'll take Hallie over there. Give us Hallie.
Happy birthday to Jessica in the chat as well from
happy birthday,
Sports TV.
Yeah, you Tauruses are crazy. No wonder why people don't like Lamont. Y'all Tauruses are crazy, man. Yeah, man. Yeah. My son's
Lamont ain't got no haters, man. Everybody loves Lamont.
My son's a Taurus, man. Hey, happy birthday to all y'all, man. Enjoy it, man.
Yeah,
best time to have a birthday.
Look at Herm. Look at Herm. Had to slide in with some trash talk.
They say, Herm, don't worry, Herm. Your seat is still available for you, bro. I'm just keeping it warm for you, bro. I know you was always the top.
I'm gonna you know what?
For a long time.
On Saturday, I am gonna do funniest moments of FYF stream, man. We're gonna be doing it live. We're gonna be reacting to the craziest moments on the channel, man.
Oh yeah. How far back you going?
I'm going way back, man.
Oh, you're going to go back. Oh, wow. Okay.
But we got some new ones added to the slate. We got a couple crash outs. We got locker room. We got Dreamers Pro added to the slate now. So we got a couple crash outs and new moments that have been added in.
Oh, man, that Dreamers Pro one was classic. What you got a problem with Nigerians? You got a problem with Nigerians?
Bro, Dreamers Pro is another one. He's a different breed.
That joint was dope. I can't even lie. I was like, damn, this shit for real.
They say, name the shit.
I don't even know why. Dreamers Pro don't like me, because I was trying to be super respectful to him, man. He just spazzed out. I mean, as soon as he saw locker room up here, bro, he just turned.
It was because of the locker room. That was it.
It was. What they called you? What they called them?
LeBron fans. LeBron fans.
No, what locker room always called you, LeBron? The way he do business. What the fuck he called? Shady something. It's some funny ass term he always called LeBron. Basically calling him shady, like he do shady business. So I think that's what Dreamer Pro was mad about.
That's
I don't know.
Oh, that's dope. I'll be ready for Saturday. Then that'll be a good show. I can't wait to see that one. That'll be great.
Oh, Jared said. Oh, Jared got one of Jared. You know, a lot of people don't know, but Jared got one of the funniest moments on this channel's history, man.
Yeah,
bro. If I played it for y'all would be dying, man.
Is he the one that crashed while he was on the show, or no?
No, that was Mac Def. That was Mac Def.
Damn, somebody crashed.
That was Mac Def that crashed. I didn't know that.
Bro, Mac Def was in the middle of the debate, man. Man.
And crashed. Oh,
this motherfucker started losing the debate, man, and all we hear is we hear a grown man just yell at the top, like I'm talking about, yell high pitch, man.
Motherfucker, that joint trying to look up some shit on the phone, trying to win a debate. Put that fucking phone down.
We made a whole spoof video about that one right there, man.
Oh Oh God!
Hold on,
I can't wait. Hopefully, I'm not on there. Please don't have me.
No,
on there.
you on there for sure too.
He said I'm on there for sure. I gotta be
on there for sure. It gotta be one of his times he crashed out on Brandon, because he always crashed out on Brandon. Man. That should be funny as hell.
Wall Street Brandon get on my nerves sometimes, bro. I
he
wanting to have the conversation with him too, because he's not a bad basketball fan. He just be saying some weird stuff.
No, he just think he's smarter than what he really is. That's all. He just
Didn't he say he was a lawyer?
Low bad.
Yeah, Brandon said he was a lawyer, but it's hard for me to believe he's a lawyer because one day he was on the live, and he was on the, obviously he'd be on the calls, and the calls get super energetic and hyped up. Or somebody walked in and told him to shut the hell up.
Damn.
Somebody walked in his office and said, "Man, you need to shut the hell up, man." I'm like, "Damn, Brandon, what kind of lawyer are you?" They can walk in and just tell you to shut the hell up.
His ass a case manager. That's why they told his ass he's making too much noise.
I said, "You the paralegal, man."
Yeah, that might be what you get, the paralegal. You might be right.
He is the paralegal.
So he walking around like he owned the place.
They walked straight in and said, "You need to shut the hell up."
You're missing my point, Lamont. You're missing my point. Let me.
We're always missing this point. Like, no, we understand it.
You just cooked yourself, Lamont. Ace 30's in the building. Shout out to Ace 30, man. Lamont, you talking about Jared took off his shirt and Mac Dev crashing out his cheese bus.
I'm trying to find the Mac Dev clip right now, man. I just watched it the other day, man. That shit had me dying.
Hey, you know what? Talk about that. Brandon earlier said that I picked whatever the favorites for the playoffs, but guess what? I didn't pick the favorites for this round. In the first round, I did. I guess all the teams I did pick were favorites, but now I got New York winning against Boston. I got Cleveland losing as well, and I had that before the damn series started. You can
me too.
You go check with Chilltown. So, and I obviously got Minnesota winning. Most people have the Warriors winning, and most people got OKC winning. I got Denver.
Okay. Yeah, I had all the low seeds except for.
I got Denver winning. I picked Denver losing in the second round to either the Clippers or Denver. I had them losing to either one of them teams.
Yeah. And I think a Halliburton, Jalen Brunson Eastern Conference Finals would be so dope. Oh my God!
It got to be. They played last year. They played last year, didn't they?
It would be so incredible. Yeah, man.
And they went 7 games last year. But see, OG not hurt this year, so I think that's the difference with the Knicks. Is OG playing as long as he stay healthy, he makes the playoff.
I like the Knicks.
The Pacers-Knicks rivalry. The way the Knicks and the Pacers are playing right now. That would be the most exciting playoff series out of the East right now.
Mo Breezy, I plead the fifth, sir. I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth, sir.
Yeah, you're a de facto Knicks fan right now. Yeah, you're a de facto Knicks fan right now.
He a Knicks fan for sure right now.
I've been listening to Knicks stream podcasts for the last 24 hours straight over here. Lamont is always crazy over here.
Hey, they going crazy, ain't they? I know they going nuts.
Oh, the Knicks fans are the best, bro. I swear, if there's any fan base I'm envious of, but I hate the most, is Knicks fans. But, man, I love the way they love the Knicks, bro. They love their Knicks, bro. Knicks fans are dedicated to their Knicks, bro. It's serious, bro. They are, bro. And beating Boston game 1 like that, oh, my God. They went crazy, bro. They went crazy. New York is hilarious.
See, I wish I could be a fan of a team like that. I'm from Baltimore, so we don't have a team. I mean, the closest team to us is the Wizards. But, like when I was coming up, they wasn't really that popular. So that just made me a basketball fan because I just became fans of different players. It was like.
Blame that on Michael Jordan and Gilbert Arenas for messing up.
Oh, man, I ain't put that on there. No, the crazy part was I was a ticket holder for the Wizards for like 5 years back when they had Bill and John Wall. And when when John Wall got hurt and they wouldn't re-sign him, basically to let him prove himself, I dropped my season tickets. I'm like, yo, that's shady business, man. Like, you don't do your superstars like that. Like, injury or no injury, you let them come back, and you know what I'm saying? You let them play, and if they steal some shit or you don't think they're good enough, then you figure something out. But the Wizards basically was like, oh no, you hurt.
I found it. Hey, Johnny, I found it.
All right, let's see it. Because
I found it.
Because I heard it the first time, but I didn't know that was Mac Dev.
Yeah, here it is right here. So he's debating Young Africa, right?
Uh-huh.
So basically what leading up to this part right here, what happened was you know how we throw the challenge flags and you can challenge?
Uh-huh.
Well, Mac Def misquoted a fact. the challenge flag got thrown, or I think he threw a challenge flag. He fucked up. He lost the challenge, so he was automatically down in the debate, right? So now this is like uncut footage. This is this is also not just what happened, but this is also behind the scenes of what happened as well. All right. So watch this. Oh, hold on. Let me put the audio on. My bad. All right. Make sure y'all can hear it. All right, let's go. All right, let me highlight this. Here it is right here. Let me know if y'all can hear it. Let me know if y'all can't hear it.
Presence in the 90s was so important.
No, you good.
The paint was packed. You didn't have stretch bigs in the time. You had play. What's up, man?
Oh shit!
Hold
on, watch. Hold on, watch.
Oh shit! Oh my god! OK.com news. Oh my god.
The second crash in a week for ABQ Ride. On Friday, a city bus driver was tossed to his windshield during a crash on Central Avenue. Action 7 News was the first to see a video from inside that bus. Reporter Megan Cruz spoke to ABQ Ride today that there are lessons to be learned.
Rudy Gobert here, getting
the crash from the air. It happened last Friday. Albuquerque police say this silver truck ran a red light on Central Avenue, striking the bus, which was heading south on Unser.
Crash that was unavoidable. If you take a look at the video, there was nothing he could have done to prevent that crash.
Officials say, surprisingly, neither of the drivers were seriously injured. Albuquerque police did not ticket the truck driver. Investigators believe neither alcohol nor drugs were factors in this crash. Despite doing other things behind the wheel, a spokesperson for ABQ Ride says,
It didn't appear to me that he was distracted.
However, he says he was thrown through the windshield because he wasn't wearing a seatbelt.
He could face some sort of discipline for that.
But aside from this crash,
He is an outstanding driver and an outstanding employee.
city officials say this video will now be shown to all their bus drivers.
There's a reminder that you should wear your seatbelt at all times.
In Albuquerque Cruz, KOAT Action 7 News.
No passengers were on the bus at the time of that crash. Santa Fe County.
There you go, right there.
I remember that. That was just a little bit years ago.
Crazy.
Wow. Damn.
He said, we got it on.
Right. Anyway, shout out to Mac Dip. At least he's good. All
his
shout out
job.
to him, yeah.
He's still driving. Still driving city.
Oh wait. That's a real footage of him. That's him. That's actually
real
Mac?
footage. Yeah.
Bruh, you ain't hear the voice. He said, "Fuck."
Oh no, I thought Lamont just found like a news clip and added the whole thing to. Wait a minute, that's actually Mac Def. He drives a bus. Wow. Oh my lord.
Yo, I want to try and laugh, but damn.
Damn, that's hey, look, Herm, you wrong, Herm, for laughing, Herm. You wrong, Herm. Damn. Shout out to Mac Def, man. Shout out to Mac
I'm
Def,
telling you,
man.
man. There's some great moments, man. There's some funny moments, man, on FYF Sports, man. I'm telling y'all, man.
No, that's crazy.
Oh, that is crazy.
No, I do remember that one. That was crazy. I remember that. That was crazy. I thought y'all made this up. I didn't know the whole news clip of it. That's wild.
Wow, that's crazy, son. That is crazy. Oh, yeah, that got to be top moments. So how many top moments you do in Lamont in general? Is like a top 10, or you just picking out just whatever you got? How's it work?
I don't know, man. I got a lot that I could go through. I did a top moment video before.
Yeah, we've done some as well for us.
The top moments on our channel are just so wild, man. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. The top moments. Ticket TV shaving his head on the live stream, all types of stuff, man.
Ticket TV shaved his head? Like was like a bet, or he was just
no. Like so, Ticket did his first debate over here on FYF Sports. This is a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
The man couldn't focus. He was getting so distracted by people just roasting him in the chat that in the middle of the debate, he literally just interrupted the other guy during his time.
Mm-hmm.
And he pulled out some Andy's T-liners and he started shaving off his line and saying, look, motherfucker, my lining is real. Look, that's real hair coming off. Just took a Andy's T-liner and just started shaving chunks out of his whole hairline, man. I'm looking like, what? Yeah. Ticket is crazy, bro.
Oh my God. I'm so glad I joined these.
No, hey, Lamont,
man.
no, your debates used to be crazy. I ain't gonna hold you. Because I started watching probably like 3 years ago. And I'm like, yo, motherfuckers be wilding on these debates. They be wilding
got a
on
top
these
moment?
debates.
I don't know, man. Herm might have a top moment. I don't know if you do.
We know Herm got a moment. We know we got the moment where he was talking about the Nazis and the Lakers. That was
I got that one.
That was epic. That was epic. That's the one where I got the video from him. The one, everybody keeps saying where I got that picture of Herm smiling. That was when he was talking shit about LeBron. That was how happy he was that day.
Jared wants to know about Jared. I think I got a clip of your moment. Jared's moment was funny as hell, man.
Oh my God.
Jared might have one. Jared might be in like.
That's when he took his shirt off, right? Was that him?
Oh man!
I think he took his shirt off for some shit. They were
That's what Sturdy said. That's what Sturdy said.
Yeah, I remember that one. That shit was funny as hell too.
I think it's this right here, but yeah, Jared might have like a top 3 moment. Oh, this is funny right here.
You got one? Bring it up. Let's have some fun.
Hold on.
Since these guys' eye test is so horrible, they can't even explain what's happening.
Hey, Herm, yo, you going to hell, yo. KKK is crazy.
He said.
Oh, here's a good one right here. Y'all, I don't know if y'all seen this one.
Herm went to what they call those Lamont. You should know what they call them when all those white people get together and they do those little the little bomb, the little fire stuff. What is it called again? When they get like a big fire pit. What do they call it?
Mosh pit?
No, not a mosh pit. No, it's not a mosh pit. They have like this. They just put a bunch of pile of wood together and they have like a big like fire burn.
Ain't that shit a bonfire?
Oh, there you go. A bonfire. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Bonfire.
This is one when I was in church. A lot of people didn't know this one. A lot of people ain't seen this one before.
You was in church doing the stream?
I did church. I was in church.
Oh, you was in church. Okay. Oh,
this is a long time ago.
That's A-Weezy. Bang. Shout out to A-Weezy. A-Weezy. Oh, Russell Westbrook. Oh, not Russell. Oh, my God. All right.
Hey, Bang. Hey, Weezy Bang. Cock blocking, hating ass motherfuckers out here in the land of YouTube. Bro. I need better energy. Not Google Gaga, I'm happy just to be here type shit. Hey, Russell Westbrook just got traded to the Lakers.
I'll now pronounce you one together.
Yeah, Westbrook is on the Lakers now. All the Lakers gave up was Kuzma and some scrubs. Bang, you good? Bang, you all right, man?
Wait, I didn't say it yet, man. You are now. Husband and wife. You may kiss the bride. Go ahead.
Oh, my God. Lord have mercy.
Oh, glory. Oh, okay, go ahead. Oh, you're all right. Oh.
That's another good moment right there, man. Y'all haven't seen this one? Oh, this is another one, man. I can't even keep showing y'all these, man.
Oh, Thanos. I think I remember this one. I think I remember this guy.
Here go Jared's right here.
Oh, yeah.
That's Jared.
Oh, no. This is the roast battle. That's the roast battle. Oh, check this out. This shit was funny right here. Oh, no. This shit was funny right here. There used to be a dude on this channel. It was a little young dude, right? Mm-hmm. It was a little young dude that used to always pull up, right? I forgot his name, man. I got to play it. But basically, he had a... hold on. Let me see if I go back. Okay, here it is right here. Hold on. We was roasting on that one. Okay, here it is right here.
Yeah, y'all went out and found family pictures. Y'all out here being wicked.
Okay, so check this out. Hold on. Check this
out.
Ain't nobody coming to see you. Oh, this fro ass.
It's not this one. It's the next one.
Hey, yo, this picture like he was talking in the 70s and shit.
Like in the 80s. That's wicked.
Don't worry about it. It's good.
We was doing a roast battle on that one.
What group?
It's the NBA. Hold on, watch this.
Sweaty look like DK Metcalf, boy.
Hold on, I'll find out.
Like
find out
Bryant.
Baby ass boy, you sound like you 12.
That's Lord Ninja.
Yeah.
Watch this. Hold on. Wait, Sean, did you fake it? Watch this.
Sports show.
Hey, who is this nigga that just came in at the bottom looking like Roy Lee? Who is that?
That's Lord Ninja.
Oh, he changed his picture.
Boy, you boy.
Like DK Metcalf.
That's me. Like you in an old school.
You lying? That's not you, bro. Turn your camera on. Turn your camera on. That ain't you, boy. You look 40, but you sound like you 12.
I'm about to say your voice don't. Hey, your face don't match your voice, nigga.
I can't imagine you trying to talk to a girl. They see your face and you just call that little baby.
That's be always breaking on somebody.
Sweaty look like DK Metcalf, boy.
Hold on, I'll find out. I'm gonna find out if it's Lord Gamer. Watch.
That's Lord Gamer for real.
Yeah, man, that's his older brother, nigga. That's his
Hold on, Gordon. Look, Lord Gamer.
Dark skinned nigga.
Hold on.
That nigga Googled that picture.
Why he got on a light skinned
nigga? That nigga went on Facebook and found the hardest nigga.
Lord Gamer, I would give you one chance.
Cause that is not you.
Because I'm gonna share my screen here in a second.
Oh shit.
Can I share my screen, Lord Gamer?
Hey.
No.
Come on, nigga. Don't tell me that her taking niggas pictures and putting them as your profile.
Who is that, boy, on your profile picture? That's your brother? Also, that is no.
That nigga said dark skinned man.
That nigga went and found some dark skinned niggas and took their picture.
Yo, what the heck?
Hey, so that's not Lord Gamer. That's what he got his picture from.
Yeah.
Hey,
man.
excuse me. I'm gonna have to leave the panel off of that.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Yo.
Oh man, where we got some crazy, bro.
People are crazy, man. Oh man, people are crazy.
No, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Now I see why people don't want to put their face on and talk on social media. They hide behind avatars. He said, so you can get roasted.
Hey, John, that's why I keep my shit family. You see, I got the kids on mine.
Oh my God.
Kids on mine, bro.
Hey, you got to be able to take it and give it. That's the point, bro. You got to be able to give it and take it. That's the point, bro.
Nah, man. I don't see why anybody would take anything online to heart. Like, it's fucking YouTube.
I ain't gonna
lie.
lie.
It's not real life.
Exactly. As much shit as we've done in Go James Kingdom, I'm still surprised no one has really done anything. Like I'm still waiting on it. I haven't waited for somebody to make a video of me.
Man, you ain't that bad.
Here go Jared. Jared wanted me to show his clip, y'all. Here go Jared.
Let's see Jared. Let's see what Jared.
No, Jared is hilarious.
On IG, man, go follow him. He be doing personalized workouts and everything, man. He really be doing this.
Is he elite, Lamar?
Yes, he's elite.
Okay.
I think Zion. I mean,
How he
Just
moved.
go check him out. Go, Jared. You really need him, Jared.
Oh shit!
What you mean, bro? Like I've got decent stamina, Lamar.
No. Okay.
You got decent
Okay, Jared. You like? Okay, hold on, Jared. You like big chest?
He said he's cut.
You like
He's
big chest?
swole.
Give us a
Give
flex.
us a
Hey,
flex.
hold on.
All right.
Flex sweat. I want you to evaluate what Jared needs to work on.
Oh no.
Okay.
No way. Them shoulders are too.
Are you being for real?
Yeah,
Them shoulders are too.
Okay, fine.
Them shoulders are too close.
Full evaluation.
Flex weight.
Bro, take this man off the fucking camera, man.
Come
Hey,
on,
you ready,
man.
Lamar?
What he say? He's been in pose.
Oh my God.
No,
Oh
man,
no.
Why you really
Lamar,
bad
take my
like
shirt
that?
off.
Lamar, no.
Lamar,
Lamar,
don't touch
turn
me.
the camera off.
How you doing this Lamar to him?
No,
Turn the camera off.
Lamar, you trolling, bro.
Lamar, what you doing? You trolling him?
No, Jerry, give the camera. Turn the camera off.
That's not even the same person. What is that? Who's that in the
Oh, you
picture?
see this right now? Oh, you see this man naked. What the fuck you doing, bro?
There's men in here.
Come on,
dog.
you
There's
are.
men in here.
Turn the camera back on.
Lamar,
Men in here.
turn it back on. Turn it off.
Oh, he gonna put the camera back on. No! Oh no!
That's beach
No!
There you go. That is
Lamar, stop this.
him and Zion Williamson is on the part that's out of this world. There you go. It's just floating. It's just floating.
Yo, when he started hell no.
Wow.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, Lamar, I can't. Lamar, I'm done with you.
Turn the camera off.
Look at Flex way.
Turn the camera off, nigga.
Oh my God.
Wow, Lamar.
Jared, turn your fucking camera off.
Oh man.
Yo,
Shout out to you,
stomach.
Yeah, laying on his stomach. The man was laying on his stomach talking to men.
Oh man, Jared.
He said he was too comfortable, yo.
Yeah. Shout out to Jared, man.
With Lamar, I was crying, yo. I was like,
Oh
hell
my God.
no. Everybody was like, turn your camera off, nigga.
Did you? Hey, go James Kingdom. Did you see the one with the girl?
No. This is right again, Lamar. I met you about just a little bit over a year ago.
Yeah, he didn't see all this.
I didn't see all this, Lamar.
It's been at least 5 years.
Yeah,
Hold on, y'all know Goat Mike? Y'all know Goat Mike?
Yeah, I remember him too.
Nah, I'm new to the table. Again, Lamar, as soon as I step up to the table, you stop doing debates for a good reason. You know what happens when I step up around here.
This guy,
no more
man.
debates.
You know what? Hey, fellas, I'm gone. Salute. Hey, yo, happy birthday. Put the super chat in the link. Lamar, so I
Oh yeah, it's pinned to the top of the chat, man. Just hit it.
Oh, all right, say less.
All right.
I'm gonna listen in. I got hot mom. Salute, fellas.
Sir. Appreciate you.
Yep. That's what we be doing, Jessica. Grown ass men sitting around here laying on the bed on FYF Sports Debate. Talking about fitness and body fat.
Oh man. It's just Lamont better not play the Goat Mike clip. Oh man. Goat Mike got a clip that's so funny. I don't know. You don't know Goat Mike, do you, Go James?
No, I've never heard of him.
So Goat Mike was the first person that had a goat label. His name was Goat Mike, and this dude used to like so the problem with Goat Mike in the debates is when you debated Goat Mike. So here's the real backstory on Goat Mike, right?
Mm-hmm.
Goat Mike was a little like I don't know how to explain it. Was he like a little special? That's how.
You mean like a little mental challenge? Yeah, he was mentally challenged.
Yeah. So Goat Mike, when you got into it with Goat Mike, right?
Mm-hmm.
He would take it to the extreme. But like when he took it to the extreme, like he would go to the extremes, man. Like, hold on, let me. I just got to show you. It's hard. It's so hard to explain. You got to go pull up on one of his late night streams because he still be going live. But Goat Mike used to come over here and act a fool, man.
I'm not lie, some of your lives still pop up on my feed, but for my personal YouTube, a lot of your lives, old lives, stuff with like Elder, what's his name? Is it Elder something?
Elder Rufus.
Yeah, Elder Rufus, all those stuff. The Ticket TV stuff you did like from 2-3 years ago pops up all the time.
See, I didn't even know that. See, this is Gold Mike. You might recognize him if you see the face. Okay. This is when he got into a debate back and forth with one of the people that used to come on the panel all the time. And so once he got into it with him, they start having a back and forth. He went to his own channel. He started making threatening videos on his own channel. So he started walking around with a gun, or at least he said it was a gun. And he would walk around talking about he looking for this, like, because I guess they lived in the same city. And he would do videos outside, walking up the street saying, yeah, I'm looking for him. I'm looking for him, right? Look, here you go right here. But this is what happened right here. Hold on, can you hear it?
Oh, yeah, I heard it. I can hear it. I can hear it. It's playing.
Okay.
What is that?
Hold on, Go Mike.
What is that?
Go Mike. That's not.
Full screen that.
Hey, let that shit
You
play.
got Oh, the lion see this
Oh,
watch.
my God.
Boy, that home alone ass gun, boy.
It's that Home Alone gun.
Yeah,
Look at that.
They keep adding on blood, boy.
Wow. Go, Mike.
Let the audio play, bro.
Hold on.
I mute my lip.
Can y'all hear it?
Now rewind
Yeah.
it, Lamont, rewind.
Hold on, can you hear it?
Yeah, we hear.
We can hear it. Let's go play it.
Yo, what did you do to this guy, man?
Those are pictures. Those are pictures, not even a video.
Yeah, no. Hold on, watch what happened though.
This is a comedian, bro.
Oh my God, chill, man.
This man straight Elmer Fudd.
Oh, come on.
Hey, Go Mike, you know
About
hey, Go Mike, you know
Sam, nigga.
Nah,
What you talking about?
Hold on. Let's hear him out.
Listen, I'm out here trying to find antisocial.
Oh shit!
Come on. 1 foot.
Yeah.
Yo, what is he doing? He's just walking around the cul-de-sac?
Yeah, he's just walking around.
Mike, how you trying to find him in flip flops, man? You got to
Look like a slave, man.
Yeah,
That's how you know he don't think you was no threat.
Oh man!
And how you see that, huh? And flip flops, he come in handy.
What type of rifle is that? Like,
He doesn't even know if it's a full action or anything. It's a Nerf.
That nigga said, I got a whole army of niggas. Nigga, where?
Hold on, we gonna figure it out. Hold on, it's somebody in here. It's somebody in here that know a lot about shotguns that can tell us exactly what if this
that
is.
Ain't no shotgun. That ain't no
shotgun. That's definitely not no shotgun.
Hold on, watch where we find it.
Oh hell no!
What is this? What is the?
That's a BB gun or that's a toy gun that come out. Yeah,
that's an BB or airsoft.
It's too small to be a BB gun. To tell you the truth.
Exactly. BB gun's bigger than that.
Yeah, it's like a toy gun that come out of the box, bro.
He got that dollar. It was a Dollar Tree.
That nigga got a Dollar Tree gun, yeah.
Hey man, listen, if he invests in his content, I give him that.
Go say that's all he needs for your ass.
You got to chill, bro. Gucci Chief went way back. He said it looked like Major Payne. Glory gun.
Oh no!
Scared, Anton. That's what you're dealing with right there.
Yo! Wow! 1796. Wow! Wow! That shit probably costs like $35 now, Lamont.
I gotta see this again. Yeah, that's crazy. Hold on. Now we gonna compare the two side by side.
Easy Buck, 88. You, boy, you stupid as fuck, bro.
Side by side.
Hey, go Mike, dog. You just killed yourself, bro. Look.
The handle and everything is the same.
Oh
man.
my
Wow.
That nigga even looks better. That nigga,
He said that man look.
Hey, y'all know what's about to happen, bro. He's about to do an hour.
Oh man, the funniest part about it is he actually work at Walmart too. He work at Walmart.
That is hilarious. Oh my God! He said, "I'm looking for antisocial now." He's looking for antisocial now.
Bro, I'm talking about, man. It used to be so many. We got so many clips. Man.
Hey, see what I'm talking about, Peter? I keep telling you, Peter, there's some weird dudes out here, bro. I keep telling you these social media streets. People never seen that Dave Chappelle skit when he talked about if the internet was like a real place. how it would be. Bro, the internet is a weird place, bro.
Oh man.
It's a weird place, bro.
Oh man, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I got to do this. And salute to Joseph Handy coming through in the super chat with the $19.99 super chat. He says, "Happy birthday, Lamont. And remember, fellas, that laying on your stomach and talking to men is nasty work, man." Which is crazy right there, man. He said, "Laying on your stomach and talking to men is nasty work." But look, man, Jared, that's Jared. That's Jared's emote right there. Jared, the only one that can do it and get away with it, man. That's Jared's emote, man. It's a lay on your stomach basketball talk, man. He can get away with it.
Oh my God! Imagine him with his feet up too. Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Oh man,
in middle of the debate, hey, it's safer than being in the bus while you're at work looking at your phone. Wow,
Yeah.
that is crazy. And the fact that you found that clip of MacDiff, that's crazy.
We got MacDiff crashing, man. Crashed the bus. Still kept his job.
And that's no
Still
shout out to his boss. His boss defended him. He said he was impeccable. He wasn't distracted. He wasn't what? That man ran through a whole sign. Oh my God. Dang, this is hilarious.
Man.
You have to have 10 more moments now, because I can see you had like a little countdown. So you have to have at least 10
Oh
more
no, I
moments
got a
since
whole like that's I did that video in 2022. So from 2022 on to now, I got more to add on to that. So we got a boatload. We got the locker room crash out. We got who else crashed out? We got the moment with Jones. We had somebody up here get banned for life.
Damn.
He was cussing out one cool P. And you know, we always had a thing over here on FYF Sports. If you want to get somebody banned for life, it's $1,000. But she sent $1,000 cash out, man, banned him midstream.
Damn.
And then we had to do his funeral show. We did a show for his funeral. So we did the funeral show the next night, man. And that funeral show was funny as hell, man. That's gonna be on there too.
Mahari says, "Do you got the Ticket TV crash shot? Is that the one you talk about him shaving his head?"
That'd be the last one. I'm gonna show this Ticket TV one, and then let me see. Let me see. I think I got it though. Mahari.
That's a real boss, Joseph. When that boy on national television, I mean not national television, but on the news, local news, he said, "Listen, this guy's a great driver. He wasn't distracted. He was just talking to Lamont in Young Africa." But okay, but wait, the footage of him, did he run into the truck? Because what footage did they show? Was that him running into the truck too? He ran into a truck?
Yeah, he crashed, man. He crashed into the truck.
So it was just him in the truck. The only thing that was in front of him was the truck. How he did not see the truck standing there?
Because he was on his phone.
No, but he looked up several times while he was on his phone. That's why I didn't think it was the same thing, because he looked up several times.
Because they said the truck ran a red light and cut in front of him.
Oh, okay, that's possible. Okay, that's possible. Okay. Wow, that's crazy.
Hold on, where's this Ticket TV?
Ticket TV's hilarious, bro.
Is the Ticket TV one on here?
Yep, Jessica, you got the words. He was really driving the bus, the city bus too. The man crashed the city bus.
Oh, so I'm gonna show y'all. This is a classic right here. This is kind of trolling me. See, the locker room was smart. He would have found this old video to troll me with. This is a video when I was in middle school. I'm gonna show this.
He got a clip of you doing something, saying something on his show.
No. If this is much funnier. If you find this clip on the internet, you to go. It's on YouTube. I put it on YouTube myself. When I was little, because we were. Now I'm gonna tell you, we were acting. You know, obviously in high school you do silly stuff. You get to acting. And so, one of the rappers we used to like fake like the gangster rappers, man. So we faked like one of the older gangster rappers, the Hot Boys. You know.
Okay.
No. Let me show y'all this right here, man. This is OG.
You thought you were juvenile?
Man, look, man. Hold on, man. You figure out who I am. Hold on. I can't find the Ticket TV one, man, but this is goated right here. This is when I was in my peak. You know, we talk about peaks. This is FYF at its peak, man.
Oh my God.
You know. Let me see. Let's see if y'all can figure out who I am. We dressed the part. We look like we was in Cash Money. We dressed the part. We made the video look like, here it is right here, man. Let me
Is
just
that a
play.
bathroom you in? What
Man, look, man, don't worry about where we at, man. Don't worry about that, man.
Oh my God. Oh my God!
Oh, look at the car.
Oh, 850. 850 was a lot of money back then. Oh my
car,
God,
bro.
Lamont, that's you with the black do rag, right? And the white
Yeah. Yeah.
That's you right there. Oh my God.
Counting the money. Then my fella's about to come up.
Oh my God. Oh my God, you country as hell, Lamont. You are country as hell. Oh my God.
What?
Hey. Oh, look at Lamont. Look at Lamont. Oh, he thought he was juvenile for real. He thought he was juvenile. Oh my God, he thought he was juvenile for real. Look at him. Look at him. He thought he was juvie. Oh my God. Oh, this is hilarious. Oh shit, bro. No, Lamont. Lamont,
Yes.
you look like you got special needs. Oh my God.
Get the kid to roll the truck.
Get the kids over, bro. Oh my God.
Man, that's goated right there.
Oh my God. Lamont, why you keep waving $2?
Don't hate, man. Ending is the goated part, man.
What? This is crazy. Y'all had one cell phone. One cell phone. Y'all had one cell phone.
Look at the clothes, though.
I know. I know.
Tell me we didn't look the part.
Oh my God.
There you go, right there. Juvenile, man. You caught
Hey,
it.
babe, oh my God, that is hilarious, Lamont. Hey, Lamont, why did it look like you was like the little bro they had to put in the video? Like
Bro, look,
you was
man,
you was so
balling.
happy, you was so happy to be in the video.
The funny thing about it, it was my video. That's the thing.
Oh my God.
I'm one to say. So
No.
yeah, you know, look, man, look.
That was great, Lamont. How old were you?
Oh damn, bro. I
17,
can't
17, 16?
No, younger than that.
15?
Because I was in 8th grade.
Oh, so there you had to be like 14. Wow.
No, was I in 7th, 8th? I was because our middle school, we had so our middle school we had an open campus. So it was unlike normal middle schools where you just in a building. So what you seen us walking in, we was walking in the library right there. We was at the only middle school in Indianapolis that had a campus. So we could walk around from building to building. So we was on the balcony of the armory. We was in the library. We was in the bathroom at the library. So we could, like, we had the freedom to do all types of crazy stuff. So yeah, I think I might have I think that was 7th grade. Cause I had to get like some of my dad's shirts. Like we had to get clothes and everything, man.
Yeah, he said you gotta get your dad's shirt. Cause somebody said here, Joseph said here that you spent all your money on a Nautica shirt. Back when Nautica was popping, I ain't gonna lie, Nautica used to be popping back in the late 90s.
No, that was definitely not Nautica shirt. We couldn't afford that, man. That was definitely
God, man.
That was definitely a Goodwill shirt for sure. That was definitely good with him.
That was hilarious. Lamont was so happy in the background, just couldn't wait to get his part in. Oh, that was great. That was great, Lamont. I mean, see, look, man, people be living their lives, man. Damn, man. 20 years from now, we gonna be looking back at all these YouTube videos, Lamont, the same way. We're gonna be like, damn, we were doing all that wild stuff on YouTube. 20 years from now, y'all gonna be looking back at all this stuff that we doing now. It's gonna be hilarious. It's gonna be hilarious, man.
He said, hey, look, man. So look, I'm gonna shut this one down, man. Hey, I appreciate. I'm gonna try to keep these lives going all the way to the end of the week, right? Obviously, all the way to Saturday, we're gonna do our greatest hits show. I'm gonna put the compilation to all the greatest hits together. We're gonna react to them all live, one by one, leading up to the finale. I might do it Friday night going into Saturday, right? I don't know. It just depends on what I got going on. Or I might do it Saturday. I got to see what's on my schedule, the best time to do it. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead. But I'm gonna keep the lives going because I have to go live because the playoffs, the basketball been too good.
Man, it's great basketball.
The game's been too good, man. Every time I think, I didn't think it would still be this exciting with the Lakers being eliminated so early. And the fact that I'm still super engaged, right? Storylines all over the place. I don't know. I just like where the NBA is going. I know a lot of people criticizing and cry about it. Scap Attack running around talking about Anthony Edwards choked and stuff. Like, come on, stop it, bro.
That's your boy, Scap Attack.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get him back over here, man. Because the one thing I want to do is I want to debate Scap because Scap was like trying to debate Gil, and he was trying to hit Gil with stuff where it's just like, this is only stuff that somebody like me or you, we sit down and we study this stuff every day. And he trying to ask Gil questions about Kareem and Magic and him. Gil already said he don't really do that era. He ain't really, and it's just like, got you with these. I was like, man, debate me. Debate me on Kobe. I got the weapons to fight back. I know your talking points and narratives, man, but I don't think he will. I think he was anxious to debate Gil because of the big name, but I don't know if he'll mess around and debate me or you.
Nah, I mean, he came on my show. It wasn't necessarily a debate. We had a great conversation. He's a good dude. Like I said, he's a good dude. He just, I mean, again, a lot of these guys are trying to grow their content. They're trying to stay alive, and I can't be mad. He came on my show, and obviously you seen it because it did stream on FYF as well. So,
as a content creator, he's a good content creator. But as a basketball mind, it's hard for me to respect somebody as a basketball mind when their entire basketball livelihood is built around hating LeBron James. When you are more known for hating LeBron James than actual basketball talk or just actually being a sports content creator, like he's not known as a sports content creator. He's known as a LeBron James hater.
Facts.
That's what he is. Like the same with Dreamers Pro. Dreamers Pro has went so far off on a tangent that he's not known as a sports content creator. He's known as a LeBron James hater. And so once you start to delve into that, and that's what you become known for, and Uncut Hoops is the same way. It's no longer, I can no longer respect your basketball acumen because you spend so many hours trying to tell us how bad LeBron James is, and then when we ask you your top 10, you still got him in your top 10. Like if you're gonna say if you're gonna make video after video after video telling us how bad he is, one, why are you spending so much effort trying to tell us how bad this guy is, and just don't talk about him? Like we don't talk about guys that's ranked number 30. We don't talk about him. And we need to do a show about this, Go James, because it seems like when you talk about the Man Down Sports, the Sports Tees, the Scap Attacks, the Dreamers Pros, they don't do any videos giving us their actual take on basketball or why, like, for example, Jordan is the GOAT. They spend more time trying to find people that can validate their opinion. So what they'll do is they'll bypass all the NBA players or all the great old players that said LeBron is the GOAT. Mm-hmm. They'll identify, okay, this player, he said LeBron is not the GOAT, and this validates our opinion. They don't have no opinions or on their own.
Facts.
They just try to group up and get as many people together that agree with them, but they don't really have no basketball talking point, man. And that's why I think they avoid trying to get in real basketball discussions, like because their whole objective is to huddle up into groups as much as possible we all agree, and we're just and their number one strategy is to do what Brandon does: huddle up, group up, and just be loud and obnoxious, so you can't come with a real basketball take like you was doing with Ticket. But the good thing with you was you didn't let Ticket dominate the conversation. He wasn't used to somebody bullying him back. You see what I'm saying? You hit him back.
That was brilliant by me. If there was anything epic, it was me filleting his own strategy.
That might be one of the first times where I've seen Ticket get hit with something and he went silent, man. When you hit him with the, I got to go look that up, man. I'm like, oh, man. This man said he got to go look. He said, let me fact check that to make you right. I was like, man, why did you get into a debate with No James Kingdom and you ain't got your ducks in order, man? They're like, well, why did you do this stuff?
They never prepared. Trust me, they never prepared. They think every LeBron fan's going to come with the same talking points. And Brandon and I are the only two that bring up different talking points. They can't handle it.
I think for my birthday, I want to set a debate up, and I hope that you're free.
Okay.
There's a dude named Crunch TV, Crunch Time or Crunch Sports TV or something.
I know him. I know him. He's on TikTok. He knows who I am. He knows.
I want to get you. I want to have you debate him.
Please, get him up. Get him up, please.
I think I can get him. It's not going to be easy to get him over here because I think he intentionally ignores my messages on YouTube. But I'm gonna get a hold of him to where he can't keep ignoring me.
Yeah.
And
he likes TikTok because TikTok is their safe haven place. Like you said, they can huddle up on TikTok. It's easy to gather up a bunch of people on TikTok than it is on YouTube. So that's what they do. He goes on TikTok. He has his peoples, and then when you try to go debate him there, you got to debate against six other people.
Because what we have to do is, with these LeBron James haters, we just have to get them isolated one by one to expose them. Right? When you isolated Ticket, and Ticket was on a foreign territory, he didn't have control of the platform. You saw how he melted down and completely folded. Same with Dreamers Pro, right? But what we have to do is we got to start isolating them, thinking, we got to lure them in, not like a setup, but basically, come on over into the domain. Now you have to stand on your own 2 feet and debate somewhere where logic wins out and not absurdity. And so we're gonna see.
They don't like that because again they got the cheating husband cosplays. They think you're gonna do them the way they do other people. You're not gonna.
Oh, look at Phil Minor.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry about Phil. Yeah. I seen.
Girl, I don't know what you was watching. You wasn't watching the debate if you think that. That's just you being a fan.
Yeah. So. They don't. Yeah. Again, it is what it is. But you know what? The Knicks are playing right now. We watching real basketball. I'm gonna get up out of here, Lamont. Man, great live, right, man. Looking forward to this week. I'm gonna hit you up because I want to set up something for Friday. I'm trying to get in touch with Chilltown. See if we can get Chilltown for Friday, man. I'm gonna try to see what I can do.
Okay.
But we can definitely set it up, man. So appreciate it,
okay.
y'all.
Yes, sir, man.
Peace.
Yep. Hey, y'all, look, man, great show, man. FYI Sports, man, another great show. He says, so you backdoor Dreamers Pro. Look, I didn't backdoor Dreamers Pro. See, y'all gotta realize about that stream. I never invited Dreamers Pro over, and I never invited Gil. I was just doing a live stream about Dreamers Pro. Dreamers Pro came into the chat. I said, "Oh, hit the link." I started talking to Dreamers Pro. Next thing I know, I look at my phone. Gil want the link? Shoot Gil the link. And the funny thing about it was I was just on Locker Room's channel. Because, like, here's the funny part about it, y'all. I never wanted to do any lives about Dreamers Pro. I was over on Locker Room's channel. I told Locker Room, I said, look, Locker Room, I said, that's your lane. Killing Dreamers Pro. I said, that's your lane. You can do the video. He literally said, nah, Lamont, we need you to do an Ether video, man. I said, all right. I said, all right, I'm gonna do it. So I do the video. I just was doing a video. I didn't know that Dreamers Pro would pull up and be on the stream. I didn't know that Gil would pull up, and then Gil pulled up, and then I let them have a conversation. As y'all can see, when Gil and Dreamers Pro was talking, I didn't intervene at all. I didn't interject. I didn't say nothing. It's not my debate. And then when they left, I didn't know Legend of Winning was going to pull up and give his 2 cents. And I didn't know Dreamers Pro was going to pull back up and crash out. Like it just all happened the way it happened, man. I mean, I kind of wish, I wish that Dreamers Pro didn't leave with such a bitter taste in his mouth, because Dreamers Pro probably left feeling like I set him up. Like I didn't know all of these things would happen, man.
Like, because nobody expected him to be there, you know. And so, you know, it is what it is. It's just when you get them isolated, they're gonna start choking, man. Bro, that's what happens when they get isolated on FYF Sports, man. And you see that clock in the corner, man, and your time running out. Oh, bro, you start getting nervous, man. All them bad takes don't sound as smart, man. When you ain't got a whole bunch of cheerleaders cheering you on, you know. And see over here, unlike Player's Choice, man, you could throw a challenge flag. Go ahead and say something crazy about LeBron if you want. Go ahead and say he not clutch if you want. Throw that challenge flag. We start pulling the facts. ChatGPT gonna fact check you. If it ain't true, you losing. So yeah, he said he gonna see us at the top. But look, the funny thing about it is Dreamers Pro already kind of at the top. Like, if you talk about just where content creators want to be, where most content creators want to be. He getting a shit ton of views, right? He getting pushed by a media organization. I mean, at the end of the day, he kind of the gold standard of where a lot of content creators want to be. You know, so I mean, as much as he think that we hate him as a content creator, you got to respect the grind because he still go live every day. He put out a ton of content. He got high quality stuff. So, I mean, as crazy as his basketball takes is, I respect the grind. That's the crazy thing about it. You said you got blocked by Carcino for life. I didn't even know Carcino for life blocked people like that. Phil Miner says my arguments aren't very strong. Arguments about what? Here, Phil Miner, I dropped a link for you. I mean, I don't know if you'll pull up. I mean, I'll be seeing you sometimes in the comments, Phil Miner. But look, if there's something where you feel my argument isn't very strong, just click the link and pull up and tell me. You got an opportunity now. Ain't nobody here. We about to end the show. Nobody's really gonna see it. We down to 400 people watching. How many people on Twitch? Yeah, we got about 15 people on Twitch, 3 people on FYF Sports Clips. We ain't got nobody watching. You said locker room copied his whole style. Now, the one thing you have to do, so the locker room will copy people's styles, but at the end of the day, rightfully so. I mean, that's how the YouTube algorithm works. I mean, you want to kind of piggyback off of other people and some of the same things that they're doing. It's just the way the algorithm kind of favors people. I more so blame the YouTube algorithm for killing creativity because the YouTube algorithm does not reward creativity. That's what it does not reward. Like, and now for people that do sports now, if you do NBA basketball talk on YouTube, we now operating at a disadvantage because now YouTube done signed this major contract with the NBA. If you go look up any topic on the NBA, it's gonna be all NBA's videos popping up first. Which before they signed this big contract with the NBA, you could easily do a video that ranked higher than the NBA's, right? Because it was a more fair algorithm. But right now, everybody is now behind the NBA's videos. The NBA can be putting out shitty content. It's not entertaining, boring ass people that run the shows, old clips and stuff, but they shit always gonna rank first just because YouTube says shit. These motherfuckers paid us $1 billion, so we gonna make sure all their videos get to the top. So it's not even a fair game no more. And it's literally getting to the point now where, like, if you go into the YouTube studio, and some of y'all that create content see this, if you go into the YouTube studio, next to all your videos, it's a button at the end that says promote. So now to get your videos out there, it's not even about the quality of your content. It's really about how much money you're willing to pay to YouTube to promote your video even more. So I want y'all to think about that. Like, they charging you money to push your video in front of more people. So that tells you right there that there's some type of barrier that's stopping you from pushing your content out to masses and massive people, because to break a certain barrier, you have to pay for the promotion. And I don't know if y'all remember this, and I think some of y'all content creators, if you create content, you might remember this. If y'all remember when the YouTube vertical lives first started, YouTube for like 3 weeks has screwed up the YouTube vertical lives because that barrier of visibility where it's hard to break and get your content out to everybody, that barrier of visibility for the YouTube vertical lives wasn't there. And so one day I was watching like Angry Man's live and I seen he switched to vertical live format. And I'm like, damn, Angry Man got like 4,000 people watching him. And so at first glance, you probably gonna think, he probably paying for like bots or something. But then I did a vertical live and I'm like, oh shit. I did a vertical live. Like if you look at some of my vertical lives, like I think it was around like November to January. I was doing vertical lives, even True to Kingdom. They were doing vertical live shows. The vertical live shows would get like 30,000 views just like that. Because when they introduced the vertical lives to the shorts algorithm, they hadn't fully set up all the barriers of visibility. So you put that video out, I'm talking about, I was doing lives. I'm seeing new people after new people subbing up, showing in the live chat. And it's just like, but then all of a sudden, one day it turned off. So one day, all of a sudden, one day you do a vertical live, you get 30,000 views. And the next day you do that vertical live and now you only got 15 people watching. I'm like, damn, what happened? So there are barriers to visibility that YouTube is controlling. They try to make it seem like it's a fair platform, but it's not. And so now what you're left with is you either have to pay for the promotion or you have to find ways to bully the algorithm. I was talking with Gilbert Arenas about this. You got to bully the algorithm with SEO strategies, sending people to your video from outside of YouTube. But it's no longer fair within YouTube. It's all pay to play. And when you click that promote button, that's not necessarily buying views or anything, but YouTube makes you pay to enter into that next realm of viewership. Phil Miner says, so what's more important, Lamont, views or what you talking about? Well, it just depends. It depends on what you mean when you're asking that. Like, what's more important to blow up and get bigger on YouTube? It says, do you think the paid promos really help? Yes, they do. Because I'm not going to tell you the content creators that I know for sure do the paid promos, but I know content creators that do the paid promos. And if you are willing to invest, it will be like night and day. If you have the money to, like, for example, let's say you had a $10,000 budget set aside for a new channel, right? So let's say you got $10,000 just set aside. You create a new channel, but you got $10,000 set aside, and you say, I'm going to allocate $1,000 a month for marketing, for YouTube marketing every month for the next 10 months. If you pay YouTube $1,000 a month for 10 months for marketing, you'll easily be at around 90 to 100,000 subs at the end of that. And they will be all legitimate active subscribers, because YouTube will force feed your content to people. They will open barriers, and people who you never thought would see your content will see it. But they make you kind of pay to play. But no, quality content is good. But if you look around YouTube, I've seen some super, super high quality channels. I don't know if y'all have seen, there's a show called Hoops and Brews. Has anybody seen the show called Hoops and Brews? But Hoops and Brews has been doing shows for a long time on YouTube. And when you look at their quality, they got 4K cameras. They got a beautiful studio set up. They got good thumbnails. They consistent. But sometimes they struggle to crack like 100 views sometimes. Now, Grove Money, have you seen it? But on YouTube, so it's crazy. He says if somebody has 166K subs, they would have way more viewership. Not necessarily. Not anymore, doggy.
So, for example, and this is where it starts to get tricky with YouTube. So I saw the biggest uptick in subscribers. So if you look through my YouTube shorts, I have like 10 YouTube shorts. I have a YouTube short that has 63 million views. I have one YouTube short that has 63 million views. Now I want y'all to think about this. 63 million views. This video has like 70, 80,000 comments, hundreds and thousands of likes. And what I asked myself was, why are these people who out of these 63 million people, how come I can't get them to my live stream? Why can't I get them to my live? If they saw my YouTube short, if you're thinking like 60, so because I've gained because YouTube will tell you how many subscribers you gain from a YouTube short. So when this YouTube short started first going viral, I gained like 25,000 subs. So I know that people are subbing to my channel because of the YouTube short. But the problem with YouTube is that if somebody subscribes to your channel from YouTube shorts, the only thing that YouTube is going to show them in their algorithm are your YouTube shorts. They're not going to show them, okay, such and such is live. It's not going to show them such and such just uploaded a video. It's just only going to show them when you push out another YouTube short, if they even show that at all. And so YouTube plays a dirty game because they have like 3 algorithms, and they like purposely keep people secluded from one another. The people that subscribe from the short, they keep them watching more shorts. And I can go look at my analytics to see this. And the people that subscribe from the live streams, they're going to show them live streams. The people that subscribe from the video uploads, they're going to show them video uploads. And so it's kind of a dirty game. Like the YouTube shorts, the YouTube was not completely transparent about what that was and how it truly and honestly worked. And so what the YouTube shorts do is the YouTube shorts gives you a false sense of success, because you will, if you hit on some YouTube shorts and they get traction, you will start to see subscribers go up and things of that nature. But then you'll have to ask yourself, why aren't these subscribers coming to my live stream? So what I started doing was I would go to the comment section of that video. I would literally go to the comment section of the video where I got 63 million views, and I would start putting comments in there saying I'm live. Here's the link to the live. And I'm spamming it all throughout the comments. And when I would spam my own live stream link in my own comment section, YouTube will delete the comments and hide the comments. And I would have to go into that. And I think I did a video showing y'all, I would have to go into my comments. I would try to unhide the comments, but it would just hide them right over again. So YouTube won't even let me engage with them, showing them where my live stream content is. Is this why you have 3 separate channels? Well, I created 3 separate channels. Well, I got FYF Sports Clips, because FYF Sports Clips was supposed to be a shorts channel. But then I said, well, I'm going to ultimately transition FYF Sports Clips into my live streaming channel. And then I have my NBA Post channel I'm allowing somebody else to run right now. My NBA Post channel is going to be strictly for high school basketball. It's going to be just, once I get it back up and going, it's just going to be all high school basketball 24/7. So if you look on the NBA Post channel, it's just literally all high school basketball games, tournaments, AJ the Basket games. If you want to see those games, if you want to see these up and coming young players hoop, you go to that channel. You can find any of those games, full tournaments, full games, playlists are all set up over there. And I'm about to actually start working on that channel this week, because I got a lot of high school games that I need to get uploaded over there. And that's being sponsored by Baller TV. So that's the 3 channels right there. So no, it's a cold game, but you know what? You can't be mad at it. You just got to start playing the game with them.
No, I'm only in the YouTube partnership program. I'm in the YouTube partnership program on FYF Sports Clips and NBA Posts. I'm not in the YouTube partnership program over here on FYF Sports. I'm in another partnership program called Monetize More. Right? Now, Monetize More will promote your content with ads using something called video embeds. Right? So they're going to push your content and they're going to put their own ads on that content. Right? But you got to sign up to get approved to do content with them. So the next platform that I'm really going to look at is Kick. I like what I'm seeing with Kick. And now that Kick, I actually got an email from somebody over at Kick where they, instead of doing ad revenue, they offered me a monthly salary to do lives over there. Now it's not nothing significant, but so they're basically saying, look, we want to offer you X amount of dollars to do lives 3 times a week over here. And that'll be for 6 months. And if it surpasses expectations, we can renegotiate this number and we can come up with a new number in another 6 months. So Kick has a good philosophy because they at least giving you some type of consistency, right? With regards to what you might make, you know. No. I know you're not hating, Phil Minor. I'm just explaining, you know. But the YouTube partnership program is kind of bullshit. YouTube is too YouTube has too many hands in a plate, if that makes sense. There's too many other big conglomerates that have a say-so in how YouTube pushes his content out. Because YouTube is owned by Google. Google is going to have a large say-so in who gets the most visibility on YouTube. Google and YouTube just accepted billions of dollars from the NBA. The NBA is going to have a large say-so in what NBA content is allowed and what NBA content is not allowed. Right? The Olympics paid YouTube a ton of money. If y'all remember back during the Olympics, if you played a second of Olympic content, your whole live stream was getting taken down. And they didn't even play. Your channel might even get deleted. So you just got to play the game. That's why when I said that to the locker room the other day, I said, this is why I don't knock content creators. Because the one thing that I do know, YouTube ain't playing fair. YouTube is not playing a fair game. So if I know YouTube is not playing a fair game, why would I run around talking about, oh, you only got 10,000 subscribers? If I know YouTube is not playing a dirty game, why would I run around bragging about my subscriber count when I know there's a large portion of the subscribers on the channel that don't even see the content that I want them to see because YouTube's not even playing fair? So that's all. That's why I say just talk basketball. It's hard to grind on YouTube. It's hard because it's not a fair game. So you see people like Go James Kingdom, True to King, all the smaller, A Weezy Bang, all of them. You got to respect the grind because they fighting forces, especially if you NBA content creator, they fighting the bigger forces that they don't even know they fighting. And people like Ticket TV, when they ask for the cash apps and the PayPal donations, look, if you got it, sometimes you got to go support. Because Ticket TV with all the content that he has should be on the first page of every NBA basketball search. With all the Ticket TV might have 30,000 videos on the internet right now. With all the content that he has and the consistency that he's had over the last 15 years, he should literally be probably at the top of every basketball search. If the playing field was fair. But see, they're going to diminish Ticket because Ticket didn't join the NBA Playmakers program, right? Because there's also another program that you can join on YouTube. It's called NBA Playmakers, where they select content creators that can play NBA content. And if you somehow get accepted into NBA playmakers, all of a sudden you get views that you never thought. Because I'm gonna tell you, if y'all remember RB the Breakthrough. Now I want y'all to think about this with RB the Breakthrough. RB the Breakthrough joined NBA Playmakers. Channel went crazy, hit 1 million subscribers. NBA Playmakers came to him and told him to take a video down. He didn't agree with it. And he said, I'm going to leave the NBA Playmaker program. As soon as he left the NBA Playmaker program, it's like they turned the off button on his channel. Views went into the garbage can. Everything declined. It got so bad that people like Carcino, because I guess he was kind of beefing with Carcino. Carcino was like, oh, yeah, you buying fake views. You buying fake views. No, it's not it. All he did was leave the NBA Playmakers program. They pick and choose. He says they will diminish Ticket TV because of his dumb basketball. No, that's not why they diminish Ticket. They would, if Ticket would have agreed to go into the NBA Playmakers program, Ticket TV might be one of the biggest basketball content creators on YouTube right now. He'd be up there with like somebody like Flight Reacts. Flight Reacts is, now think about it. Flight Reacts don't know a lick about basketball, but they put him in the NBA Playmakers program. Did y'all see when Flight Reacts all of a sudden one day just started doing reactions to NBA games? It's because he's in the NBA Playmaker program. Did you hear Illuminati basically say, how can Flight Reacts play whole NBA games and not get copyrighted? But when I do it, I get copyrighted. It's because he's in the NBA Playmakers program. And everything that Flight does, it could be trash basketball content. They're going to put his reaction to the NBA game over bona fide NBA content creators. And Illuminati actually met him. He's out here in the AZ with me. I actually was in a tournament. I don't know if some of y'all remember Illuminati's buddy. How I forget his name. The dude from Detroit that used to always come down and hang with him. I forgot his name. Flight is funny. He claimed Josh Smith as a top 10. Yeah, Flight is wild. But that's what I'm saying. And if you look at Flight's videos, Liam, check this out. And it's no shade to Flight. Flight don't do no editing. Flight don't do nothing special. Flight just literally he don't got no special intro or nothing. That motherfucker just go live. He don't do nothing special. When you think about the quality of content, Flight don't do nothing. Flight just go live, turn on OBS Studio, put the game on the screen, and just start saying random BS to the game. But because he's in the NBA Playmakers program, he could put any title, description on that video. It don't matter. He could put any hashtag. It don't matter what he put on the video. The video is going to get pushed out. He could do no thumbnail. It don't matter. Like, I can show y'all the website. Look, I'm going to show y'all the NBA Playmakers website. Let me find it. Hold on, I'm trying to find it. Okay, here it is right here. This is how you sign up for NBA Playmakers. I'm going to share my screen so y'all can see it. This is how you sign up for NBA Playmakers right here. Because here's an article about it right here. It says the NBA's new Playmakers Network helps fans create professional quality videos. It says, and you can get in on it, but you have to apply first. So it's telling you right here, you have to apply to be an NBA Playmakers. I can show y'all the emails that I got from NBA Playmakers, right? Where they was basically, because I reached out to NBA Playmakers and I was like, because I'm, obviously I'm like, fuck it, shit. I want a success. I want to blow up. I want my content to be seen. And I was going back and forth with the guy. I'm gonna see if I can find the emails. I might be able to show you. Where they kept saying they was gonna get back with me. So right here. So you got to go right here. So it says the NBA is putting the talents of its fan base to good use with the NBA Playmakers Network, a new program that supplies creators with special footage, assets, and other exclusive material for use in their live videos. If the products are promising, the league and broadband TV will help you promote. Listen to this. If it's promising, it will help you promote and distribute the videos through their social media channels and a dedicated, listen to this, a dedicated YouTube feed. In exchange, creators will receive more than just visibility. They'll get a cut of the resulting ad revenue and increase access to players, equipment, and production tools. So it says right here, unfortunately, you can't just click your way to exclusive footage. It says the NBA broadband TV have handpicked, listen to what I'm saying, handpicked the first group of creators making and sharing content. But they've also opened up Playmakers Network to the public through an application process. It says if you want in, you'll have to email the league and prove that you're bona fide first. So really, this application process, y'all, is fake. There is really no application process because you'll apply, but they'll never get back to you. They only hand select certain people. They only hand select people. And so they typically already hand select people like Kai Cenat, people that already are blown up, that have a huge following. They're not really looking for real basketball content creators. They're just looking for people with huge followings already that they can attach themselves to. So it's not about real basketball content. So if you click this link, it'll take you to the NBA Playmakers sign up page right here. So it takes you to this media company page right here where it says creators right here. And you got to sign up as a creator. They already picked the creators. Like when they picked, and so back when they offered it to Ticket was in the early stages. Ticket said that he declined it because they said, Ticket, for you to join NBA Playmakers, you can't cuss, you can't talk down on LeBron, you can't do none of that no more. Basically, Ticket turned it down because he said, I ain't changing. He said, I'm not about to change who Ticket TV is. RB the Breakthrough was already a smooth talking, like he didn't cuss, he didn't do nothing too crazy. So for RB the Breakthrough, it was easy for him to go into the NBA Playmakers because he already had PG content. But he did that one video. I forgot I think it was talking bad about Adam Silver, and they told him to take the video down. He didn't want to take it down. He left the YouTube NBA Playmakers program, and his views went into the garbage can. It's like they shadow banned his whole channel. We have not heard from RB the Breakthrough since he left NBA Playmakers. Because once you go into that program, they own you. They control you. I promise you right now, NBA Playmakers could shadow ban Flight Reaction. That man would go into irrelevancy right now. If Flight Reaction went, if he went AWOL and start talking down on the NBA Playmakers program in the NBA, they would shadow ban his shit and you would never hear from Flight Reaction again. I watched them do it to RB the Breakthrough. The man had 1 million. It got so bad he had to rebrand his whole channel, and it's not even about basketball no more. So, yeah, that's what we're dealing with over here. I wish I could find them emails. Let me see if I still got the emails. He says, so this, what they mean, sell your soul? I mean, it's not about sell your soul. I mean, you got to think, they hate Eli. When you sign up for NBA Playmakers, it's like you being an employee for the NBA. Like, you an employee. You see what I'm saying? Let me see if I can find these emails. It was so long ago. I don't even know if I have them still. Yeah, I can't find it. Hold on. What does he say? Nah, I disagree. You just got to add 888 to your titles. If you know, you know. All right, I'm gonna try that. All right, y'all seen what he said. Don't disappear. I'm gonna start doing it. I'm gonna start adding 888 to my titles. If you know, you know. All right, I got you. Appreciate it. I'm always looking for little hidden secret tips. We'll try that. Next video I do tomorrow, 888 is gonna be in the title. Is there anything else I need to put in there? Secret Illuminati signage. Give me all your tips. I'm gonna try it. So it is what it is. Salute to Ray DeRazzo, one of the OGs of the channel, pulled up, man. I haven't seen Ray DeRazzo in here in a minute, man. One of the OGs, man. 28 is good too. Look, no. I only need the numerology, the most effective numerology you got. 888, 28. You know, give me the best numbers, man. And I'll work with ChatGPT to put to slightly incorporate it into the title. So it looks right. You know, because you know how y'all like to say in plain sight. We're gonna hide it in plain sight. We're gonna slyly work it in there. Watch this, Bezo the Prophet. Ain't shit gonna happen. Watch this, I'm gonna start doing it, Bezo the Prophet. Ain't shit gonna happen. Come on, man. I mean, I hope it do work. I definitely, if it work and my channel start blowing up and I make $1 million, if it start working, put me on the screen, Ron. If it start working, I got you. I got $1,000 for you if it start working. Y'all heard me say it. If it start working, and we start bringing in the big bucks, put me on screen. I got you. $1,000 cash apps coming your way. I got you. I can't go back on it now. You got to open your third eye, fam. Look, man. I mean, I'm kind of into that to a certain degree, but there's a limitation to it too. You know. But sometimes the numerology stuff to a certain degree makes sense. I believe that there's aspects of numerology that just can't be coincidence. There's aspects of manifestation that I've just seen work. Hold on. When did I price my book 888? Did I price my book? That shit didn't work though when I priced it 888. Get up out of here. Phil Miner says I run an insurance agency, so I do a lot of marketing, but thought about YouTube. Just want to ask you some questions. This is the kind of discussion I like instead of me just trolling. Thanks, peace. Yeah, anytime you ask questions about YouTube, I got you. I mean, I can only tell you to the best of my knowledge. I don't have all the answers. I can only answer based on my experience. That's all. So, you know, it is what it is. Because the one thing with YouTube marketing is if you're going down the route of YouTube marketing on YouTube, like say you're buying promotion from YouTube for your video, there are some times where YouTube will reject your video. They'll be like, nah, we don't want to market that video. Like if your video too closely aligns with something that the NBA is doing, or if you're making a video, like if you are using that YouTube promotion, your shit better be PG. And it better not butt heads with any of YouTube's business partners. So, and again, I'm always open ears to hear what other people got to say. Like I'm always trying to tap in with other larger content creators. What are they seeing from their end? All I know is that I know for a fact that NBA playmakers
controls a lot in regards to NBA content on YouTube. All you got to do is look up a guy by the name of RB the Breakthrough and look up what his channel used to be. And when he left the NBA Playmakers, look what his channel turned into. That tells you enough right there, because once you hit 1 million views with that type of traction on YouTube, there should not be nothing that turns it off. You should be able to make $10,000 a month without even trying once you hit 1 million views. If the algorithm was fair. How do you shut off a 1 million view channel? How do you shut off the visibility of a channel with 1 million views? Crazy, man. It's crazy to think of, but it should be happening. Should be happening, man. So it's not to discourage people from doing YouTube, because YouTube is still a really good avenue to make some extra money. But just know that it's a I think the new approach to YouTube needs to be the Player's Choice model or the Kevin Samuels model, or even the lead attorney model. So the lead attorney's model on YouTube now is to not be so hyper focused on ad revenue. Build up a fan base that you know is going to support you, and then offer some type of supplement and additional product to give to that fan base. So the lead attorney is also doing like Patreon seminars, classes, courses, things of that nature. Advice for parents that are going through divorces and things like that. So he pays for like canceling, but his memberships. So the channels now that are blowing up are doing it through memberships. They have a dedicated fan base that's willing to invest into the memberships, and they always gonna be there for them. But but thinking that you're gonna turn into Mr. Beast overnight, it ain't gonna work. Look at Kwame Brown. Kwame Brown went viral and had traction for a good 3-4 months. Then YouTube turned that shit off. This motherfucker been stuck at like 255,000 subs since he went viral. The man went viral, shot up to 255. I don't know where he at now, but I'm almost positive he at the same number where he went viral at. He ain't grown a lick since he went viral. Because they was like, oh, this is hot right now. Let me turn it up. Oh, this shit ain't hot no more. Turn that shit down. They turned that motherfucking channel off. But salute to Olo, man. Salute to y'all, man. We're about to get up out of here, man. He says, do you have memberships for this space? I have memberships for FYF Sports Clips. So if you click that link at the top of the chat, it takes you over to FYF Sports Clips. You can become a member over there, over on FYF Sports Clips. I haven't pushed it or promoted it yet. I'm gonna start pushing and promoting my FYF Sports Clips channel. I don't know if I need to rebrand it and turn it into something else, but I want it to be my full-time debate channel. But I don't know. I just got to figure out the direction I want to go over there with that, and then it's about how consistent can I be with it. I can't do memberships. I do have memberships over here, but the memberships over here are here. Let me show you. Here's my memberships over here on FYF Sports. I have to do it through Monetize More. So if you did want to become a member, right, you would have to click this link right here, right? It's going to take you to my Monetize More memberships, right, through Streamlabs. So if you did want to become a member, if you did want to support, you can do it that way as well. All right. And that's why I wanted to switch over to FYF Sports, because I want to switch over to doing my lives with Streamlabs. So that way, when you become a member and I'm live, you can see it pop up on the screen. If you comment, I can have the text to speech, my TTS. So I like Streamlabs because now y'all can feel more engaged, because when you send your super chat or your donation through Streamlabs, it automatically pop up and it speaks your message out. Text to speech. So if you guys think I'm saying something stupid, you just send a TTS message. You can cut me off and your message will get spoken out by the computers to everybody. So I think I might start doing a lot more stuff with Streamlabs. I like the features that they got over there. I just got to find a way to still do the live open panel, the panel discussions with Streamlabs. And I think there's a little bit of a limitation there as well. He said he was on a quick rise. Who you talking about was on a quick rise and then turned off? Yeah, but the NBA playmakers, they got some power, man. Because when Ticket turned them down, they tried to turn. See, what happened with Ticket was when he turned NBA playmakers down, they tried to shadow ban Ticket. And essentially, Ticket is still kind of shadow banned, but that's why he started creating other channels. He got so many channels now, you can't shadow ban them all. But his main channel was definitely shadow banned. Oh, yeah, they turned Kwame Brown shit off quick. Oh, for sure. But look, y'all, I'm about to watch this game. I appreciate y'all sticking around, man. Hopefully the advice I gave y'all was worth something. You know, like I said, I don't profess to know it all, but I definitely know one thing. It's not easy for content creators out here, right? So, you know, I don't, you know, and you don't have to give to me, but for all the other content creators, man, if somebody hit the super chat, you got $1 to give, 50 cents to give, membership, whatever, support, man, because bro, YouTube is not playing a fair game, man. They're not giving everybody a fair shake in this thing. But FYI Sports, man, another great podcast episode, y'all. We're going to be back with more sports and news. But until then, man, it's FYI Sports, and we out.